you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you.
Big ones there, son.
Tim, we're going back to the trees.
Meetings are web streamed and televised, and if you could please ensure that your phones are on silent mode. With that, I will call to order the today's council meeting. First of all, everyone has been provided, to the best of my knowledge, a revised agenda cover sheet that was circulated to members of council and posted on the website that corrected a number of clerical and renumbering issues on the agenda, as well as included the changes to the content that we will accept as part of the agenda. So the amendments to the agenda include moving early closed session to directly after acceptance of the agenda, moving the auditor presentation by Millard to directly after closed session, moving communications to directly after consent items, adding the CAO memo regarding open session motion to consent, adding the information memo regarding planning application for 15 Jalen Crescent to consent, moving Joel Miller from deputations to presentations related to the EIS drainage reports, adding the deputation of Ed Hunter related to EIS 1226 drainage matter. It is noted that Jeff Book and Eldon Darbison will not be deputating, but rather they will be in attendance for inquiry response only on staff report CD 21-75. As well, we will be adding the following communications items: correspondence from the public regarding public access to Port Dover Beach, staff report CAO 2161. Lindsay Short and Nijkamp families regarding noise abatement processes for the generators at the Waterford Arena. Nancy Smith Turkstra Mazza Associates regarding staff report EIS 1226 Highway 6 drain report. Neil O'Connell regarding staff report EIS 1226 Highway 6 drain. Adding CAO 2161 report and accompanying closed session attachments B and C that were not listed but distributed on Friday. Adding staff report CS 2150 amendment to staff direction previously provided. adding staff report OPS 2110 report that was listed but not distributed on Friday, removing and adding applicable bylaws as indicated on the revised agenda cover. All remaining presentations and deputations will continue at 3 p.m. as usual. Are there any other further changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, if I could have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. Councillor Van den Driesche, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Request for deputation. A deputation request from Mr. Jim Dover regarding staff report CAO 2140 from CIC, forming part of staff report CAO 2161 on this agenda, was requested for this council meeting, but did not meet the timelines or process within the procedural bylaw. If council would like to consider this deputation to be heard at today's meeting, a 2/3 vote would be required. If council does not allow this deputation today, then they can be added to the next CIC meeting in September. Is there somebody that wishes to move the motion? Councillor Martin, seconded by? Is there a seconder to add the deputation to the agenda? Okay, seeing none.
Tom has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't see Councillor Michelle. My bad, that's my fault. Okay, so seconded by Councillor Michelle. All those in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I believe I am going to step away when we get to the minutes of the closed session meeting, which I was not in attendance for July 13th, regarding, I'll give you a report, staff report CS 21-45.
And I believe per the procedural rules, you're supposed to articulate the reason for the conflict.
Based on the minutes, I don't have a reason. Based on the staff, or maybe Teresa wants help. Based on the staff report, there was a family member who was interested.
Thank you. That's all. Councillor Columbus, go ahead, sir.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do wish to declare a conflict with respect to July 13th minutes. It's with respect to the Lehigh drain. I believe it's number 9, item number 9. I have a family member who owns property in the catchment area of that particular drain. I will refrain from discussion or voting on any part of this agenda for council and committee.
On the minutes, perfect. Thank you. Okay, any others? Moving on then, we have, sorry, Teresa, I guess was my misunderstanding. We just have the one closed session item we're going in for to begin with?
For early close, that's correct.
Okay. So just the one early closed session in-camera item that was provided to council. The motion will read as follows: that council enter into closed session at 1:06 p.m. to discuss the following matter. It's in regards to our CAO recruitment, and we will be relying on sections 239 2D of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to labor relations or employee negotiations. If I could have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Van den Driesche, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And I believe we're going to remain here and we'll be moved over to a breakout room.
That's correct. Just give me one moment. Seem to be missing some councillors. This one person. What I do? Same. Bottom. Give it this. Everybody left.
Yeah, are they not on the statement?
No.
Should be going now. Meeting?
Okay, sorry, council. I see a lot of people in the, oh, we're still here though, eh, Teresa?
You gotta start.
Just wait. It's done something funny, and just give me a second.
Yeah, I think
Did some
everyone's-
people leave? Did some people leave?
No, everybody I see still members of the public, other staff members.
No, I'm having trouble. Can you come do this?
You won't be a stranger long. Taking the small town atmosphere, being on a strip of sandy soil, like a county called Norfolk. return home. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 Norfolk. strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Oh, Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll on a strip of sandy soil. Lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my
Okay, we are live, Mayor Chop.
I don't see the mayor anywhere on my screen. So.
I'm here. I
Oh,
can see
there you
myself. Okay. All right, if I could have a mover and a seconder to reconvene in open session, please. Councillor Taylor and Councillor Columbus. That's to reconvene at 1:54 p.m. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So just for the record then, staff direction was provided in closed session in regards to the CAO recruitment. When additional details become available, those will be released to the public. As far as, I think now we're moving, Teresa, just correct me if I'm wrong, presentations. And we're going to move right into the presentation from Millards if they're available.
Through the mayor, yes, we're just moving one of the presentations up right now, and that's the one from the auditor.
Excellent. So Ms. Fanning, I think you are providing the introductory remarks, if I'm not mistaken.
Hi, Mayor Chop. It's Kathy LaPlante. If I could just make a couple comments first before Amy gets into her presentation.
You bet. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Chop and members of council. I know we have a very packed agenda, so I will be brief. The statements presented today show a significant surplus, which is positive compared to a number of years of deficits and depleted reserves. There are various reasons for this surplus that will be reviewed throughout the presentation. However, our message is to keep in mind that Norfolk County needs to continue to invest in critical infrastructure, which will lead to borrowing and the need to increase reserve contributions. We will still need to continue strategizing. One more item to note is that this year has been a very challenging year for all. However, even with all the challenges, I would like to commend and congratulate Amy Fanning and all the staff from finance, as it takes virtually all staff to touch some part of year end, for pulling together and successfully presenting to you our financial statement report. Again, thank you, Amy and Finance, for everyone's tenacity to meet this goal, despite the various challenges and tasks that we've been trying to maneuver over the last 6 months. So now I'll pass it on to Amy for the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Are the slides going to be brought up, Teresa, or do you want me to share my screen?
That is up to you, Amy. If it's easy for you to share your screen, you're welcome to do that.
Sure. Okay, can everybody see my slides all right?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Chop and members of council. I just have a brief presentation, a few slides to highlight some of the key items contained in your 2020 financial statements, an update on the financial services department, and I just want to run over some of the financial trends that we're seeing. Report CS 2132 provides a summary of the financial statements and a brief outline on the significant year-over-year changes, along with the various tables summarizing some key results. Millards Chartered Professional Accountants completed their audit of our 2020 financial statements. They've issued a clean audit opinion, which means that our statements in all material respects fairly present the financial position of Norfolk County. The role of the auditor is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements of Norfolk County are free from material misstatement. To do this, Millards has assessed the risks, they've reviewed our internal controls, they evaluated our accounting policies, and they've evaluated the overall presentation of the statements. The role of management is to be responsible for the preparation of the statements and for setting the internal controls and policies to ensure that the statements are free from material misstatements. The 2020 financial information return is well underway and will be filed very soon. I'm hopeful that it'll be done by the end of the week. The operating surplus for 2020 is $10,650,378. It is broken down by division in table 3 of the report, which is also on the slide here in front of you. It's important to note there that it looks like the surplus in health and social services, and that's because public health costs are being presented net of provincial funding. The rate budget recorded a surplus of $1.72 million. During the 2020 budget process, Council instead worked hard to right-size the budget through cutting services, increasing user fees, and increasing taxes. Shortly thereafter, COVID-19 was declared a global pandemic, and the rest of 2020 was unlike any other year in recent history. Lockdowns, mask mandates, quarantines, and work from home became the norm. The impact on the statements can be seen in several ways. User charge revenue is lower than what was anticipated. Overall, corporate expenses were reduced due to service cuts and closures. And on the flip side, funding from the provincial government has dramatically increased. And all of that kind of leads to our substantial surplus for 2020. It is management's responsibility to prepare and present the statements, as well as to establish internal controls. And as noted in an earlier report and a memo that's coming later tonight, the recent months have been difficult for financial management and planning. However, with Council's support, we are working hard to address our staffing challenges and to maintain transparency. And in line with that, this year and each year going forward, Council will find the audit findings letter attached to the Council report and the accompanying financial statements. There are some line graphs in the statistical information section of the financial report. And although the levy reserve balance has showed improvement in 2020, it is important to note that some of that is due to temporary parking of COVID-19 funding, which is projected to be spent in 2021. Rate reserves have also been increasing, which is positive. However, there are substantial funding requirements on the horizon for water and wastewater projects. Long-term debt levels continue to increase, as noted in the chart on page 757 of your package. The levels of debt outstanding will need to be monitored as we're going forward. As far as COVID-19 goes, the impact of COVID-19 will continue to be felt across the county as our vaccine programs are in full swing, and there will be additional impacts of COVID-19 on the 2022 budget process and also in the 2021 financial statements. Lastly, I just wanted to touch on tables 4 and 5 from the report. In table 4, you will see that the CEO, in consultation with SLT, has identified some strategic initiatives that management believes the surplus should be committed towards. These commitments arise from activities that were not able to be completed in a timely manner in 2020, items that had seen higher than anticipated costs into normal business terms of shift and budget amounts that would be normally applied to or due to changing circumstances. New needs were identified which were not budgeted for in 2021. In Table 5, in keeping with our past practice, staff are recommending that surplus funds be directed to reserve funds. There are additional amounts to deal with for 2020, so Table 5 has been created in an effort to present the recommendations in a more clear and concise manner for Council's consideration. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it over to Diane from Millard's Chartered Professional Accountants to walk you through these statements.
Welcome, Diane. Thanks for joining us.
Good
Better news
afternoon.
story than past years.
What's that?
News story this year than some past years. So welcome. Thanks for coming.
Definitely. And yeah, greetings from Long Point. So right now I have a wonderful view of the water. So if you see me looking out there, that's what I'm looking at. Okay, so the package you got has a lot of good details in it. So I'll just go through and highlight some of the changes. And then if anyone has any questions, just let me know. The page 2 and 3 of our report is our standard independent auditor's report. It goes through our opinion, the basis for our opinion, responsibilities of management and those charged with governance, as well as the auditor's responsibility. This is the standard format that you would have seen in the prior year also. We go to the statement of financial position. And just to point out that this is a consolidated financial statement, it includes the Simcoe and Delhi BIAs as well as the library, but it does not include the trust funds, which have their own separate financial statement. Starting with the financial assets, so this is cash or things that convert into cash in the regular course of operations. Your cash balance at year end was just over 13 million, which is a decrease of 3.9 million from the prior year. Investments were 145 million. That was up 35.2 million. And that's due to net transfers of about 30 million in, as well as 4 million of realized gains and 2.1 million of unrealized gains. The accounts receivable, we have the taxes, which is up a bit, and that's due to some of the penalties were waived, and there was also an offset to that by an increase in the allowance. Accounts receivable is up 3.2 million, and that also does include some COVID funding. And we have a line for land held for resale, which represents the hub property. The liabilities, overall accounts payable is up 2.1 million. That's due to there was some increase in accrued salaries and benefits during the year. Looking at the solid waste landfill, that was up 3.8 million, but that was due to a change in estimates because there was the independent study that was conducted during the year. And long-term liabilities are up 6 million. That represents 21.3 million of new debt, 10 million balloon payment on the 2010 debt, and also just a decrease due to regular principal payments. And that brings you down to your net financial assets of 7.7 million, which is definitely a big change from the negative 19 million that we saw in the prior year. So looking at non-financial assets, these are used to provide services, with the biggest item being the tangible capital assets. There was additions of 75 million, which represents 29 million for roads, water main, and bridges, and also 40 million of the work in process, so construction and process that's ongoing over the year end. And some of the bigger amounts there was Waterford wastewater, Port Rowan water main, and various roads in Simcoe, Port Dover, Waterford, and Delhi. The inventory we see went up about 789 PPE to come down to accumulated surplus of just over 590 million. The next page goes through the statement of changes in accumulated surplus. Just the one thing I wanted to note there is there was a prior period adjustment of 982,000, and that dealt with the treatment of the wastewater development charges, and as debenture proceeds and principal payments were closed to the contingency reserve. So there's just a change now between the deferred revenue amounts and the contingency reserve for those balances. The statement of operations. Overall revenues were 228 million, which was up 23.8 million from the prior year. Taxation was up 8.1 million, and that was due to an increase in tax levy as well as growth. The federal transfers were up 3.8 million, with a big part of that being just 2.4 million used for the gas tax. The provincial transfers were up 10.5 million. There was 7.8 million of conditional funding for COVID and Norview health programs, and also an increase of 3.5 million for capital, for some of the bigger things in that being College Street, Queensway Bridge, and King and Argyle Street. The user charges were up 2.6 million. We saw an increase in the water and wastewater rates, and that was partially offset to decreases in rentals and recreation during the year. Looking at overall expenses of 193 million, that was down 4.7 million from prior year. The general government was down 1.7 million. That's due to the prior year having 1.5 million for the hospital pledge. Transportation services were down 5.6 million. The prior year included 2.3 million for drain write-offs, and the current year had a decrease in winter control. And environmental services are up 4.4 million, and most of that is that 3.8 million increase in the landfill liability. The health services were up 5.2 million. Various things going on there. There was 1.6 million for public health salaries, 1 million in ambulance salaries, 1 million for safe restart and social services relief fund expenses. 950,000 for COVID costs and the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program, as well as 460,000 for minor capital, for Pop-Up Hospital and Project Domus. The social was down 2.7. The 2.7 million, which a lot of that was a decrease in childcare programs of 3.2 million. And in the recreation, we see a decrease of 3.3 million, mostly due to a decrease in salaries due to COVID. So that brings you down to your annual surplus of 35.6 million for the year. So that just gives a quick snapshot of what happened during the year. And there is a lot more details provided in the packages that you have received. The one thing I would just mention, we also have a trust fund statement that you received. And the majority of activity through that was for Norview residents and the cemetery perpetual care funds. And then as well in your package this year, you have the audit findings letter. Just a couple things I want to note from that. One, in the accounting estimate section, that's just talking about the landfill closure. There hadn't been an independent study done for quite some years, and now when it was done in 2019, we did see quite a change due to estimates. So we would just recommend that those estimates are looked at annually, and that you consider, getting a consultant involved at every so often, just to make sure you don't have big jump in estimates in any given year. And in the internal control section, we just added something about the building permit process during the year. Not everything was getting captured in the financial reporting system, which we then had to adjust for at the year end. And then a couple just other matters. The asset retirement obligation section, that is going to be coming into effect in a few years. There is just some changes with how you look at contaminated sites and things like that. So that's just something on the radar to know that's coming, to look at that type of thing, because there may be additional accruals that we need to set up for any closure costs for those. The Norfolk County drains, there have been a lot of improvements in this area. We did see a large write-off in the prior year. And this is just another area just to focus on reconciling those amounts and just kind of getting that all tidied up. And then the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, there was the new shareholder agreement signed just at the end of 2020. Currently, their financial statements are not consolidated, but that could change going forward. So that's just a few things to note for things coming up in the 2021 year and going out farther than that. So that's just kind of things I wanted to highlight, unless anyone would like to add anything further on that. But I also did want to thank Kathy and Amy and their team. This was another crazy year we've been into, and the fact that we were able to get everything done in the allocated timelines that we wanted was great to see.
Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. Jason, I'm going to turn it over to you. I think you want to provide some concluding remarks. Unless, sorry, Amy, do you have anything you wanted to add first, or Amy, anything else? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to thank the finance staff. This was a lot of work when you factor in all the other additional reporting that has been required this year by the ministry for COVID. I also do want to thank our auditors at Millard's for their work and doing another offsite audit. Able to bring this report to you prior to the summer recess. Some people had to work some long hours to get that completed. So I do want to thank both our finance team and our external auditors. I do want to remind council that the process that this council had started last year of being fully transparent with management letters is continuing. And we did inform the auditors that if they wanted a in-camera session on anything that they thought was necessary to bring to council's attention, they could opt for that. They chose not to, but it's always open for them if they believe that they need to speak directly to council on a particular matter in camera. They are open to that with consultation to the clerk. I do just want to put on make a couple of comments on this year end. I think what this council is starting to see is that some of the tough choices this council and staff have made and some of the hard work is starting to pay off. That being said, I don't want council to look at a $10 million surplus and say, well, that we way overdid that, because that's not how a budget surplus actually works. And in this year, this was the most crazy year that anyone could have expected. When we set a budget, as this council knows, and these comments are more directed to the public, when we set a budget based upon the income that we're going to receive and the tasks that we're going to undertake for the year to provide to the citizens. With COVID, this got turned upside down. There was a number of tasks that we would normally provide that we couldn't provide because of closures and other things. There was a whole bunch of tasks that we had to provide that we didn't anticipate. We spent more on PPE this year than we would have spent in 10 years' time. So all those things added cost, and if this council remembers, it wasn't clear if or how much we were going to get from our senior levels of government, not till the very end of the year. And our staff made very clear decisions because we did not have the luxury of a whole bunch of reserves that we can draw from. We actually had negative amounts in our reserves, that we had to change our processes and our expenditures to assume that there was going to be nothing coming. Now, with all due credit to both the federal and provincial governments, and this provincial government was very clear that they did not want a municipality incurring a deficit because of COVID, they came through and fully supported Norfolk County. And that came, at the end of the year, which created this surplus. But when I look at the actual surplus, it's healthy for a municipality have a surplus at the end of the year. If you take out the government funding and you take out some of the anomalies and the $2 million repayment, we actually have a very small surplus. And if you have a surplus of $1 or $2 million, some people might say, wow, that's way too much money. But when you're spending $100 million, that's 1 or 2%. That's how tight we are on that. And we don't have we haven't built up our reserves. So, I view this year end as very positive. I don't want to make it negative. This council has made some tough decisions and it's paying off. We are going to replenish our reserves. But there is still a little bit more work to do. And, and I think we're on the right path. I think it's Councillor Van Passen has used the analogy that we are heading towards the rocks. Now the ship's turned. We're maybe not completely out of trouble, but we're in the right direction. I think we're going well. And I think, next year it will be a little easier, and the year after that will be a little easier for this county, and we can start to build back what we wanted to. I would draw your attention to the presentations and the statistical information. This is the first year the graphs have gone the right way, and I think that's, I know one of the strategic decisions and goals that this council set before my time was to leave the county in a better financial position than when it assumed it. And if you have another solid year next year, you will have accomplished that strategic goal. And, I think council needs to be given credit for that, and staff need to be given credit for that. So anyways, those are my brief comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jason. So just a big thank you from myself as well to Millards and our finance team, but also to all staff at Norfolk County. I think Jason just said it perfectly that, we didn't have reserves to rely on. And I used this quote in my State of the County this year, but there was a quote in Municipal World magazine that said, COVID-19 pushed many municipalities towards the financial brink and forced many of them to have tough conversations about policy, budgets, and historical trends that might not otherwise have been given the same attention, hopefully leaving them in a better position when the dust settles. And in the years that had followed the Spanish flu, believe it or not, municipal debt rose by 90% to 36% of Canada's GNP. So there was a number of municipalities that did suffer financial hardship. The city of Vancouver at the beginning of the pandemic said that if they didn't receive government funding, that they were likely going to have to declare bankruptcy. And so, when we took the steps to engage in layoffs, when staff took those steps, at the end of the day, we didn't know at the beginning whether or not we would have received that government funding. And so if those steps hadn't been taken, and if we hadn't received the funding that we did end up receiving, we would have been in a much worse position or neutral coming out of this. So I commend staff for reacting to the pandemic at the beginning, and this contribution to our reserves that we are seeing this year wouldn't have happened without them. So a big thank you to all staff across Norfolk County for the financial performance this year. Questions from councillors on the statements? Councillor Van Den Riesen, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And commending to staff as well, job well done, and to Millards as well. And a big thank you to both levels of government, because without it, it wouldn't have been a picture that we're looking at as well. There's a couple of things. the money that came in, and I know that there was some cuts in the budget that were done and things weren't being able to have come to fruition. So I'm hoping that some of those tasks do come back into the budget and that they get accomplished, because those are things that had to be cut because you weren't sure of what we were going to get here at council. But like I say, the big issue here is thank God for the province and thank God for the federal government, because otherwise we wouldn't have been as pretty as a picture we are. So I do commend everybody for the hard work. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Van Den Riche, can I just get some clarification what you mean there? What was cut that's not coming back?
There are issues, say for instance, in repair and services that were on the budget for years and haven't occurred. Some repairs that were supposed to have been done, say for instance, in community centers, or we looked at the arena last year. We had some issues for repair that did not get done. Some road issues that weren't getting done. There are certain things that were cut out of the budget, and rightfully so. Don't get me wrong. I know where you were trying to go here, because no one knew what the province or the feds were going to give. So it was important to make those cuts. But at the end of the day, now we're looking at a catch up to things that have to get done. And I think it's important that they get put back in the budget or seriously looked at to be continued on this year.
Jason, did you want to provide? I think it's important to provide some clarity on that.
Yeah, so there are certain items that, just to ensure, there are certain items that we didn't, or activities we didn't undertake because of COVID. Those might always already been in the budget. So for example, we cut back on grass cutting and some other items because, we were criticized when we cut grass because people were concerned that people would go out and play on a play field when they weren't supposed to in COVID. And then we were criticized for not cutting the grass. But those things are embedded in the budget, in the original budget. It just, those services wouldn't be provided. So those budget dollars are there for next year. Just like I'll use museums as an example. We closed our museums because they weren't allowed to be open. But we don't have to add anything to the budget next year because that money is already in the budget to operate going forward. There were some things that we couldn't get done. And some of those delays in the capital projects that you're talking about, that's just because either, engineers weren't available or, the work couldn't be completed in a timely fashion. So those items are, there is a bit of catch up. The items listed under table 4 are also, some of those items are things that, again, we couldn't get done in a timely fashion. So what we're saying is, it's kind of an artificial reserve because we should have spent that money. We just never got to it. So what we're advising council is to continue to, to commit those reserves, money going into reserves, to pre-commit those to the things that we needed to get done, such as, some of our digitization and, some of the other items, the interurban water study. Some of those items, so it's there. So it is kind of covered off to some extent in table 4, and it's also covered off in our base budget. But, and then on some things, to be quite frank, we were able to get things done a little quicker. We changed the lighting in all the arenas at a much more rapid pace because the arenas were closed. And we were able, so in some cases, COVID helped us with a few projects because we were able to get in there with no disturbance. So, but there is some catch up, we agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
I think it's just important to distinguish that there's no cuts from the budget that were made. And that's to Jason's point. You have to, at the beginning of the year, you have to budget for the services that you intend to provide, and that budget remained. It's just that, in some cases there were layoffs and so on and so forth. Things changed, but the budget itself, nothing was cut from the budget, and those same numbers will be coming forward next year, and that's the tax rate that you were based on for last year. Councilor.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. Sorry, I have a delayed unmute button here. In the report, I have a question, just a couple small things I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Page 17, when we look at deferred revenue, I think I heard it, but recreational land was mentioned by, sorry, is it Donna? She's off my screen now.
Diane.
Oh, Diane, thank you. I just wanted to ensure that was, sorry, Diane, that was what you were referencing in your comments in the presentation about Hubland? Or is there a second spot?
Yeah, so the land held for resale, the 3.4 million, that got transferred from TCA this year up to its separate line because once
that's fine. I just wanted to ensure I had the right page. Thank you.
Yes.
My second question on that page also is the building permits that deferred when we discussed that as a report. This is showing that information on this same page here as well. We had a report discussing our outstanding.
That's correct.
Page. Yep, thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Martin, yeah, an entry was done to record that revenue and then be offset in accounts receivable, which will continue to correct throughout 2021.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question in this booklet on page 22 for the accumulated surplus, when we look at the reserves, I just was hoping I could get some clarification around the language of contingency reserve and the council initiative reserve, because we use the language interchangeably when we sit and debate it, and I just would like clarification on the council initiative being the one we created and the contingencies being a separate reserve.
Through the mayor to members of council, yes, the council initiative reserve is the reserve that I believe council this year set the parameters and on how to use that reserve. The contingency is generally all municipalities have a contingency reserve to offset those one-time expenses that may arise. And it generally, and again, it can't be spent unless council approves whatever to utilize any of the contingency reserve balance.
No, I know that seems like that wasn't a trick question. I just wanted to make sure because we use different language ourselves. And then my only other question, I'm sure we'll get to it in the report, but will there be, when we get to the actual report and look at table 4 and suggested surplus commitments, are we able to get a breakdown on some of those categories? Certainly not all of them. Is that something that I just wanted to give a heads up to staff now on, as an example, like legal services? There are others, but
yeah, we can provide some.
We can have a discussion about those a little bit more.
We can certainly do that.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Mayor Chop.
Any further questions? All right, if there's no further questions, then we can move on through the 800 pages. Thank you again, Kathy and Amy, and Diane for joining us as well.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on, and Teresa, you can stop me if I'm wrong. We're going to move on to consent items. Item 4.
Through the mayor, I guess it's up to you. We should accept that presentation for information. And then if you wanted to deal with that report now, you could. If not, we could move the report and discuss it when we get to all staff reports. I'm not sure if you wanted the auditor.
No, that's fine. We'll go with the staff report now. I should have done that first. So I've mover and seconder to receive the presentation as information. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? And that's carried. You didn't need 2 separate for, you gotta help me out here, Teresa.
No, just the one is fine.
Okay. And then we want to move to?
Through the mayor, if you would like to discuss the staff report CS 2132 regarding the 2020 audited financial statements and year-end performance while the auditors are still here, it would be appropriate to do so.
Okay. Oh. Amy, did you want to come back and do that now then? Does that work? Is that not?
Hi, yes, Amy is coming back on. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, Kathy, I should have just.
Yep, no problem. Amy is coming back on.
Stop.
Councillor Hoffman, sorry, go ahead. Yep.
Okay, I can only see part of the people, and I'm just getting, like, I can't see you, I can't see,
We tried pinning everyone?
Yeah, I did. Let me try again. It's just really weird.
You know what I kind of like, Councillor Huffman, myself? If you go under the 3 dots at the top, I don't use it when I'm sharing because I sometimes I don't see you don't see the hand icon, but if you put everybody in the together mode, it's like you're all sitting in the auditorium, you know, and it's
Oh,
and then you see everyone. It makes it easy. Okay. All right, so we'll let you play with that, and we'll
Okay.
get started.
So I'm not sure if Amy has returned yet. She said she was. So maybe I can start off
I'm
with the.
Kathy.
Oh, you're on? Okay, thanks, Amy. Okay.
Sorry, Amy, that was my fault.
No, no, no. I thought we were getting to that till later. I basically my presentation was my introduction to the report. I don't know that I have much else to add at this point, Kathy, unless there's something else that you wanted to say.
That was where my confusion was happening. I thought that was kind of.
I mean, I know we just maybe want to stress the commitments that we had outlined in table 4, that it is a lot of work that wasn't completed due to staff resourcing or timing or because of COVID. So that is a recommendation for council to consider. And we definitely, some of those projects, we can get further information on that and we can discuss it at this time also. But just maybe one thing to bring out is Amy had mentioned in her presentation, the summary on page 439 of your package. There's an additional table that we added so that you can identify where the surpluses are going to. So for the library the surplus that will be going to the library will be just over 450,000. We're recommending $3 million to the contingency reserve, which is in a very it's actually in a deficit at this time, and to 3.2 million to the general building reserve, as we know we have a lot of facility and infrastructure work to do in that area. And then the water capital replacement reserve, a transfer of just close to 1.2 million, and approximately 560,000 recommended to the wastewater. Those are the actual surplus for the water area and the wastewater services.
Councilor Hassan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want one thing clarified, because I think we spent about a whole day or two at budget time this year on that proposal to borrow money from the legacy fund. Is that going to be paid back right now?
Through the chair to council, yeah, on table 4, the very last line, you'll see repayment to legacy fund based on 2021 budget levy relief strategy is $2 million. So that is identified in table 4 as an immediate repayment.
So that is off the books now, right? It's we had a payment schedule and everything. It is done. It's off the books, and the legacy fund is the legacy fund, and the public doesn't have to worry about it anymore. So.
That's correct. In typical accounting fashion, we borrowed money that we never actually took, and we paid back money that we never took because it was just all done on paper. We never actually needed the actual withdrawal of the funds, but it is fully papered now, as the accountants will say.
Thank you.
Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. Through you, table 4. Already spent and accounted for. Is that fair to say? Some of it I want to say no, and others I want to say yes.
Yeah. So not spend it, except for the recreation position that's already been approved by this council. Hasn't been spent, but it was already previously approved through a subject of another report. And the Silver Lake Dam biological materials. That was done through an emergency expenditure from myself. So those 2 amounts have been spent, and that's it on there. The document digitization, some of that money may have been spent because I don't know exactly where it is, but it's one of the projects that, you know, we just never could get to because of COVID and some other reasons. So just like any other thing, it's very hard to run a business where, you know, you start a project and you're supposed to end it by December 31st. Life doesn't work that way. So you always will have carryovers and commitments that go through. But some of these other ones, I'll point out the largest one on there is the gas wells consulting and remediation. That was subject to a report last time, or last on to CIC. We thought it was appropriate. There is no budget for that. And we thought it was appropriate from staff's point of view to, you know, that's an issue that arose during the calendar year, or prior to the calendar year actually. And that is something that would normally come from a reserve. So what we're just doing is we're taking a plus instead of, you know, tagging it through a reserve and putting that money aside, because it's most likely that at a minimum that's what we're going to have to spend. So we're trying to push that money away. And then the other ones are, again, for things that, you know, for things that are, you know, are occurring currently and or will occur, but some of it has not, most of it has not been spent to date.
Okay, thanks. You know, in the grand scheme of things, they're not individually concerning, but they do add up quickly. So just a couple things that came to mind, specifically, you know, $100,000 in legal services, is that, you know, that's new, and we have added a new staff member. So how is that being spent? Just some thoughts like that. I don't want to certainly nickel dime and take up a lot of time going through stuff line by line, but also want to do some due diligence about it. Enhanced customer service rollout. I know we've spent money on that already, and I believe in it and support it, but you know, where are these extra funds kind of going and being attributed to? Sure. I wouldn't mind some extra information on that. I'm not opposed to them, but it would be nice to be able to understand it a little bit more and justify it.
Sure. Sorry.
And then on table 5, my only question about that was how were the funds allocated? Like, how did staff sit around and determine what value to where and why? Was there a specific metric that was used, or?
Sure. I'll start and I'll have Ms. Fanning and Ms. LaPlante correct me on any items. So if I just go through table 4, document digitization, that's a process where we keep a lot of documents for a long period of time in paper format. They take up a lot of square footage, and there's a security issue with having paper documents. If you get we just had a situation where one of our roofs leaked, and we've had flooding in this building here. So if you digitize them, they take up less space. That was something that had started. It was delayed because of COVID, so we're reserving that $150,000 to continue on with that project. It would have normally been spent in a normal year.
Can I stop you, Jason? Sorry, but I think Councillor Martin's question is, we know that because we'd already approved funds in the last budget for document digitization. So I think the question is more, why is it another $150,000 above what the budgeted amount was?
Yeah, because we couldn't spend some of it originally, so we were delayed. And the document digitization, some of that funding was one-time funding only, so it's a program that we're trying to continue on with.
But if we didn't spend it, where did it go? So, okay.
It's because, and that's why it's in the surplus. That's why our surplus is higher.
There you go.
You know, that's why our surplus is higher. So if all we did was if all the things that we were supposed to do and spend on, we didn't complete, it goes to the contingency reserve, then we have to come back to council and say, oh, by the way, we never completed this project. This is a quicker say, we didn't spend it, we're just going to continue on with it. There is additional work that's going to be required from the interurban water study. That's something that wasn't identified, so that would be one of the new items, and that's required from that. The legal services, I don't want to.
Jason,
Sure.
sorry, while you're moving through, can I ask a question on the interurban waters? So that was RFP'd out some time ago. So what's the additional work on the 20,000 with that one, especially when we set aside $1 million for the, the additional bringing on somebody for the pipeline project?
This has to do with the rate, the actual rate study that and the costing that was there. And so this was the work that Watson had completed to get to the initial costing. What we've identified is as we go to the next step, with regards to getting a more detailed memorandum of understanding. There's going to be a need to break down some of those governance issues and some more detail on that costing. So we're reserving $20,000 for that. And then that way we don't have to levy it next year.
But that could have been paid for out of the million that was set aside?
The million was set aside for professional and engineering services. We could take it from the rate reserve if you want. You know, it's 6 one, half dozen the other. We could put the $20,000 into the rate reserve, but it was an issue that was identified during the year. The legal services, there was, as this council knows, a few issues that popped up that was not planned for, i.e. The Simcoe water issue. And it is an estimate to deal with that issue, potential hub issue, and some other issues that have popped up that we may need additional legal work on issues that arose in 2020. So that was to reserve for that. Again, we don't want to levy an increase for one-time cost because then that artificially increases your levy. This would be subject to a reserve withdrawal. So all we're really doing is pre-taking it out. There's also another litigation matter which is subject to a report today by council, and some of that $100,000 is for that too. So we know that we have a bunch of one-time legal issues happening that we're using outside counsel for. So we're trying to soften the impact on the go-forward budget for those one-time issues. Gas wells, this council knows that quite well with the report. That's $575,000. The enhanced customer service rollout, that was something that was supposed to happen last year. There's supposed to be training to it, but last year was not a year we could roll out that training. So that's.
Can I just ask a question here on the gas well component? I mean, what is the advantage to pulling that out now? As opposed to putting it in our reserves, and if the ministry does not come through, as I'm remain hopeful that they will accept responsibility, what is the advantage of pulling that out now as opposed to drawing it if we don't see them step up and deal with their issue?
It saves, so the only thing we accrued would have been for our property cost. It saves an additional report from staff because otherwise we'd then have to make another report to staff to take it out. So we make this report to put it in a reserve, and then we're going to take another report on each item to pull it out of a reserve. So what we try to do is be efficient and put a number of items in here that essentially is like a pre-report for anticipated withdrawals of reserves. If there's a concern that, it could only be spent on those items. So if there's a concern that we spend it before it, then you can do it. But yes, in theory, you could put the full $10.65 million less the $2 million into the reserve and then have staff come back on an individual basis to pull that money out of reserves and budget it, through a reserve allocation.
Councilor Martin, did you have any other questions on the table?
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I guess, again, I don't want to micromanage, but maybe some reporting when things are withdrawn and if they're spent in full, not full staff reports required, but because a lot of these could have been budget amendments, like you're saying, they could have been separate reports. So just to keep on top of things, but no, I think that's helpful. Thanks for the clarification on the question as well, Mayor Chop. That's all.
Okay, any further questions from councillors? Otherwise, the staff recommendation is.
Sorry, Mayor Chop. Councillor Martin had two questions. The one was, how was the reserve allocation divided up?
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the county library reserve it's their surplus gets directed right back to their reserve. They can't be commingled. The water capital and wastewater, those are rate reserves, and so the surpluses have to be put back to those appropriate reserves. And then then it was really a split between the two biggest needs of our reserves, contingency and general building reserve. Ms. LaPlante had noted that the contingency reserve was in the minus amount, so we wanted to at least put it in a positive amount. And we set that to be $3 million, and the rest went to the general building reserve. As this council knows, our buildings we're behind on our asset management plan, and buildings need sometimes unexpected repairs undertaken, and so that's a reserve to put it into. I don't know if Kathy, you have any other comments on that?
No, that's good.
Okay. In that case, then, does that answer your question, Councilor Martin? It really was just a split between the two.
Yeah.
Staff report or staff recommendation, which includes those items in table 4, reads staff report CS 2132 regarding the 2020 audited financial statements and year-end performance measures be received, and that the 2020 consolidated financial statements for Norfolk County be received, and that the surpluses for levy, library, water, and wastewater be transferred to the appropriate reserves as outlined in this report, and that council approved the commitments as outlined in table 4, and that the 2021 approved levy supported operating budget be amended to include these amounts, and further that staff be directed to post the audit findings letter along with the 2020 audited financial statements on the Norfolk County website. And I think it's important, Councilor Van Rishi might want to note, in the past, the letter from the auditors was never posted. So that's a new process that Mr. Burgess and staff have also brought into play, so that the full findings are disclosed to the public. Councilor Martin, did you want to move that or an amendment?
I both actually. Could we just add an amendment and that updated reporting or an information memo on actuals come forward to council concerning that table 4 whenever staff feel appropriate? I'm happy to move that.
You're on mute there, Jason. I mean, I think it's going to come forward when those projects will come forward and things like the gas wells and stuff like that.
Quarterly reporting also, and the variance reporting, quarterly and variance reporting.
The variance reporting as well, Councillor Van Rishi, that hadn't gone on for I think more than a decade, so that's also something you're receiving now as well. So those numbers will be posted there. And did you have an amend any else, Councillor Martin, or did you want to move that? Okay, seconder.
I'll happily second that, and just a big thank you to all staff involved.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor, very much. And if there's nothing further, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you again to staff for that report. Okay, moving on. Consent items, I believe, unless the clerk stops me, I'm just going to keep going. So we have 7 consent items today. Is there anyone that wishes to pull any of those consent items? If not, if I could have a motion to approve the consent items as presented, that's A through G. Councillor Martin? Moving?
Sorry, Mayor, just one question concerning the noise abatement. If you want to skip the consent item, if you'll let me ask it when Councillor Huffman gets her motion on the floor later,
Okay.
I'd be happy to do that to expedite it. But
that's what I was thinking, is we would discuss any of the that material related to the notice of motion later. That works for me.
Okay.
Did you have anything with Friday the 13th or anything? Yeah. So Councillor Martin moving that, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Communications. We have 4 communication items today. Does committee wish to pull any communication item for further discussion? Councillor Martin, is that your hand from now or before? From before, okay. And if nobody's pulling anything, if I could have a mover and a seconder to receive communication items A through D as information, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Presentation. So we are 12 minutes away from the start of the presentations. Good job, everyone. I'm just wondering, you have 2 options. One, we jump to a staff report, or you take a 12-minute break. It's your call.
12-minute break.
12-minute break. So 3 o'clock, we start again. Thanks, Councillor Huffman.
peaceful country road. I'm bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road. You're bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, You'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road, bound to be back for more. Up north, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road, bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my cousin county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too.
Drainage matters on the agenda, or two drainage matters on the agenda. We will address the presentation and deputations related to each matter separately. So the first, this is where I'm a little confused here. The first deputation.
Through the mayor, if you'd just like some clarity. The engineer is here to provide the presentation on both reports. Have deputations for the one report, but not both. So I thought it would be simpler if we let the engineer do the presentation for the one report, let the deputation speak to that, and then deal with that drainage matter. And
that's perfect. Yeah. Okay, so the first is regarding staff report EIS 1226 Highway 6 drain report. That's up for consideration. And Mr. Miller, if you are here, I will turn it over to you. And you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. If you need a little bit of additional time, though, from us, certainly just let me know, though, as the engineer presenting the report. That's fine.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Chop and Council. It's good to be with you today. Again, my name is Joel Miller, and I'm with K-Smart Associates, and we're the firm that was appointed under the Drainage Act to prepare a report in response to a couple of petitions that were submitted. So I'm just going to quickly attempt to share my screen and walk us through in a very high-level summary of my report that I submitted. Is that appearing on everyone's screen?
That works.
Great. Okay. So again, the process was initiated by Section 4 petitions under the Drainage Act, submitted by MTO for drainage of Highway 6, and also by the county manager and the county roads superintendent for improved drainage outlet for county-owned roads in Port Dover. And if I can quickly also switch to this screen, this is the map that was part of your package. This illustrates the drainage area and the portion of Port Dover that we're discussing that lies within the catchment for this proposed municipal drain under the Drainage Act. So we have Highway 6 here on the north side. Generally, this shaded area represents the catchment boundary, land that flows into the proposed drainage network, which flows towards this point on New Lakeshore Road and then south from New Lakeshore Road to the lake. So that just hopefully allows us all to get our bearings. How far down we extend the work under the Drainage Act is governed by a requirement for sufficient outlet. So there's an obligation that I have as the drainage engineer for the drain to be taken to a point where it can be discharged and not create harm, and provide a functional and a sufficient outlet for the flow. So the drain that's summarized in my report is based on a number of years that included quite a bit of field survey, 2 different sub-consultant studies, one that was the geotechnical study and one that was a coastal engineering study for shoreline protection works, and a lengthy set of meetings with various landowners, stakeholders, and county staff. This is quick cliff notes as to the size of the area we're talking about. It's about 75 acres. We're putting in just over 1,000 meters worth of drain. Some of it is an open ditch. Some of it is a municipal drain that's in various size pipes. And this is a project that includes 2 components south of New Lakeshore Road. One of them is what I've referred to as the Brown Street Ravine stabilization, and that's based on recommendations from the geotech report and also some shoreline protection based on what Long Point requires. And this map here would sort of illustrate the work area that is south of New Lakeshore Road. So here's Brown Street, you can see that hopefully. And then in addition to running this blue line, which is a new pipe that's proposed to outlet to the lake to carry flow from that catchment I mentioned earlier, there's a need due to what the geotech report informed us as it relates to the ravine and what a number of folks have seen. There's a need for those ravine banks to be stabilized and reconstructed in a way that's going to be sustainable, not just from a bank stability standpoint, but as importantly, as a way to provide access to municipal infrastructure so that it can be maintained and reached in the future. Currently, that's not possible. There's an existing sanitary sewer outfall from the treatment plant that runs down through this ravine that's currently not easily accessible by maintenance staff. And so these orange lines here represent, if you will, the limits of the 3-to-1 slope that's going to be required to stabilize those ravine banks and reconstruct them so that they're going to be more sustainable over time. So that, and then just real quickly, backing out to the big picture again, this is a map that comes out of my report. It illustrates that we're building a number of different pieces of this municipal drain. This first one has its upstream end at Highway 6 and provides that outlet that the MTO petitioned for, because they have a series of highway ditches with a culvert under Highway 6 here that have lousy drainage now because their outlet is a private ditch that's undocumented and doesn't have enough depth. So we're going to deepen that ditch down to New Lakeshore Road and then have a pipe system there from there to the lake so we don't exacerbate erosion issues that have been documented and known. And then in light of the county road superintendent petition, we're proposing this branch A, which is a pipe drain along New Lakeshore Road that addresses drainage issues that county staff brought to our attention and that we found as we looked through the watershed. So that's enough, I expect, as to, for now, an overview of the work. As I briefly mentioned, in that same Brown Street ravine, where we're going to be installing the main drain piping and reconstructing the ravine banks, there is an existing outfall pipe that's in proximity to where the drain construction needs to go, and there are concerns with its age and maintenance access. So it was determined through a Class EA process that replacement is recommended. And the other thing that's worth mentioning is that the new outfall pipe is going to connect at the shoreline to the existing pipe that runs out into the lake. But the upstream end of that outfall pipe near New Lakeshore Road, it will have a lower depth, and so that's this green line. So there's two pipes that are being proposed down through this ravine, and the green one is the sanitary sewer outfall that's being 100% paid for by the county. It connects to the existing pipe that runs out into the lake there, and then it's deeper here to accommodate the improvements that are under design for the Port Dover wastewater treatment plant. So that's a high-level summary of the outfall replacement. And real quickly, we're looking at a job that's just over $2.2 million in total estimated cost. Because it's a project under the Drainage Act, the costs are shared among all of the roads and the lands that are in the catchment. I'm obligated, it's my duty under the Drainage Act to assess those costs out. And so this is an approximate breakdown of the way that total $2.2 million is being assessed out. There's two project components that are described in my report. The first is the municipal drain, and the second is that outfall replacement. What you'll see is the estimated cost for the outfall replacement is 100% assessed to the county. And then the $1.7 million cost for the drain, which includes the ditching, the piping, the ravine stabilization, the shoreline protection work, and all the engineering and administrative costs associated with that effort. That 1.7 gets spread out as I've shown in this little table. MTO is paying approximately 35% of that cost. County roads are assessed about 40% of that. A significant chunk of the county roads assessment there relates to that Branch A pipe train that runs along New Lakeshore Road, and then county-owned lands, which would include the former school property, the park that's out here, as well as the wastewater treatment plant, the property to the east, and this parcel here is now also owned by the county. So there's a substantial portion of the watershed that's owned by the county, and that would justify where that assessment comes from. In context, it's worth just pointing out at this stage that all of the additional parcels in the watershed, including those parcels that are significantly affected by the work, immediately adjacent to the work corridor, their total assessment is roughly 7% of the project cost. So the other comment I'll just make is noted at the bottom of the slide. Everyone is eager to talk about costs, and I can appreciate that. But the Drainage Act very wisely designates the Court of Revision as the venue where Drainage Act assessments are discussed, reviewed, where appeals can be considered by the Court of Revision. So that would be a separate topic for another time. And the Court of Revisions, I believe, is scheduled for mid-August timeframe, plus or minus. So with that, I will wrap up my presentation on the Highway 6 drain. And I'm happy to entertain questions now, or if it seems more appropriate, we can wait until
Joel, in the interest of time, I think what we'll do, thanks very much, is we'll move to the deputations. I think we'll hear the staff report.
Yep.
Does that work, Teresa? And then we can have him, if available, to answer any additional questions as well.
Through the mayor, that is correct. And then we'll just do all the accepting all the presentations and deputations at the end, if that's okay.
Okay, thanks very much. Does that work for council, just to move it through? Perfect. So the first deputation then is Douglas and Ella Brockbank, and that of course is in regards to Highway 6 drain consideration. So welcome, and you have the floor, and you have 5 minutes for your time allotment.
Well, I hope, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome, sir.
All right. Excuse me, I'm just going to read what my presentation. Thank you, Mayor Chalk and Council, for permitting me to speak to you regarding ELS 12-26 Highway 6 drain consideration. In 2005, my wife Ellen and I purchased Lot 19 in South Coast Terrace vacant land condominium number 20. This lot is on the west side, parallels what we assumed was a natural ravine, and we paid a premium for it. Shortly after building our home, we experienced erosion into the ravine. We discovered this was being caused by stormwater being diverted from the north and south sides of New Lakeshore Road into the ravine. In addition, a stormwater drain in the ditch at the corner of our development along New Lakeshore Road had been installed to make sure the stormwater flowing west was diverted back into the ravine. We met with our councilor, John Wells, and Mr. Hamilton from the county's engineering department and one of the county's solicitors, and we were unable to receive any satisfaction as far as resolving this serious problem. Fortunately, a few years later, Ed Hunter purchased the west side of the ravine, and he dumped sufficient matter into the surface drain to slow the flow, and we have not had an issue since. This brings us to why we are objecting to this project as presently proposed. We understand all of the trees which line the ravine are to be removed. This could again destabilize its banks and directly impact our property. We also understand the floor of the ravine will be widened and raised. The ravine will no longer be a natural barrier, and access across our property and into the development will be easily achieved. We are a gated community and totally fenced except along the ravine. We will now need to totally fence the west side of the development if we are to maintain our security. At the lakeside rear of our property, our lot, we have a stabilized embankment. We have suffered no erosion because of the high lake water. We understand the plan calls for a natural tree point of beach to be removed and our embankment disturbed and changed. We object to this on the grounds that erosion, which is a common problem all along the lake, could develop. Our development has a full internal drainage system, and all the storm water from our property drains into it. Yet we're being asked to pay a substantial assessment to help finance a project which is only going to destabilize our property and take away our natural environmental protection. We cannot understand why the drainage system at the end of Woodhouse, Martin, or Lakeside are not being expanded to look after the Highway 6 drainage problem. We'd appreciate this project being deferred until all parties concerned have been dealt with. Thank you for allowing us to state our objections. Thank you, Mayor Chop.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us. So the next, are there any questions, first of all, to the deputation, I should say? Okay, we'll do a quick motion to receive this information. Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That is carried. And we will move into the next deputation, also in regards to EIS 1226 Highway 6 drain. And this is on behalf of the Norfolk Vacant Land Condominium Corporation. And I'm not sure, Jim, I guess you're going to be doing the presentation on behalf of the corporation?
Yes, Mayor Chop, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Chop, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jim Seaton, and I'm representing the NVLCC 20 Condo Board. We have a couple questions, basically. First is, currently we have a break wall shore protection wall across our property, and it's currently in good structural sound and it's in good condition. We would like to know if the changes that are proposed with the outlet of the municipal drain, will it affect our actual structural integrity of the west end of our wall? Has a coastal engineer been consulted, and especially with the choice of number 1 for the revetment wall that is proposed? Would it lead to any current erosion and possibly destabilize our current wall? The second question that we have is, our property has, we had a site plan approval for the drainage of our actual property. Our drainage plan was done by the developer, it was required by the design, and we have to have an outflow system, which currently is in good condition. What we want to know is that with the change to all these drains, do you feel that there won't be any backup into our retention ponds? Because currently, we do retention ponds and they drain straight into this other drain that will then go all the way around. And what we're concerned with is that will there be any kind of backflow or anything like that that would cause water to pond in between the homes? Third question is that the boundary across the west side of the property has always ensured our privacy for our gated community. One of the proposition for changing the perimeter barrier, do you feel that if we're replacing our current barrier that is done through the slope of the ravine, should the county not be replacing that barrier with some other kind of barrier? And our fourth and final question is, has a study been conducted to ensure that there's no endangered species habitat that will be destroyed during the result of this construction? In summation, that we strongly request that the county defer receipt of the statutory engineer's report. We really respectfully request that if you could direct your staff to meet with our board, our engineer, and other property owners to facilitate answering some of these questions. Because the bottom line is, Mayor Chop, council members, our property is being directly affected by this project in numerous ways. If we were to choose option 2, which is proposed by one of your engineers, which is extending our current revetment to your new revetment, which is a very expensive proposition for property owners here, we would like to really make an informed decision. And we don't feel that with the recent changes in February that we've had enough explanation to facilitate that decision-making process. Again, thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thanks, Jim, for your presentation. I'm hoping that staff and the engineer have noted the questions so that when we come back to them with the report, they can try to answer some of those. But otherwise, are there questions for the council from the councillors to the deputation right now? Okay, seeing none, if I could have then a mover and a seconder to receive his information. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? That is carried. And next presentation, Mr. Hunter. Ed, are you on the line? I see you.
He's on mute right now.
What's that?
He's on mute.
I can't, he doesn't show us anything. Oh, there we go. Mr. Hunter, if you can hear me, you are on mute, so you'll need to unmute yourself. I don't know why it won't let me do it for you. Try here.
I don't think you can in Teams. I've been trying as well. As the host, it's not allowing me to do that.
That's what it used to. I've muted plenty of people.
You can mute people, but you just can't unmute them.
Oh, you can't unmute them. Okay. Ed, if you can hear me, we can see you on the screen, but you're going to need to figure out how to unmute your phone or your computer. It'll be a little button that looks like a microphone, and you want to push on the microphone. If you're on your phone, if not, the three little dots beside the microphone, right click on, or just click on those and you'll see unmute. Teresa, are you able to try to give him a call?
Possibly. Just let me guess his number.
Ed, can you, no.
Okay, just a second. Mayor Chop, I have them on the phone. It looks like they've actually left the meeting now. They're just having some technology. You can see us? Okay, just one second, sir. Do you want me to like have my phone and try to see if you can hear them?
He's off mute now. Tell him to try again.
Okay. Try again. No, I don't think they're hearing you on the meeting.
Okay, so yeah, let's try through the phone if you want to hold the phone up to the mic, and I'll just go on mute here. And
okay, let me know if you can hear it. Just a sec.
Hello?
Can you hear
it's
that?
not bad, Teresa. Can you get it any closer at all?
How about here? Try it again, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Ed, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, councilors and mayor and councilors, my name's Ed Hunter.
No.
Sorry, Teresa. Can we maybe try it in here without the council?
Okay, just a sec.
Okay, Ed, I think I know what the problem is. Do you have your computer? Can you turn it off? Otherwise, it's a terrible echo. Okay, so we're gonna try with council first. And can you just speak for a second, just so we know if they hear you? Councilor Martin, can you hear Ed?
I can hear you.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, very good. Okay, my name's Ed Hunter. I've been dealing with the drain for at least 8 years, and Chris Van Pausen has been dealing with this for 5 or 6 before he was consul, so he knows what it's all about. And a lot of you people there know because the mayor's been out to my site. Amy's been out to my site many times. Who's been out to the site. Linda, the new Ward 2's been out to my site, and I'd like to thank them for coming out and helping me. And anyway, in Columbus, so what I'm trying to tell you, the gully is a disaster. The trees all have to come out. The trees are rotten. They're falling down. They're sliding down the gully. The ones you've been out there, you can see the trees. Half of them are dead from down disease. And the only way to fix that drainage problem is to clean it out, put the ditch down there. It's not going to cause no trouble to back up water, nothing. I've been dealing with this. I made a dam to slow the water down and to make it slow, but I sold it off to Norfolk County. So I cannot take care of your drain anymore. I did my best for the people across the road, and if it wasn't for me, they'd have nothing damage to their bank. This thing is to stop. It has to be fixed. My trees are sliding down the gully. That's the thing. I met with Joe Miller 20 times, if not more. I met with all of you people. I talked to Tim Broker in the Drainage Act, which is God. And he told me, let you handle this at the meeting. If I don't get my satisfaction, to call him back. So I have done my work for at least 8 years in trying to take it, even before I owned it. But the thing is, you have a problem with your outlet, and it's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. You notice we had a couple of big rains last 2 weeks. The ditches went down 1.5 feet. And right beside your storm drain that is 20 feet deep. If your outlet breaks, you're going to have Niagara Falls. You lose that property in 3 hours. It'll flood. It will take out at least 100 truckloads in 3 hours, I guarantee you. And you're 4 feet from the outlet pipe to the top of the hill. And whatever happens on the other side of the road, it's all on this side, on my side. And so my basic, that's about all I got to say. But what I'm going to say now is in your ball diamond. It's a good thing you should try to hit a home run with this one, because you're going to get shut out. You're going to get 1 run. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. So I just want to be clear. What concerns specifically do you have with the report itself?
Not one thing.
Okay.
I've been dealing with Mr. Miller for 5 years. The thing is, the drain was supposed to be fixed in 2018. 2018, the drainage act, we had 1 year, we had a meeting in Norfolk County, and we met with Norfolk County at the community center, 2018, February 18th, and we had to fix the drain in 1 year by the Drainage Act. Well, it hasn't been fixed yet. And that's about it. But I think that some people there in that committee of yours maybe should ask me some questions. But the trees have to go. There's all you have to do is drive up here tomorrow and look. The willow tree, like huge, is laying on its side, and it did.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Ed.
One more thing, like
Sure.
I say. If they come down and do exactly what Joe tells them, the thing will be better than it ever has in his life. One other thing is, if I knew before they've been bullshitted for 5 years, I could have filled the bank in, the whole damn thing. And I had people across the road call me and told me if I dumped dirt in there, they're going to call on me. Well, finally, somebody in Norfolk County finally admitted to me, Eddie, you can fill the whole damn gully in, but I sold it. I made a mistake. But if I knew today, you guys wouldn't have my property, I would have filled that damn so full. No damn one down there.
All right. Thank you.
Anytime you got a break, come on down and have a look.
All right. Thank you, Ed.
It's Alphas that say thank you very much.
I hope your gardening is going well.
Thanks.
Any questions for Ed? Okay, Councilor Martin smiling. Everybody seems to be smiling. So thanks, Ed, for joining us. And I'm going to hang up the phone, and then you can rejoin on your computer so you can keep watching.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, could I have a mover for the deputation? Councilor Martin? Thank you. And Councilor Van Passen seconding that. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, can you take that back to Teresa? Thank you. And we are now going to move on to Mr. Godby's report, which is staff report EIS 1226. And Jason, if you could go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I have Mr. Bill Mays here, Drainage Superintendent, who's going to walk through what is left of the report. I think Mr. Miller did a pretty good job of highlighting the key aspects of this, but I'll let Bill add anything that he might further have, and then we'll be available for any questions that you may have.
So through the mayor and council, in front of you have the staff report presenting the engineer's report, which you've heard from Joel Miller and the last 3 deputations. In general, I may leave some of the questions that came in the deputations to Joel to respond to. Majority of those are identified, or at least he has attempted to address through the council report. It has been a lengthy process in this case. Mr. Hunter identified that we did have a public information meeting in 2018. From that time, we thought we were pretty prepared to come to council with a final report. We submitted for environmental approvals, which turned into redesigning the shoreline, including the coastal engineering. That put at least a good year delay on the whole process. And at least we are now to the stage we have a report in hand. It's to council's decision whether the report is accepted or deferred for further communication with the owners. You may see in the engineer's report there has been an exhaustive list of communications with the owners along the drain. In some cases, some of the questions and comments that have been received can be or could be accommodated through the construction process. For consideration in council, the report does include option 1 and option 2 for shoreline revetment, depending on the condo board number 20's recommendations or guidances. And also there's an option in the drainage report for whether the condo corporation wishes to extend their fence line. That's to their discretion, but the engineer will touch on that when he will attempt to answer the questions here. So if I may defer the further questions to Joel Miller, the engineer of record, and I'll conclude my statements on this.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Any questions for Bill at this time? Otherwise, what I was thinking, I'll go back to Joel. Did you want to take a stab at answering some of those questions?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Yeah, I was able to take notes while Mr. Brockbank and Mr. Seaton shared their deputations, and I'll do what I can to respond to some of the questions that they asked. Like Bill mentioned, Section 7 in my report summarizes a pretty extensive amount of discussions and meetings that were had with representatives of Condo Plan 20, board members, in some cases individual unit owners, because I recognize this project has a significant impact on that particular property. I also recognize that I have a duty to take this drain to a sufficient outlet, and the status quo is not an option in this case. And so in addition to a number of meetings, I attended even the 2018 AGM for the condo corporation, just to provide an information sheet about both the drain and the sanitary sewer outfall work. So there's been a fair bit of consultation, but I understand that we're, if you will, at loggerheads, perhaps you could say, in terms of what my options are under the Drainage Act, and the need from an engineering standpoint to stabilize a ravine, provide access for vehicular maintenance, and the preferences from an aesthetic standpoint, and other considerations from the standpoint of the private landowners. In terms of the Mr. Brockbank's comments, it was interesting when you talked about how Ed bringing in fill helped to slow the erosion process that was being observed in the ravine. The irony is that by him bringing in fill to a ditch which at the time would have been his own private ditch, that he had sort of under the common law of drainage the right to do so, that oddly enough was blocking flow that New Lake Shore Road and upstream lands were relying on to move through that ditch for adequate outlet. So we have a problem. We can't, water needs to run downhill somewhere. The beach that's near the toe of the, I'm going to share my screen here again, if I may, and just illustrate a few pictures. The beach in the vicinity of where the shoreline protection is going to be needed was significantly altered by the October high wind event a couple of falls ago. Just for discussion purposes, these are from the geotechnical report, photos of the ravine in question, and some of the naturally occurring vegetation that is there. And I can appreciate that it does provide a, a certain level of visual screening. These are in the context of a geotech report, so the focus here is on soil movement and stability, but they do help us at least visualize what what we're talking about. This is looking south towards the lake along the west slope of the ravine. This would be a view looking eastward from the end of Brown Street to Mr. Mr. and Mrs. Brockbank's unit. So just for folks to have in their minds some of what it is that we're looking at. And it is the case that to stabilize the ravine, to provide access for future maintenance, and to address my obligations under the Drainage Act, that the existing vegetation in the ravine will need to be removed. The intent is for it to be seeded with stabilized slopes that are well vegetated, and then left, if you will, to naturalize. So there's not an obligation necessarily for those stabilized slopes to be mowed like a golf course. Over time, we would expect that they would grow up into sort of a more naturalized condition after initial construction. That will take some time. I acknowledge that. And then real quickly then, moving on to some of the comments. Well, one final note from Mr. Brockbank's comments. And here's where I'm going to hop to this other drawing. What this shows is a dashed line. So this, here's Mr. Brockbank's property here on the east side of the ravine. This dashed line represents the watershed catchment, more or less. And there's actually a better illustration of that on this drawing. And the original site plan, as Mr. Brockbank and Mr. Seaton both indicated, truly did design the site to handle its own stormwater, with the exception, and this is on the original grading plan, it was acknowledged that there would be a small area of the southwest corner that just had to flow to the ravine because that was the only reasonable way to address that flow. And that's not uncommon in development. But the majority of Condo Plan 20 is outside the watershed. It's outside the catchment for this proposal because their drainage is handled internally with stormwater ponds that drain to a storm system that they installed, or that was installed at the time of that development, that flows eastward and then down Woodhouse. So that's just a quick summary. Jumping while I'm on that topic, Mr. Seaton's question as to the potential for backwater or backflow into the storm ponds as a result of this project. There's no concern about that being an eventuality because the pipe that we're installing between New Lakeshore Road and the lake, together with that designated major event overflow route. So right now we have a ravine, a sizable ditch. So we're replacing that with a pipe and then a sizable overflow route that can handle major events. And I've provided in recent weeks even the modeling results to Condo Plan 20 as to where the water will go during the 100-year storm. It's fully contained in the pipe and the overflow route. And so there'd be no concern that water from the upstream catchment for the Highway 6 drain would wind up in their swim ponds and adversely affect that system. So I guess one comment I'd like to make related to the sort of loss of vegetation would be that I think it's important to recognize that the barrier that exists now, if you will, by the visual screening due to vegetation in the ravine, this yellow line represents the property line between Condo Plan 20's common land and then the land which is formerly owned by Mr. Hunter, now owned by the county. It's about 25% or so of that existing ravine cross-section that's actually on the Condo Plan 20 side. So 75% of the existing ravine cross-section, vegetation, visual screening, etc., is provided by vegetation on lands owned by others. So that's just worth noting. That being said, I can appreciate the questions and the concerns that have come about from that. The other comment I'll make is that There's been indications that the existing topography of the ravine, which you would have seen in those photos, it's quite steep, and it provides a certain barrier or an impediment to travel. It needs to be understood that this access way is a very steep access way, and it's considerably suppressed below the natural ground out here at Brown Street and here as well. So this will not be filled to a flat condition. It remains a flow path towards the lake that's at a considerably steep slope. And so again, under the Drainage Act, my obligation is to move water in a safe way that doesn't adversely affect, from a flow standpoint, adjacent properties. And compensations have been provided in the form of allowances, which are allowed under the Drainage Act to adjacent affected lands. And let's see here. The final thing I'll just clarify a little related to the shoreline protection. So as we find ourselves down at the lake, there's an existing concrete block wall here to the west. And then Mr. Seaton mentioned the existing concrete block wall on the Condo Plan 20 property as well. It reaches its limit here. Our area of work is in this area with these colored lines, and this pinkish reddish shape is the proposed revetment from the coastal engineer to stabilize the toe of the ravine where we're planning to do work. And in the coastal memo, as Mr. Seaton indicated, there were two options laid out. One of those options, Long Point required us to do coastal protection and to do it with sloped armor stone revetment as opposed to stacked concrete blocks, because that provides a more of an energy dissipating style of shoreline protection design than a steeper sloped block wall. This recommendation is what's called option 1, and it protects the county infrastructure, and it is designed, and it's stated in Mr. Gibbons' coastal engineering memo that it has been designed not only to minimize impact on county-owned land, but also on adjacent properties. So to extend the shoreline protection beyond the corridor of the drain is taking the scope of this project and the mandate I have and the duty I have to, if you will, the upstream ratepayers, and it would be extending a coastal protection beyond the limits of the project corridor. So we've feathered the revetment into the topography to minimize impact on adjacent lands, but to fully extend it out and tie it into this wall, I've provided an option in my report that if Condo Plan 20 wishes to jump on board during this project, it's not an obligation that they pay the $72,000 to do this, but that represents about half the cost they would have to pay were they to try to armor from this wall to their own property line on their own. And were they to make that choice, that's their decision. They're welcome to retain their own coastal engineer or second opinions. And my report provides the option at the time of tendering, when the actual cost to the condo property would be known, for them to elect to assume the cost for this work to be continued to their wall, if they deem that to be in their interest. So number of possibilities, number of scenarios, and some flexibility that's built into my report for options for them. But suffice it to say that the design proposed as and known as option 1 protects the proposed ravine work and infrastructure, and does so in a way that minimizes adverse impact on adjacent lands. And it's done by an engineer who specializes in coastal engineering. So I'll leave my comments there at this point, and if there's further questions, I can try to respond.
Okay, thanks, Joel. Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. The only thing I don't think you touched on from a question perspective from the community members was there an endangered species study? Does that occur normally?
Thank you for that question, Councilor Martin. That's a good question. So under the Drainage Act, it depends on the location where we find ourselves, whether or not there's a specialized endangered species study undertaken. In section 8 of my report, I went through the various agency notifications and responses that we received. So we consulted with DFO, MNRF, and others, as well as consulting the publicly available records on known endangered species occurrences. And the habitat for those species that are within the general vicinity of this project, but not necessarily having had known occurrences within the project footprint, the eastern fox snake was identified, but this particular project location doesn't have that type of habitat. And so the short answer to your question is that there was no dedicated endangered species study undertaken for this site. County staff, also from the forestry department, reviewed vegetation from a protected species standpoint and said there was nothing of significance in the ravine.
Okay, thank you. So just in closing, option 1 is going to protect the ravine as best as possible. It won't be, you know, a filled in slope in its entirety, but there will be vegetation back in there over time. You know, minimizes adverse effects to the neighbors, and it's done by a coastal engineer.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And option 1 only includes this armor stone protection at the shoreline. So that the coastal engineering component of this whole Drainage Act project is the only thing which has the option 1 and option 2.
Okay, any further questions from council? If not, does somebody wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative that is printed on page 413? Councillor Van Passen?
I would be happy to move the staff recommendation, Madam Mayor. I think it's 8 years overdue.
Okay, thank you, sir. I was hopeful you would feel that way. A seconder? Councillor Columbus, any further discussion on that matter? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously by council. Thank you. And, you know, I hope, you know, there's still the opportunity there if you know, some of the residents continue to have some concerns, you know, that staff continues dialogue, but at the end of the day, you know, I think as Councillor Van Passen said, this is long overdue and ultimately we have to move forward. So moving on to the next report, next training report for consideration 2125. And I think Mr. Godby, is that, I'm not sure if that's yourself or Bill, please go ahead.
Through the mayor,
sorry, unless Joel, did you want to do another presentation first, or did you want to follow staff?
I could follow staff.
Yeah, I think that's probably best, actually. So why don't we let staff do the presentation, and then Joel will follow as well.
I don't see Jason jumping up, so I can take this on.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Mays. In front of you have the PAW drain report for consideration. Similar to the last report, the engineer had been hired under the Drainage Act, in this case in, I believe it's 2004. I don't have my own report open in front of me. And we're now in receipt of a final report. Joel Miller has been brought in the last couple of years to pick up the pieces from a previous engineer from the same firm that was working on the project. A couple years ago, some of the work under road allowances were undertaken by county forces in ahead of a construction project. And then last year, the town line pipes that would affect Haldeman County were also replaced under a town line road reconstruction project done by Haldeman County. So some of the work to date identified in the report is already existent in the field. This report is adopting what's been completed and what is yet to be complete out in the field. Obviously, through that length of time, ownership has changed, but the ownership interest in getting this report and drain completed is still a priority for several of the owners in the watershed. So staff are recommending the report be adopted as provided, and Joel Miller is here to present his design and cost estimates for this project.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Joel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop and Council. To follow up on what Bill just outlined, I'm going to pull up a quick high-level presentation of this report. Again, it was initiated by Section 4 petitions for improved drainage from landowners and also the road authority. There's a need to control surface drainage more effectively and provide outlet for subsurface tile drainage. And we had quite a few meetings and did a lot of field survey to develop the design that's in my report. I suppose the key thing to mention here with this particular drain is that there were 6 different petitioning parties for this system that represent a significant chunk of the watershed. So this property here petitioned this property, this property, this property, as well as this property, and then also the road authority. So a lot of interest, a lot of long-standing drainage issues that needed a formalized system to address their ongoing concerns. And so that got the process rolling. We're dealing with about 400 acres, over 5,600 meters worth of conveyance, over 3 kilometers worth of ditch, and 2.5 kilometers of tile drain, grade tile drain. The estimated total cost just under $300,000. And that, like Bill mentioned, this report incorporates work that's been done previously as existing drainage conveyances under Section 31 of the Drainage Act. It provides for construction of what needs to be done yet and covers engineering costs. And so with that, I'll wrap up my remarks. Any questions?
Just first, quickly, a mover and a seconder receive the presentation as information before I forget. Councillor Vanden Rishi, second by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That is carried. And any questions for Joel? Not, does somebody wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Van Passen, moving the staff recommendation.
I will move the staff recommendation, and I got to give our staff a little credit because I think a lot of the holdup of this drain was actually caused by the farmers themselves who wanted to get some tile work done in the field before they put the big one in. So it's only been 7 years, so we'll give them a break on this one.
Anyone like to second that motion? Councillor Taylor, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. I love it when these 7, 8, 10-year projects are coming forward and getting wrapped up. Thanks, Joel, for joining us today and helping us out with that.
Through the mayor, if we can just have a motion to accept both of Joel's presentations as well, please.
Okay, I just did the last one, so it would just be the first one then, EIS. I just moved and accepted the second presentation. So the first one would be Councillor Taylor and Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That's carried. Thanks. Okay, moving on. Approval of minutes, item 9. We have the following regular and special council minutes before us today. Regular council, June 15th. And I'm sorry, I know 2 of you wanted to, you won't be voting on this. Councillor Teresa, go ahead.
Through the mayor, it's actually the CIC minutes that they won't be voting. Thanks. These are council.
Yep. Oh, right, perfect. So regular council, June 15th, 2021, open and closed. Special council, June 16th, 2021, open and closed. Special council, June 22nd, 2021, open and closed. Special council, June 28th, 2021, open and closed. Special council, July 2nd, 2021, open and closed. Special council, July 6th, 2021. Special council, July 8th, 2021, open and closed. Special council, July 13th, 2021. Are there any errors or omissions? Councillor Martin, go ahead.
I believe you may have missed item G, public hearing July 6th, but otherwise, nope, happy to move.
Through the mayor, public hearings is on the committees.
Yeah,
we had
just doing this. Yep, my apologies.
Any errors or omissions? So Michelle, you can send your spelling corrections to the clerk's office directly. It's teasing you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe just a good opportunity for me to commend the clerk's staff. I've noticed a huge improvement in that area, and I want to acknowledge their attention to detail. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Councillor Michelle. Seconder, so sorry, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? And that is carried. Reports of committees. So we'll just do the first 3 committee meetings minutes here. So that's the Energy Conservation Committee, July 11th, 2021, Tourism and Dev Advisory Board, June 16th, 2021, and Public Hearing Committee, July 6th, 2021. Does anyone wish to pull any of those? If not, if I could have a mover and a seconder to approve those minutes. Councillor Michelle, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Vandendriessche. All those in favor? And that's carried. Quick vote. I'm not. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead. Are you frozen? I'm not sure if that's a hand. I think that was a frozen. So we're on to the council and committee minutes from July 13th. And Councillor Martin, you've requested the council and committee resolution number 6 be pulled.
Yes, Mayor Chop, hoping to provide some additional comments to staff.
Okay, so go ahead. Floor is yours.
Sorry, I don't know why that button is so delayed. I was preparing to get up and leave, so please just give me 1 second here to find my right page. What I had pulled was actually part of the conversation for closed session.
Okay, so
through the mayor, if I may, if we could defer that resolution and discussion to after late close, then we could deal with all those matters at once. And in the CIC minutes, we'll have to pull 2 resolutions that the 2 councillors who declared pecuniary interest to vote on those separate. So, or we could just have the councillors refrain from voting and vote on the remaining portion.
I was just thinking we'll just vote on the entirety except for that one item.
Right. And it's up to council if you'd like Councillor Columbus and Councillor Martin to leave the meeting and then bring them back in, or if you're just amenable to allow them to refrain from voting.
I think voting on the minutes is fine. They can just refrain from voting. So we'll vote on everything except for resolution 6, at which time we'll move that later in the meeting. So if I could have a motion to approve the July 13th council and committee minutes with the exception of resolution number 6. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Vandendriessche. All those in favor? And it's noted that Councillor Martin and Councillor Columbus did not participate in the vote. So moving on then, staff reports. This is item number 11, CD 2161 Metcalf Street. And Nicole, I believe this is your report. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. This is an application proposing a 6 semi-detached unit residential plan of subdivision. The current zoning is neighborhood commercial with an existing special provision for medical center. A new special provision is required to permit the lot arrangement within the subdivision as proposed, as reductions in lot area, lot frontage, and interior side yard setback are proposed. The subject application is considered infill and intensification and conforms to the intent of the official plan within the urban residential designation. The application was heard at the public hearing meeting held on June 16th, 2021, and no public comments have been received. Agency and department comments were provided in Appendix A of the report. Of significance are comments from the development engineering team. They noted potential issues associated with the reduced frontage as proposed by the applicant, as it does not meet the current design criteria standards. In the report, staff identified these issues as it relates to providing adequate servicing to individual properties. Lot frontages not only provide a point of access to properties, but house a variety of infrastructure types and also provide space for things such as snow storage and on-street parking. As identified in the report, staff did work with the applicant and provided the option to defer to evaluate other options or pursue approval with the conditions specifically associated with these issues included in the draft conditions. The applicant chose to go with the latter and has assumed the risk of needing additional technical work to address the proposed design deficiencies. With that in mind, and the condition in place in the proposed draft conditions, staff recommend approval for both the zoning bylaw and the draft plan of subdivision. Please also note that the lands would be subject to a holding as per council direction on June 8th, 2021 until completion of the appropriate development agreements, including one addressing servicing allocation is secured.
Thanks very much, Nicole. Any questions from council? If no questions, if somebody wishes to move the staff recommendation. Councillor Rabbits, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion on that at all? Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Next is staff report CD 2143, ZNPL 2021042. And this is the none report. I believe this is your presentation.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's actually me again with Fabian also on the report. This is an application in relation to a request for an accessory residential dwelling unit in an agricultural zone and designated area. In addition to the proposal, as identified in the report and identified to the public through notice, the applicant provided an additional request shortly before this meeting to recognize a proposed deficiency in usable floor area. The additional request would be as follows. In lieu of the corresponding provisions in section 3.2.1G, accessory uses to residential uses, the following shall apply: 172 square meters of usable floor area for all accessory buildings together shall be permitted, as opposed to the currently permitted 100 square meters. Staff would support this inclusion. However, we do note that the proposed deficiency was not identified in the original circulation to the public. And given the comments provided to council through the report, staff ultimately does have a recommendation of refusal for this application.
Hey, thanks, Nicole. You know, I know sometimes planning staff is constrained by the rules, and I can appreciate that. I just have a question. You know, one of the challenges we see is, you know, with putting a dwelling further apart from another home is in terms of, you know, the risk of somebody wanting to go and, of course, create a new lot, sever that down the road. Is there a way that a holding provision, if council did decide to go against staff's recommendation, or not even necessarily a holding provision, I suppose that's not the right word, but that something could be placed on title to ensure that that could never happen in the future, that the lot could never be severed?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, I should say. Yes, there would be a way to do that, much like we do with our surplus farm dwelling severances. We could apply a specific zoning provision that would not, the provision would not allow that severance, and would reiterate that secondary use as a secondary use to the primary residential use, and therefore not a use by its own.
Okay, thank you. I think it's just such a unique situation, this file. And I'm also just wondering if maybe you had any comments on the other driveway access and how that could be handled.
Yeah, so through you again, Mayor. So the policy is kind of twofold. So our zoning bylaw does have some reference to access, but that does come out of policies through our other divisions as far as those entrances. So it can be addressed through the zoning bylaw, but ultimately it would not meet those other provisions in the remaining bylaws. In this case, the applicant is requesting to use what is essentially an existing driveway that was supposed to be removed quite some time ago. So I believe there is a clause, and I'm sure Jason can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there is a clause in that bylaw which he could override that if it were so his wish. But that would be through that bylaw, not through our zoning bylaw, kind of outside of that scope in the zoning.
Okay, thanks, Nicole, very much for that. Councillor Van Passen? Oh, sorry, Jason, did you have a comment you wanted to make there first? My apologies.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment on that. Nicole is correct. It is something that is covered under our entrance bylaw. It's its own standalone bylaw. Typically, what it is it's a restriction of one legal access per property. The primary purpose being that you just people will be asking to have extra driveways installed, for garages, for shops. Really, the only provision that's currently in there is to allow secondary accesses to large farm parcels where they need that secondary access because of physical features that'll prevent them from getting equipment in and out, those types of situations. That's kind of the intent of that bylaw. It's mainly about risk reduction and reducing the number of entrances onto highways. So just that little bit of context to go with that.
Thank you. All right, moving back to Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe our staff have gone over and above on this one. They have done a lot of work on it. And I think you mentioned before, sometimes they're constrained by the rules that we as council put in front of them. But I reread a bunch of those rules myself because, I just think this is one of those things that it just makes sense. But, I read the provincial policy statements. They're looking for an option and a mix of housing. So, it meets the intent of the provincial policy statements. But where I get a little confused is when I read our official plan, where an accessory dwelling unit may only be permitted within the single detached dwelling if it's located in an urban designated area. And believe it or not, I don't think the big metropolis of Blaney has been recognized as an urban area as of yet. So it sort of takes out the option of putting a secondary unit within the primary. So, we opened up the rules a bit on accessory dwellings to try to get more of them. And then we go to our zoning bylaw and we arbitrarily put in a rule that you want the secondary dwelling within 30 meters of the primary dwelling. But again, it's constrained by there's infrastructure in the ground. You can't put it in one spot because of a gas line. There is what is classed as a significant wood lot, or there's the agricultural land. And, again, it becomes a balancing act. Do you want to lose some of it, what is considered a significant woodlot, or do you want to lose a little bit of a marginal?
Councillor Van Passen, do you have a question in all this? We're in the question period. Otherwise, you can put a motion on the floor if you want. 800 pages.
Okay, I will put a motion on the floor. I was just going to get to that, actually. I would put a motion on the floor that this application be approved because it does conform with the intent of the provincial policy statements, zoning bylaw, and official plan.
Okay.
And further, that we allow the secondary entrance. That entrance has been there for 50 years. I don't know how it can be affecting anything when it's already been there. So
that's not a motion though. So let's just get the motion and then you can provide your commentary. And I don't know if you also want to include that provision to prevent the future severance as well. That might be a thought. So I'll get you to put that together and then you can provide your commentary on the driveway.
Okay.
Unless Teresa, Councillor Van Passen, do you have something drafted or did you want the clerk to take a stab?
If the clerk could give me a little hand here, because like the first part's easy, that it's the same recommendation except we changed the last line that it be approved as it is be approved since it does conform to the intent of the official plan by zoning bylaw and provincial policy statements. But they were also requesting that use of the second driveway, and I think we just added the extra little bit about 70 meters of coverage.
Sorry, and Mayor Chop, you had said something about
well, that's for the mover of the motion to decide there, but that was just one of the other things that, of course, part of the, I think the background with, you know, that distance from the main dwelling, I mean, is to prevent a future severance on the property. So if you know, planning staff have indicated that there's an ability to provide that protection down the road in the future. So it wasn't backdooring to a severance.
The severance is not allowed according to the provincial policy statements anyway. And the applicants even said, we'll put the extra thing on there just to guarantee you that it won't happen.
But no, but that's what we're just saying. You want to include that in the motion then?
Certainly.
So it's clear? Okay.
Okay, just give me 1 second, please.
Yeah. While you do that, I think we've got the intent of the motion on the floor, Teresa, so I'm just going to kind of carry on. If there's a seconder for that with Councillor Huffman, and did you have further comments, Councillor Huffman?
No, not at this time. I think the proposed motion covers all of the areas, and I'm glad that we're able to get something figured out for this situation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, anyone else? The hands are all. Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say that I do think that the way the motion's reading now, it does link back to our strategic plan with the foster vibrant creative community. So I'm certainly going to support this motion going forward.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Councillor Taylor, sorry. Councillor Rabbits, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, I did see that the county solicitor had raised her hand, so perhaps Paula had something to add.
On my screen for some reason. Paula, if you have any further comments you'd like to add?
Yeah, I just want some clarification. I'm looking for some clarification on the question of this modification that's been requested last minute and that hasn't been the subject of the statutory public meeting. This is simply a requirement of the Act, and I'm not sure if the modification is also going forward for approval today, then I don't think it can without the statutory meeting. If it's not going forward today and it's just the application that was before the public, without that modification, and that's fine. I'm looking for some clarification as to what's actually before you, because you are obligated to have that statutory meeting for the proposal that's now before you.
Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
That was noted in the original plan in the staff comments, so it was available as part of the statutory public meeting.
Okay, so I'm asking for clarification on that because I have understood that the request to amend came in today. I'm just asking for some clarification from planning staff, that's all.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I may provide some clarification. So the information was provided in the public hearing report. However, it wasn't a part of the proposal put forward to the public. So what is included in the notice would not include the individual comments from departments. It includes the proposal which is submitted by the applicant, and that specific request was not included. So I think where Paula is speaking to that statutory requirement from that capacity, as well as the signage, may not accurately reflect that specific request. But just as an addition, it was requested by the applicant. That being said, there would be a process potentially through minor variance after the fact if they wanted to pursue that as a separate application. But there would be an associated fee with that unless addressed by council for that as well.
Go ahead, Councillor Van Passen.
Well, can we include it or can't we?
I don't think you can. If it wasn't part of the statutory meeting and it wasn't advertised, I don't think you can.
Through the mayor, can I just throw the motion up on the screen for a second?
Yeah, please go ahead. Thanks, Teresa.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that it's going to be approved as it does conform with the official plan.
I think he just wanted as it conforms with the intent of the official plan.
And was there anything else that you wanted me to add to this?
Okay, so, well, this is what we're doing, over the driveway component. Why, I'm confused over the need for a statutory public meeting with having a second driveway, which is something that we could maybe in a second motion, a separate motion address, because I'm not convinced that that needs to be part of this, or that it needs to. So the other part of this, Teresa, was just adding that that a provision be placed, I guess, on title with the property, or Nicole, if you want to jump in as to how that's normally handled for the language there that would prevent a future severance. Go ahead, Nicole, if you had, or maybe even Tricia, if you had some suggestion for the language there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did just have note that Mr. Eldon Darvison also provided some comments through our group responding to this section of the Planning Act. And I can read it to you. Section 34, oh yeah, this might help make it a little clearer. 3417, where a change is made in a proposed bylaw after the holding of the public meeting mentioned in subclause 12A2, which I will confirm. The council shall determine whether any further notice is to be given in respect to the proposed bylaw, and the determination of the council as to the giving of future further notice, I should say, is final and not subject to review in any court, irrespective of the extent of the change made in the proposed bylaw. So I will confirm that for you as well, but it sounds as if it may be up to you.
Thanks very much. I think so as well. And Eldon, did you have anything else you wanted to add there? I saw you're online.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to help out by providing that section of the Planning Act. Our client is wondering if that size limitation for the accessory buildings, if we can have some flexibility on that, because in terms of the garage and accessible vehicles and so on and so forth, they don't have a design yet. And so they're fearful that if we put a size limitation, a concrete size limitation here, that they'll be back for another minor variance down the road. So we're wondering if we can have some flexibility in terms of maybe, how do I say it? Not associating a size with the attached garage for the ADU. If we can eliminate that, that would be beneficial to the client.
Councillor Van Passen, it's your motion on the floor there, so I'm going to turn it over to you, and
Yes.
let's just make a move on the driveway and make that decision now too and get on with things.
Yeah, and I can understand that if they haven't got the design, and then they would need a little bit wider garage, and they don't want to be stuck in there over a couple of square meters. So maybe we could even ask the planner, is there some wording to exclude the size of the new garage?
But I think it has to be within reason here, otherwise you would have to come for a...
Yeah, and also there must be a little bit extra already, because 71 meters is more than a garage in the first place, right? So, yeah. So how about if we throw in 75 meters, because 4 extra square meters on a garage would be more than enough to handle a handicapped vehicle.
Through the mayor, I'm going to throw the motion back up, and I would just ask that if any of the planning staff has some specific wording that needs to be put in this motion, if they could please help me out with that, as I'm not a planning expert.
Eldon, I see your hand up, so if you could keep it really brief here, because we've got a big agenda to move through, but if you have some comment you want to provide specifically on the size, but you're getting support here, but let's not get too cheeky.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know how to put my hand down. That's my only issue. I apologize. Yeah, so just, really quick in terms of size, we don't know what the size of the garage is going to be. And in terms of the second driveway, I think in terms of the bylaw, I'm wondering if council can just make a motion to approve that, and whatever steps staff have to take to make it happen, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do on that side. So if we add the additional 4 meters, is that sufficient? 4 square meters?
Honestly, I don't know, but I'll have to talk with our client about that. And if absolutely necessary, we'll have to come back for a variance or something like that.
We can't put that as just unlimited in size. I'm not really sure. I mean, there is a restriction within.
I understand. Okay, yes. I mean, I don't have the benefit of speaking with my client at the moment, but it sounds like council needs to make a decision on the size. So if you can expand that a little bit, Mr. Van Passen, that would be fantastic.
Okay, so Nicole, I'll go to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's actually Tricia. I just wanted to add, so this additional information came to us just prior to council meeting starting. So my suggestion would be potentially, we would be bringing back the bylaw in any event to next council. So if there's some level of flexibility in the recommendation, we can work with the applicant to come to that final bylaw that would come back for approval at that time, and just flag at a high level the key items to be included in that bylaw. That would be my suggestion. But we're just working off the information that was submitted at about 12:30 today.
Okay, so can we just leave the motion then? Can Teresa remove this? Can it just be simply that the application by Chris and Heather Nunn, 726 McDowell Road, Simcoe, Ontario, affecting lands described as Part Lot 10, Concession 8, Geographic Township of Charlotte, Norfolk County, to amend Norfolk County zoning bylaw 1Z 2014, file number ZNPL 2021042, be approved as it conforms with the intent of the official plan, and that a provision be placed on title to prevent a future severance. And further that, I would say just in terms of the driveway, I guess that's sort of the piece here and how you want that worded. The 4 square meters, Teresa, isn't related to that. You can delete that. There you go.
So do you want staff to work with the client? Do you want staff to bring back another?
I think in further that council approve, would you just say Councillor Van Passen approve a second driveway? Or I guess it's more so allowing it to remain. I just don't know the bylaw number for, maybe Jason Godby, do you know the bylaw number?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I don't have it handy off the top of my head, but I can get that in a second. But since I got it, can I just point out that my recommendation would be that at the very least that operations staff do some sightline verifications of that driveway prior to us saying, like, to make sure it's safe due to the proximity of the intersection. It's not to say that they can't have to, but perhaps it would be better suited further away from the intersection.
My challenge with that, Jason, is that's been there for how many years now?
However, that doesn't make it right. Eldon is saying they had a traffic engineering support it, but that's for your decision.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen, I'll let you finish that off on how you like.
Well, that driveway's been there since Mr. McDowell designed the road back in the mid-70s, and it's never caused a problem. A traffic study was done. It meets all the standards. I have the great confidence that it's safe. It's been there for 50 years. So.
Okay, and I see, and our solicitor has added another sentence in that council deem that no further public notice is necessary. I would probably put that sentence, Teresa, after the last sentence, and that public input was received for the application, therefore was considered as part of this decision, and that's it. Okay, that's on the screen for everybody to read. So that was moved by Yep.
Do you want this piece here, though? I don't know if you want to be brought to county standards or not. I just threw that in.
Existing, I think, just remain. Okay, and that was moved by Councillor Van Passen. I'm going to assume that Councillor Huffman is still okay with those changes.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and any further discussion on that? Councillor Martin, at one point I saw your hand up, but I can't see you anymore. There's nothing. Where did she go?
My apologies, just an error.
Okay, so is there any further debate on that? Call the question then. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously by council. Actually, I still couldn't see you, Councillor Martin, so I will, I shouldn't have maybe said unanimous. You voted in favor of that? I can't see your.
Yes, I did.
Okay, thanks. All right, thanks very much, Nicole. We will move on to the next staff report. I believe Mr. Wilson is presenting this staff report, CD 2171, Donfield Towns. And Scott, if you would please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, an application has been received to rezone the subject lands from R1A to R2 to permit the construction of 2 semi-detached dwellings. That'd be a total of 4 dwelling units. No special provisions are required as the development intends to meet the provisions of the R2 zone. The subject application is considered infill and conforms to the intent of the official plan for intensification within the urban residential designation. The application heard at the public hearing meeting on June 1st, 2021, and no additional public comments were received. Agency and department comments are provided in Appendix A of this report, of the report provided. And there was no significance to note. Planning staff support the recommendation of approval for this proposal. We would note that we are recommending the lands be subject to a holding provision to ensure sufficient water and wastewater servicing capacity is confirmed. The holding will remain until the general manager of environmental and infrastructure services or designate has confirmed there is sufficient water and wastewater servicing. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Any questions from council? Okay, I still can't see Councillor Martin. Sorry, I just got to repin everywhere somehow. I don't know what happened here. Okay, I think I have Councillor Shelley. I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that this particular application is another good example of some of the excellent infilling that we have been reviewing lately, and I would be quite happy to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Seconder for staff recommendation, Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Okay, that is carried. Next report, staff report CD 2175. This is BB Ranch, and Mohammed, I believe this is your report. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Madam Chair, to the Council, the subject land is located outside the urban settlement boundary, currently designated as agricultural in the offshore plan. The land is also within Lakeshore Spatial Policy Area and close to various resort-oriented developments along Lake Erie. The development proposal is to build multiple residential dwellings, which is referred as farm dwellings, with various on-farm diversified uses, including 8 tourist cabins, a salon, and a wedding and conference center with multi-purpose riding arena and garden. The application do not intend to change the agricultural designation of the land, rather introduces a number of on-farm diversified uses. The intention is to appropriately utilize the agritourism context to address the unique proposal and optional amendment and zoning bylaw amendment will be required. The initial information report was presented to the council on May 4, 2020. While the overall concept was highly appreciated, the key issue discussed in the public hearing includes the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing comments regarding new lot creation in agricultural lands. The initial proposal included 23 single detached dwellings in 23 separate lots, which was a major concern by the county staff and other agencies, including MMAH. After having several discussions with the applicant and other staff, a revised version of the proposal was submitted. Instead of a single detached dwellings, the new proposal includes multiple farm dwellings within a single lot in the form of a condominium. The new proposal do not constitute any lot creation, rather incorporate a number of dwelling units and on-farm diversified uses, which will be functioned through a condominium corporation. It is noteworthy to mention that the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan Section 11.6.3 permits resort-oriented condominium developments within this area. So here there are two components within the condominium. The first one is a multiple farm dwelling, currently agriculture designated area, which allows, the first one is the multiple farm dwellings, and the current designation of agriculture area allows one primary dwelling and one accessory dwelling. The official plan amendment will allow multiple farm dwellings. The number of dwelling will be determined on the based on the technical reports and recommendation during the site plan stage. Here, farm dwelling is defined as single detached houses with individual ownership within the agricultural land, which will have their livestock facility and burn and a shared communities and a shared space to do their farm activities, including equestrian activities. So technically, the owners will continue farming through livestock and equestrian activities. The second part of the condominium is on-farm diversified uses, and this use includes a 8-unit tourist cabins, which is permitted in Lakeshore Special Policy Area, a saloon with food and beverage services with which will promote local foods, and this is also permitted in Lakeshore Special Policy Area. A conference center with wedding facilities, and a riding arena. All these uses are permitted and are encouraged in Lakeshore Special Policy Area. So the amendment for these uses are basically related to size and height. The planning staff report also identified the need for further details of the proposed building location to analyze the minimum distance separation from existing surrounding buildings. And this is generally happened during the site plan stage. Staff is satisfied with the current concept, which will further be analyzed during the site plan stage. To Madam Chair, it is staff's opinion that the proposed development confirms the goals and objectives of the offshore plan and consistent with provincial policy statement and does not adversely impact the surrounding agricultural activities within the context of Lakeshore Special Policy Area. Lakeshore area is a unique space, and you need to understand that there are various niches within agricultural activities, and it is the planning staff's opinion that the proposal perfectly fit within the unique context. Therefore, the report CD 2175 is presented to the council with recommendations that the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application be approved with a holding for a site plan process for the reasons stated in the report. That's everything from me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mohammed. I have a quick question first. So the entire proposal hinges around the equestrian facility as being the link to agriculture. What happens, just in the same way in the last application, we ensured that this wasn't around a backdoor way of trying to later, proceed with a severance with some distance, having a house built at a further distance away from the main house. What protections are there that the equestrian facility actually gets built, or if it does get built and that business component fails down the road?
Through Madam Chair, this has been defined in the official plan amendment bylaw and the zoning bylaw amendment. So the uses are defined through the bylaws, and the bylaw actually identify the permitted uses. So anything other than these uses will not be permitted.
No, I understand anything other than the uses, but what happens if the condominiums are built first and what protection is there that the equestrian facility, which is the anchor that is connecting this to agriculture, will in fact, if there's a guarantee there. It's kind of like, it's a different challenge that we've seen with a lot of the other developments with site plans and so on. And years later, this council's dealing with items that have never been addressed in the developments of having been completed. So what protections are there being put in place from the planning department to ensure that the piece that's linking this to agriculture must operate and will be built prior to any of the condominiums being inhabited?
To Madam Mayor, so this is just the start of the planning process. The applicant also have to apply for a site plan, and then if it is a condominium, then a condominium application. Generally, during the condominium application, they have to provide declarations and all the facilities that the condominium corporation will maintain, and that has to be maintained through the condominium declaration document. And that will ensure what are the uses and what would be the extent of the uses that the condominium corporation can manage.
Okay, I'm not necessarily sold on that, but Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And you have put forth a very good question to the planner. But I wanted to go to the report, which the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, pages 255 to 257 of the agenda package, where they indicate that this is primary class 2 agricultural land being taken out of production. The provincial policy statement does not allow such development and in the agricultural area. They talk about the MDS compliance and also servicing issues on those 3 pages. Now, Mohammed, I'm just wondering, in reading those 3 pages, are you still confident and are you still ready to recommend Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing? Are they comfortable with the planner's recommendation, with your recommendation? Are they comfortable to go ahead with this? Because it is a real unique way of getting subdivision or housing, I guess it is, along the lakeshore. When this was, when on-farm diversified uses were first pushed forward by the Agricultural Advisory Board of Norfolk here, it was for such things as value-added agriculture, things like wineries or lavender, making oils, that type of thing. It was not intended, I recall quite clearly, to be used as a development tool. And that's what I see as a problem here, is just the fact that it's kind of like a backdoor way of getting into housing. Could you comment on that, please?
Well, there are several parts that, through Madam Chair, to Councillor Columbus, there are several parts you mentioned. I'm going to discuss one by one. First, the MDS. So the requirement for MDS will be satisfied through the MDS analysis. We already provided a preliminary analysis, but also it is mentioned in the report that the final MDS analysis will be done before the building permit, as per the requirement of Ministry of Agriculture. So not necessarily it has to be completed during the official plan amendment process. Since during the official plan amendment we don't have the detailed drawings, so we preferred it to be detailed analyzed during the site plan process. But again, we, based on whatever information we received, we analyzed initially about the minimum distance separation. In terms of on-farm diversified uses, we looked at all the policies in its entirety, including the Lakeshore Special Policy Area. As I mentioned in the report, that in the Lakeshore Special Policy Area permits these uses, and the lecture special secondary plan also approved through the ministry. So that's why that component has been considered through the review process. But again, the proposal did include agricultural activities, so it's not completely neglecting the agricultural part of the property. What they're proposing is adding some additional uses, including the on-farm diversified uses that we already mentioned. The proposal for saloon will use local products, which will promote the local production of the agricultural products. The conference center is, it's not unique. There are various areas where conference center are used as, to promote the agri-tourism, which is also addressed in provincial policy statement. There are a few other items that are incorporated with these uses, which the staff believe that are associated with these two main components. Other than that, I think you also mentioned about the farm dwellings and how it will be used as a residential development. That's why actually we had to, I think, we had several discussions with the applicant, and they came with a creative approach, saying that there will be no lot creation and it will be one single lot. The only difference between an agricultural lot with a single detached dwelling with this one is that this one will have a number of dwellings instead of one primary and one accessory dwelling units. But all of those dwelling units with individual owners will have their own part of livestock and ecosystem activities. So that's how it relates with the agricultural part of the development.
So, Councillor Columbus, well, this is kind of a joint question to you and staff. I mean, I see Councillor Columbus's concerns as well, and I appreciate the nervousness with the ministry's comments. What I don't want to see is that Norfolk County ends up on the hook for any challenges by the ministry. So similar with the lot swap. I mean, those costs were entirely borne by the applicant in that case. But is there a chance to also have the applicant work with Councillor Columbus as the representative from the Agricultural Advisory Board and with planning staff to be able to demonstrate a benefit of the development to agriculture? More than just an equestrian facility?
Your Worship, my comment, I see this as a real stretch, and I would not be comfortable doing that. I used to work for the Ministry of Agri-Food, and I know as a land planner for 5 or 6 years, originally. And I think that I can't see them supporting this. I'm really surprised that they don't want to back to the plan.
Well, I wasn't at that council or the public hearings committee. I think that was when I know I wasn't there that day, but I did watch the meeting in its entirety, and I don't actually remember any comments from the council at the time, which is surprising. That they're coming up now. I mean, that's the purpose of the public hearings committee, is to address your concerns with staff at the time, so they can take that and they can go back and they can, try to work with the applicant. But there were no negative comments from council in that meeting, or even concerns raised to this end, which actually surprised me when the meeting had occurred. So it's unfortunate for the applicant that you would get to this position without having previously raised the concerns at public hearings. Councillor Van Den Riesche, go ahead.
Thank you. A question concerning the words, because I wasn't there at the public hearing because I don't know when this occurred. 8-bed tourist cabins. Does that mean each cabin can hold 8 beds? Is that the idea of that? Or I'm not understanding this. I'm not understanding that we're going to put a riding arena, and barn, but I'm not great at measurements, so I wouldn't know how the size of that. And then I assume the conference rooms would be above.
So, Madam Chair to the Councillor, 8-bit cabins is, I think, I mean, like, probably the applicant or the agent can also answer, but these are 8 separate cabins, but it will be concentrated within one single building. But again, just to note that this is permitted in Lakeshore Special Forest Review Secondary Plan.
I'm still just reviewing the drawings. When I look at it, I'm not comprehending the facility in relationship to the cabins. It doesn't work for me if I'm a farmer and I look at a horse situation. I don't know where my paddocks are. I don't know where my barn is. I don't know anything. And then I've got a conference center in it. So, but I will say that there is something similar to this, and it's I think in Elgin County. And instead of cabins, it's a lovely form of chuck wagon for accommodations. So it's not an uncommon thing, I suppose, to start developing this type of thing. But I apologize there for the public hearing on this one. Thank you.
Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do appreciate your comments about some of the reservations that people are having now, with the exception, of course, of Councillor Van Indrishi. She was not here at that time. But I recall very vividly, and I made copious notes about the tremendous enthusiasm and I'll even call it excitement on Council's behalf, listening to the proposal that Mr. Bauk made about this project, and I think several people commended him on his tremendous entrepreneurial vision at the time. So I too am a little bit taken back by the now current reservations about this proposal. So I'm very confident that our planning staff has taken into account all of these considerations, and I do hope that that council will see that I think this is a great proposal by Mr. Bauk, and that any of the possible deficiencies can be worked out. Thank you.
Councillor Hoffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you, basically, Councillor Michelle almost took the words right out of my mouth. We've had nothing but positive interactions regarding this whole submission since the very beginning. Mr. Bauk has done an extremely great job of keeping everyone up to date and in the loop. And I see great things in terms of this this initiative. I did want to say to Councillor Van Den Rishi that I did as well ask the question about the sleeping arrangements, the vacation home. They're actual vacation homes. So, and they're so that they would accommodate 8 people. That's how they're set up. So anyways, I look forward to progressing with this file.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I also don't have any reservations. In my memory, when a provincial ministry is opposed to something, they tell you no. The correspondence from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs had pointed out certain items that, have you had regard with this? Have you looked into that? But they're not saying no. And I think some of the discussion we had last time was over, this is already a change from what they had originally opposed to meet the criteria of the provincial policy statements, because I think that the initial idea was for the standalone cabin vacation homes, and well, that doesn't quite fit the rules, so they talked to the province, and the condominium kind of idea is acceptable to them. That was my understanding, and it seems that our staff are recommending for approval. I don't have the fears that maybe others do, that there's something wrong or that this council would be breaking any rules by accepting the staff recommendation. So I would move that the staff recommendation be accepted.
Okay, is there a seconder for Councillor Van Passen's motion? Looks like Councillor Michelli is seconding that. Is there any further debate from council? If I could, Councillor Van Passen, I just had one more question I'd like to ask staff. I know I won't participate in the debate portion, but I just would like one more question answered. Councillor Martin, go ahead first.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I was just going to elaborate for my colleagues. I believe Councillor Columbus did ask for the land classification on the soil, but Councillor Van Andrieschie, I also asked about the lots and the homes, and it's a timeshare. The land will be owned by the same individuals as well. So that was another safety mechanism. So I too would support this.
So I just want to get a question, if that's okay with council, just answered from planning staff, and it's kind of along, like, you know, Councillor Columbus isn't totally off base here, but I want to know what specifically the exposure is to us, you know, from Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and you know, also, well, let's start with that first question. I actually have two questions. So if the ministry objects, what is our exposure? Because I don't, you know, first of all, the planning fees aren't going to cover the legal bills that go along with that.
Okay, did you want to answer? So, sorry, through the chair. So the province was circulated and engaged, obviously. I was just confirming with Mohammed around this most recent version, but it took into consideration the comments we had received. And I also wanted to note for council and to Councillor Columbus's point around the impact to agriculture. So the bylaw, embedded in the bylaw, there is a holding and there's a list of various reports and studies that are required, and they are required to do an agricultural impact study. So subject to approval. There's 7 additional studies that will have to happen through the site plan process in order to lift the holding. Agricultural impact study, environmental impact study, a traffic impact study, etc. And also I wanted to flag they will be required to do an archaeological assessment. So there is some additional work beyond this approval that will have to happen. So these are all reflective also of the comments we received from the province. So we're hopeful that this addresses their concerns in some capacity.
Okay, so, but my question is specifically, if there is some future objection from the ministry on this file, how do we ensure that the county is not absorbing any of those legal costs so that there is no exposure to the county on this file?
Madam Mayor, I don't know explicitly the answer to that. Hopefully Ms. Budis is on the call and can speak to that piece.
Because we did something similar when we, with the second severance there at the time. Paula, did you want to jump in?
Ken, the situation's not exactly the same, Madam Mayor, because
I'm not suggesting it's the same. It's suggesting in terms of the legal. I just don't want any future exposure.
Well, because it's not the same, I'm suggesting there will be exposure. So in this case, you have a staff support, which is different than the last case. I'm sorry, you had staff support, but you didn't have staff support in the last case, so we had no internal witnesses. This time you have staff support. It would be unusual in this context for us not to defend the decision because we have staff support. So it would be an unusual decision not to show up in the event of an appeal by the ministry if this was appealed by the ministry. You have internal staff and you also have internal counsel. So, you know, the expectation is time more than money, but it would suck up a lot of time. There's no question that it would do that at the least.
Okay. So my question is there a way that the motion could be amended such that the applicant, again, it's an unusual situation. We are operating outside of policy. So I don't see a reason why something couldn't be crafted here to ensure that the county was protected and that the applicant would have to, I mean, if it was our planning staff's time and so on to go to defend this decision, which is fine, but that the applicant would absorb those costs and not the taxpayer. Is there a way that we could craft a provision in there that outside of the traditional user fees, which are set for, planning fees that they pay for, given the unusual nature of this application, that they would be responsible for any additional costs incurred in defending this application?
I have to say, Madam Mayor, I've never encountered that. And one of the things that they can do is simply summons our staff. So if we choose not to mount a case, and they do, which is typically the case, I mean, the applicant would be able to carry it, and they would just summons our staff. I wouldn't, or other counsel from the county wouldn't necessarily have to be involved if the applicant is primarily carrying it, but I could see that they would probably summons our staff, or could.
So in this case, Paula, you're saying then the only exposure would just simply be the staff time to the hearing itself with no preparation and so on involved? Or
I imagine there'd be some preparation involved, but we wouldn't have to carry it. We wouldn't have to carry the main case. I guess I will say that. So that is limits our exposure in terms of time in that way.
Okay, so again, I would kind of put it to the mover. To me, I think there's, again, it's an unusual situation, but I would like to say that I would like to protect the taxpayer in this situation, that we're not exposing ourselves to any additional costs. The other question that I have for staff is in terms of development charges. And I don't know if somebody can answer this question, but at the end of the day, I can't remember off the top of my head, and I was trying to pull it up, but I wasn't being successful. How do the DCs work on ag land? And in this case, you say, at the end of the day, you are still, using the roads and so on and so forth. So I want to ensure that there are, again, because it's outside the scope of what we would normally do, I'm just not sure that this would be captured in our current development charges policy, and that this is going to be appropriately dealt with.
I'll start, Madam Mayor, and Ms. LaPlante may fill in some of the details. We were looking online with our current bylaw. If currently roofed accommodations are exempt, we would have to take a look further definition on the roofed accommodations, whether this type of timeshare or fractional ownership would qualify for that. And then there is a general exemption for on-farm business development, that is farming business development. So there's an exemption to that. Part of that definition is determined by impact. So it could be likely that some of this development would be exempt from DCs and other parts of the development would not be exempt from DCs. Based upon the existing bylaw, depending on the timing of this development, as this council knows, we may be bringing in a new bylaw. And one of the things we're looking at is increasing the definition of what is agricultural business and how better to define that going forward. So, the answer is it's likely part of it would be DCable, but the farm business related part would not be DCable.
Well, I guess I'm not trying to look at, I don't want to have the debate on, the DC changes to other ag operations. I think this is ultimately not really an ag operation. So is it possible, even if it's MPAC that's doing that assessment, is it possible to send a signal to MPAC that we don't support any DC exemptions in this case?
No, they would define it based upon commercial, like whether it's a farm, whether they deem it as farming business or not. So they have their definitions, and then that's how our bylaw is tied to it. So if MPAC views it as farming business and assesses it as such, our DC bylaw respects their zoning. My guess is, the horse part of the development would probably be considered farming business, but it's not uncommon right now if you have a winery that has a wedding thing, that is DCable and that's taxed differently. So they would follow the same procedures that they would have. There is an exemption for roofed accommodation, so that's meant for hotels. So if it was zoned as a hotel, then that would be exempt. That's something that this council's already provided exemptions for. But a fractional ownership development, I think we would need a little bit more time on how that would be treated. So from a preliminary basis, I think some of this would be, if it's, the intent is if it's commercial use, it's intended to be in non-farming commercial use, it's intended to be DCable.
Okay, so coming back to that commercial use then, in terms of that taxation with the property and how would that, again, MPAC is basing it on use, so are they just going to tax I can't remember how many acres this was spread over? Like, again, how do we envision that? Is that going to be at the 0.22 or is that?
That would be, we could provide maybe further details on that going forward. That'd be, a discussion with how impact assesses it. And we are always allowed to appeal an impact assessment too. And as this council knows, we now hired third-party support on those appeals. So it is something that we can make sure that, at the end of the day, if it's commercial use that drives costs that should be DCable, that we could pursue those through the appropriate channels through impact.
Well, I'm not just worried. So now I'm worried about the DCs, and I'm also worried about the continued taxation rate.
Yeah,
that it's not falling under a farm classification.
That's correct. We would be both doing that, like not just DCs, but to get the classification for the taxes also.
And how do we ensure then that follow-up is done by staff once the application, should it be approved?
We don't have a specific mechanism for that. As new assessment is there, maybe I'll pass it over to Kathy. What we are doing is we are engaging a third party now to support on those assessments, but there is no formal process. I don't believe currently how we review that.
Okay, so I can't remember who the mover was. Is that Councillor Van Passen? I don't know. Are you? I obviously sitting in the chair, so I can't do it. But to me personally, I think there should be some level of any of those, future costs. Because they're outside the scope of the traditional planning fees here, and the unusual nature of this application, that it should be the cost of our staff's time should be borne by the applicant. But that's for you.
Mayor, I don't share those concerns. We have a professional planner who has reviewed all the documentation, all the comments, and in the professional opinion, thinks it will fit with the provincial policy statements, official plan, zoning bylaw. The third party has hired a planner to do the justification report that again puts his own designation on the line to say, according to all of the information available, this fits with the rules. Just because it's new and it's different, that doesn't automatically make it wrong. And anybody who shows up at a meeting or sends a letter can always appeal any one of our decisions to the LPAT or the Ontario Land Tribunals now, the new name this week. Anybody can do that at any time. And, it's almost like you're conceding that if we agree with this planner's report that we're doing something wrong.
I'm not conceding.
I don't have those fears. So.
I'm not conceding. I do appreciate Councillor Columbus's concerns, though, that he expressed. And I do think it does carry a higher risk with the ministry. I'm not conceding that the ministry is going to challenge it, but I do, and it's not the first time that we've done this. We made it very clear with staff in the case, and again, very different facts, but with the additional lot severance, we made it very clear that we were not willing, because of what was going on, that we weren't willing to fund any of that. But as the mover of the motion, again, I'm in the chair, that's your prerogative. That's fine. Let's hope nothing occurs down the road. Councillor Rabbits, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, I did see that Brandon Sloan had his hand raised, and he may have some supplementary information for this question or another.
Brandon, sorry, I didn't see your hand there. Thanks, Councillor Adams. Go ahead.
Thanks through the mayor, and appreciate that. And it actually goes back to your first question, and it may relate to whether or not we have some additional comfort level for the agricultural related uses. I think what you've heard, and there's been a lot of dialogue, that it's a challenging, unique proposal, but it does provide the roofed accommodation that we've been looking for, and that's what the incentives are for development charges, et cetera, is for helping get this very thing. What I would suggest, if staff, council, and the applicant would be amenable, if this helps, in the zoning bylaw, there is in section 2, there's clause A and B, and it talks about multiple farms in a resort-oriented condo and the 8-unit tourist cabin inns in a resort-oriented condo. If we were to add the words, provided that at least one of the other permitted uses exists to each of those clauses, then that would add some additional certainty, I think, to get to Mayor Chop's point about how do we ensure that those other farm-related uses are occurring and not just, we'll call it the more residential side of the on-farm diversified uses. I think it's achievable for the applicant. That does put a little bit into their purview that they're going to deliver on some of the aspects of this proposal, and seems to be a fair point. So I just put that forward for possible consideration.
Well, I think that's a good idea, but we'll see if the mover does. Before that, Jason, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, I just like to thank Brandon for that suggestion. I think the concern is you don't want to set a precedent of, kind of a backdoor way to convert agricultural land to another, use. And I think ensuring in the zoning that an agricultural use is anchored would provide some downside protection for the county. That's why we hire smart planners.
Councillor Shelley, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Brandon's comments do provide us with a little bit more comfort in this area, although I must admit I concur with the mover. I have no fears or reservations that with all of the measures that have been put in place by our planning department, that this is going to come back and cause us trouble. I certainly hope that I don't end up eating those words, but I am quite comfortable with the way that Councillor Van Passen has made this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought I put my hand down.
Okay, so Brandon, how did you want that worded in the motion changed from the motion as presented, which is what Councillor Van Passen was moving?
So my, through the mayor, my suggestion would be that at the end of the first clause, so it's provided that the application be approved, comma, actually we could do it, be approved for reasons cited in the report, and subject to the zoning bylaw having the following clause added to sections 2A and B, provided that at least one of the other permitted uses exists on the property. And so that just might mean that before Clerks gets to the bottom portion later tonight, or hopefully early this evening, we will make sure that we've got that updated wording if council passes that right now.
Through the chair, just the word permitted needs to be included before uses. Sorry.
Yep, provided that at least one of the other permitted uses exists on the property. Yes. It might help if, I don't know, I would think it would be reasonable to give the option open for the applicant who I think is on the line, just to, this is a new item, although related to it, to make sure that if they have any comments in that effect. But subject council's purview, it's your decision.
Okay, did the applicant wish to make any comments? Jeff, I see you're on there.
It's Eldon Darbison here on behalf of Mr. Boak. I don't think we have a problem with that amendment. Just thinking about the wording, we do have that site plan process to go through. So I'm wondering if perhaps, because we have to go through that site plan process, and we will have to apply for building permits, that maybe it would be better said to at least a building permit application has been submitted for one of the other two uses.
Well, I'll go back to, so we'll take your comments into consideration. Hopefully, Councillor Van Passen, I think there is desire here to protect the municipality. So did you wish to change that, or as staff is?
I don't mind the changes suggested by Mr. Sloan and Mr. Burgess. I do remember making the comment before when we had the picture of the site with the mature corn that was about 2 feet high, that I questioned whether it's prime agricultural land in the first place. But I think that hopefully you have some comfort from your point of view that will make sure that the primary use of agriculture stays established on that property, and the secondary uses will be the what is newly proposed. And if you're comfortable with that, I'm good with it.
Okay. The seconder is okay with that amendment, Councillor Michelle?
Madam Mayor, I am also content. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. And opposed? Thank you. Okay, so that is carried. The only comments I would like to make following the application, obviously I can't speak to the motion at the time. You know, I am, what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, we've had a couple applications so far this evening where planning staff is thinking outside the box, and I'm hopeful that, you know, we're creating sort of a more, you know, a more sort of planning friendly environment and appreciating that there's, you know, some unique things that we have the opportunity to do. This actually, I've seen this many times, and glad, Linda, you made the comment that you've seen it just in the municipality next door, but I've also seen it many times out in British Columbia. It's a fairly common situation as well. So I think it is more progressive, but I would also remind council that literally the almost identical, you know, very similar, let's say, and perhaps less so without having the condominium portion to it, application was presented to council just down the road on also on the same road on Front Road, and it was met with terrible objection, both from sort of council, not from our planning, who supported the application, or at least in principle was, I believe, supporting the application. But I think that we have to ensure as a council that, you know, what works for one works for all, and we have to start looking at being, you know, consistent in some of these decisions that we make. So with that, we will move on to, I believe, staff report CD 2177, and that's Jalen Crescent and Mohammed. I think this is your report as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Chair, to the Council, this report CD 2177 is being presented to the Council with recommendations. The application is to amend the zoning bylaw to permit an accessory residential use on the second story within an existing commercial building located in the Merrill Commercial Zone. The initial information report was presented to the Council on May 4, 2020. There are a few issues identified by in the public hearing, and the Council requested further information on these issues. The staff has several in-house and external agency meetings to collect further information and clarity on these issues. I'm going to go through these issues one by one and explain and try to give information. So the first one is the applicability of previous OMB decision to the new application. that has been raised by the council and through few residential, through some residents' comments. The OMB decision was into 1991 that was in favor of the applicant to allow a commercial use fronting an unopened and unassuming road, which is, this decision has been made in 1991. The OMB decision was conditional with the requirement of an agreement between the landowners and the county. The agreement still applies with the use for which the OMB decision was provided. However, that does not preclude the owner to apply for any additional uses. The road is now technically open and maintained. For this application, staff does not have concern about who is maintaining the road, which is a separate issue and is not considered for this report. The status of Jalen Crescent was already provided through Ms. Booty's information memo that has been added with this agenda also. Staff confirmed that Jalen Crescent is now functionally an open and maintained road owned by the county, but not fully improved and constructed. At this moment, 2 more single detached residential dwellings are having frontage and access to Jalen Crescent. The other issues discussed during the public hearing was about servicing. The property is currently connected with municipal water. There is no municipal sanitary sewers available to this property. There is a private force main recently installed within this property. Development engineering confirmed that this force main can be connected with municipal sewer line with the condition that there be an agreement between the county and the owner to confirm that all future maintenance costs for the private force main will be owner's responsibility. There is no change of stormwater management is suggested by staff for this additional use. The fourth and last concern raised during the public hearing was about the structure within 100-year floodplain. The main concern raised by LPRC and planning staff was about the safe access by the user and first responders during any emergency incidents such as flood and fire. The main concern is related to PPS policy 3.1.2, which states development and site alterations shall not be permitted within areas that would be rendered inaccessible to people and vehicles during time of flooding hazard, erosion hazard, or dynamic beach hazard, unless it has been demonstrated that the site has safe access appropriate for the nature of development and the nature of hazard. Planning staff had correspondence with LPRC regarding the technical aspect of safe access issue and identified there are some critical parameters that can be considered as reasonable approximation of low risk to safe access to flooding hazard area. MNRF guideline, technical guideline of river and stream system regarding flooding hazard identified, it identifies a maximum of 0.8 meter depth of water to be considered safe for pedestrian movement if the structure can withstand the velocity of the water. It probably can, it would be better to, show in slide. We can share if possible.
I don't see it on here. Sorry, I'll have to keep going.
Okay. My apology, the slide is not there, probably. There you go.
Just keep going. Is it this?
All right, so I'll continue. I'll continue the presentation, but if Scott can share the screen, that would be great. So I was trying to show the maximum flooding depth identified in 100 years floodplain record. It is apparent that from the building entrance to the flood-free area, the maximum depth of floodwater in 100 year identified between 0.79 to 1.08 meter. Both LPSCA and planning staff agreed that a technical design solution that demonstrates that a safe access appropriate for nature of development and the natural hazard would be worthy for further investigation. The applicant agreed that a construction of a deck or boardwork or as appropriate with engineering design solution to submit for LPSCA and building permit. It is planning staff's opinion that PPS policy 3.1.2 that mentioned earlier allows alternative solutions for developments that are minor in nature and can demonstrate that the site has safe access appropriate for nature of the development and nature hazard. So, Madam Chair, it is staff's opinion that the proposed development conforms to the goal and objective of official plan and consistent with provincial policy statement if an engineering design solution can be achieved to provide safe access to the proposed additional use. LPSCA and building permit would be a condition of the approval. So in the screen, if you see the current site has several points where it mentions the depth of the water that I was talking about. From the building entrance to the road, there is the depth was identified between 0.8 and 1.08 meter. So the staff talked with LPSCA and the applicant and explored the possibility of a connection from the building access to a safe place where the flood hazard is zero. Can be achieved through a kind of deck or boardwork or as appropriate with some other structures, which can be done through building permit and LPSCA approval. The zoning bylaw application associated with the deeming bylaw application to consolidate 4 lots of a plan of subdivision, and we are still waiting for the confirmation of ownership of all these lots. It is suggested that a third reading of the deeming bylaw is withheld until the ownership issue is resolved. We have received public comments both in favor and against of the proposal. The issues raised by few residents was about the applicability of OMB decision to the new proposal, which already been addressed, and the issue of public safety and flood hazard has already been addressed in this presentation. Therefore, the report CD1 2177 is being presented to the council with recommendations that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application be approved with a holding as set out in the report, and the deeming bylaw application is approved with a third reading of the bylaw be withheld until the property details are confirmed. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I have questions about the road, which aren't applicable to the development at large, but I guess I'm wondering what our requirements are for maintenance and road standards if we're allowing, more residential units in that area. Because I think the basis of this application is made on a requirement for some safety features to be engineered and installed. So if we're going to give maybe that a holding provision for those things to be done. So additionally, what happens if those things aren't met? Similar to the other application with agriculture, what happens if those conditions aren't met? 1, and 2, what changes for the county with the road?
Sorry, what conditions, Councillor Martin, are you asking about?
Well, the comments made about having something engineered for from a safety perspective in the floodplains,
like they have in Turkey Point.
Where?
What's that?
Where?
Yeah, that's my point.
Oh. But if that's a whole, so what is the county going to do to ensure that that happens? And that's relevant to the road because although it wasn't Norfolk County, there was an agreement where the road would be taken care of. We've now learned that it isn't. So then what is the county on the hook for standards of the road if we go forward with this application?
So I'll let planning staff go. If I could just offer my comments on this or put this question to planning at the same time. when all of those other lots were severed, were the Van Halterns the developer at the time when all those other homes on Jalen Crescent, which are 7-figure homes at this point, were those lots severed by the applicant?
Madam Mayor, if you can repeat the question again.
Well, so Councillor Martin's question is in terms of, and Councillor Martin, correct me here if I'm wrong, but in terms of the future of Jalen Crescent, of what that looks in terms of maintaining Jalen Crescent. Is that the crux of it? So tying in with that question, was the applicant the developer, shall we say, that severed those lots? What I'm trying to get at and tie into Councillor Martin's question is that they weren't. And so how can we as the county, whatever the agreement was all those years ago, at the end of the day, there's 8 lots that are now on Jalen Crescent, tax-paying lots. We have a garbage truck that drives down the lot. I guess I would go the other way, where I'm starting to wonder at what point the county goes and assumes Jalen Crescent here, and this debate is put to bed once and for all.
I probably refer this to Public Works also about the future of the road.
I don't have, Jason, is that your hand up? Don't actually have a face to it for some reason.
Yeah, I think, Madam Mayor, that there is obviously an information memo from Paula about the history of the road and where we're at with maintenance. And yeah, if we do have anybody else on that side of things, but it seems like things have really changed over the decades, and we're now at a point where I believe there is some maintenance occurring. But
I don't know. Councilor Martin, you can carry on if you got more questions with that.
I guess I understand your point, Mr. Chop. They're not the only residents. I guess my concern would be then if we're going to allow residential units or allow them to move into a residential unit, and then we need to up the standards of the road in the nearby area. Is that entirely fair that is paid for by the taxpayer when there was an agreement back in the day that wasn't fulfilled? I understand that agreements can change and evolve, but I also think that it is relevant. So I guess that's my question. Is there anything that we would then be regulated or mandated to do to that road, or can we leave it the way it is and continue with it the way it is, and then only have the community members start to lobby, the next council to get that road paved and cared for more so on the next capital plan down the road, where all the taxpayers are then paying for it?
Well, I think that is certain. See, I would contrast that opinion. Again, planning staff can jump in here, but again, when that came out, the marina was the only thing on Jalen Crescent. And when you look at 7-figure homes that are on that road now, those are all tax-paying residents that are paying the same taxes elsewhere in the county. So I can't think, to be honest, it's funny, of another gravel road that is in Norfolk County in that context with the homes like that on it. So I don't understand, while that may have been the ruling back in the day when it was only the marina on that road, the fact of the matter is it's not only the marina that's on that road anymore, and all of those people pay taxes, and that marina alone pays, 6 figures in taxes a year. So I struggle to see how this would be the responsibility.
I would level with you and say, how long was it only the marina there for then? Because an agreement is an agreement, and I don't love the fact that it wasn't honored. So is it entirely their responsibility now? No, but I do just want to get that answered. What would need to happen to the road?
The planning staff or Jason Godby want to take in my view, that road should be, with 8 homes on it, should be assumed by Norfolk County at this point in time.
So through Madam Mayor,
I would refer council to the memo completed by Ms. Budis. And in terms of, and that's sort of what we based planning staff recommendation around that context. Going forward in terms of maintenance, I would defer to our engineering staff if Mr. Gobby's able to provide additional information there. But we based our evaluation on the information as provided and are confident in that recommendation.
Okay, so to make this easier for everyone, the final point is that there are lots of other lots on record on Jayland Crescent that are buildable because they are no longer within the floodplain. If development is to be facilitated, then the road and other services required would need to be planned for. So my question is to staff then, is this something we're putting into a capital plan and then all of the taxpayers are going to, what is our exit strategy on this debate continuously about the road? What's our final call?
So can I maybe just, and I'm a little cautious because we are in open session, but I think council has to go back to, this is not a normal subdivision. This hasn't evolved like a normal subdivision. If this was a normal subdivision that was developed by a developer, the inland roadway would have been dealt with by the developer. In this case, that has not happened because the person with the responsibility for the road wasn't the developer. He now has become on his property part of that. But this council needs to set its service level expectation. You have tax-paying residents on this road that is not receiving the same level of service as other tax-paying residents in other areas. So I think there's a number of issues, some of which, staff can say, yes, we can bring this up to road standard or that, but I think the way this had developed over time, there should have probably been some clarity to this provided a number of years ago. A stone roadway to a marina that is only operational for a portion of the year with a very defined benefit to those only benefiting from the marina is one service level standard. A service level standard to full-time seasonal residents, should be a different residential standard. And I think council has a role also to play with what is the service level standard that they're willing to accept and want. And then the secondary question, frankly, is who is benefiting from that, and therefore who should be paying for the assets going forward. Because if we're collecting the DCs and the taxes and somebody else is providing the service, there is an inherent inequity in that type of arrangement. And I don't think that's the type of arrangement that was originally intended by the agreement, though, we can enforce that. That's something that, this council needs to maybe provide more guidance to staff on, so then that way we can take a more strategic position for, by staff.
Thanks, Jason. I hadn't even, that's a great point in terms of, the marina is a seasonal operation. Back in the day, it was a gravel road running to a seasonal operation, and now you have year-round residential homes that are located on the road. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Aren't a bunch of those conditions in process of being fixed? Like, part of it is that the applicant would be required to add the sewage force main there. And I believe we are running a water line through Jayland Crescent just to fix it for everybody else to loop it rather than have it dead-ended at both ends. That's already in process, is it not? I do have some history with this situation. I was sitting around the table when these OMB rulings were coming out back in 94 and 5, and it's been quite a game over the years. But when I first saw this application, the answer automatically that popped in my head was somewhere between no and heck no, just because of the people involved. But then I got thinking over the last week that the old chairman of the Committee of Adjustment with the City of Nanticoke, when I was the young whippersnapper, the new guy, and he was the old guy, and he explained, remember, when you're sitting at the planning table, you're dealing with the property, not the people. And it took me a while to get my head around that we are dealing with the property. Is what the application going on here. Is it right for the property? Is it allowable for the property? Try to take the history out of it of what the people did and didn't do, because that's people who did that, not the property. So does the recommendation fit to the property? And I noticed in some of the other background documentation that the reverse happened already once when there was an application to build the house next door to this that got appealed to the OMB, and it got dropped because all they really wanted was, hey, we just fixed this road. Now we want your share paid back. And the OMB chair threw it out because it had nothing to do with the planning process. So a long history. And, but what is right for the property is what their applicant asking for. Does it make sense? Does it fit? Does it follow the rules? And, it took me quite some time to get over that little lump in that craw in my throat, is that the word? Because of the history involved with this and because of the people involved with this, and I've gotten over it. So I don't know if that helps anything with the discussion or answers any of Councillor Martin's questions, but it's been an issue for a while. It's about time to fix it right and move on, right? So let's get the water hooked up proper. Let's get the sewage hooked up proper. And I don't care whether it's a gravel road or paved, somebody will whine about it. Sooner or later, we'll do something with it just to make it right.
So can I just ask one more question then before we'll go back to moving if somebody wants to move the motion, that's fine. But in terms of the bridge, Mohammed, I got to be honest, I know you're trying, so it's not a negative to where I know you're just looking for a solution here. But when I see, the places we have in Turkey Point and Long Point, and the fact that this is a marina full of boats, I am not remotely concerned or want to expect the applicant to build a bridge. I think that just seems a bit over the top. So would it be possible for council to kind of defer that? I understand with the holding provision is to get the approval. This is obviously pending the approval from Long Point Conservation. But would it be possible to put that provision, since it's really kind of falling within their domain because it's in the floodplain, and leaving that sort of decision as to what they deem an acceptable safety measure coming before the Long Point board?
To Madam Mayor, the first comment we received from NPSA was not in favor of the proposal just because of the safe access issue. Then we had several correspondence with them, and we tried to identify alternative solutions that can address previous policy issue that we discussed. And from there, we came up with an alternative that might be worthy for further investigation. So that's why we were with NPSA. I'm not sure if that properly answered your questions, but this is what we had with NPSA so far. So even though it is approved, they have to go through NPSA to get the permit with the solution.
No, I understand that the holding provision is getting the approval from Long Point, and I understand that Long Point has recommended refusal. What I can say is Long Point, like planning staff here, is also, heavily constrained by policies, perhaps some of them even more strict policies than our own planning department is subject to. I can think of countless applications that have come through the board at Long Point that, make common sense as far as the board is concerned. They've gone on to approve the applications, but Long Point's hands are effectively tied, so their recommendation is a refusal, but the board is able to overrule that. I can't speak for what will happen in this situation, but I'm just saying as a hypothetical, I just would like to see some more work with the applicant, again, I think even a lifeboat is excessive, but why a lifeboat, wouldn't be, attached to the balcony. I mean, water is never going to go that high, but why that wouldn't be sort of sufficient. I think, I struggle with a council that was sort of elected on trying to reduce red tape and use common sense. I just don't see a bridge as falling into that. I just have had a hard time with that. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, that is a good point. Just looking at the picture, what is that, like 11 feet of clearance? Like a bridge would be wild. If water was up that high, we'd have a lot of other issues going on as well, where I think letting a guy get out in a lifeboat would be a reasonable expectation given all the concerns that would be going on in the county.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I guess I do hear what you're saying as well, Mayor Chop, because I think the problem is we do want to be forward thinking, we want to be flexible, but I also don't want to be a joke of a council who sets unrealistic expectations and says things like, you're approved with a holding provision if you put a deck or a balcony or a bridge or a walkway or whatever you're going to put there, and then not have people meet those expectations. Is council full well setting these holding provisions knowing that they're not going to be met or attained, or and development will go on? We have to be reasonable. Not that I don't like that idea, but I just want to make sure that people are fulfilling the standards that we're going to set as well. And if they're not realistic, it might not happen. And then my only comments, and I'll leave it at this for staff to just mull over. As far as the road goes, I get it, but the public is going to hear council allowing people move in to this residential area, and then we're going to pave a road. And they have been told, the public in my community has been told that this was paid for through this OMB agreement year over year, that it was paid for by the residents. And the fact of the matter is it was not. So I really want this aspect cleared up and a firm decision made by council on what's going to happen with that road. And then we own it and we move forward. Those are my only comments. Realistic expectations and some closure on the road. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen, maybe you can wrap that all up.
Well, I was going to make some comments about a bridge myself, but it seemed to me like that's one of those backdoor methods that, okay, we'll allow it, but we'll put conditions in that are so economically onerous that it'll never happen. And okay, you got your permission, but we stop you from doing it. Somebody who's lived by the water their whole life, and they got to build a bridge because it's unsafe if the water goes up by a foot. I think they invented something a while ago called a telephone to say, hey, get out of there because the water's coming up. You might want to leave. But this is not the type of flooding, like you don't get the flash floods like in the mountains where it goes up a foot in no time or a meter in no time. But to put a condition even in there, like I would be embarrassed to say, well, I will give it to you, but you got to build yourself a bridge to nowhere and back. And according to every building code standard, like that's $1 million bridge you're talking about there. Because maybe we could get one over Black Creek somewhere else and let the people use it to get one side to the other. But I regress. Is there? I would like to have the planner. Like, can we remove that clause or that need for a bridge from a recommendation, or does it have to stay in there because it's in? Like the only recommendation that we do generally are we accept the recommendation of that in the planner's report. But how can we remove that portion of it and then debate the rest of the approval or not without the fact that we're going to build a freaking bridge?
So, Madam Chair, I just wanted to add one thing. If there is any misunderstanding of the bridge, so the flood depth that we talked about is 0.8 meter, which is less than 3 feet. So if there is any deck or boardwalk that will withstand the water force, will be only 3 feet high. I'm not sure if councillors are talking about a bridge that will access directly to second floor, but in this case, we're not talking about a 1-story high bridge. It is about 3 feet high boardwalk or deck. It can be different material that will be decided through the engineering solution, through engineering professionals, but at this stage, we are not talking about a large bridge. It is a low-rise deck that will connect the structure with the road.
I think the question still, Mohammed, though, is how can we remove that? Because even at that point, I mean, we're talking the ground elevation there is the same the pier, and I think you're another 14 feet above that for the unit. And if you've ever been out to Turkey Point, I've seen people out their canoes down the street in Turkey Point plenty of times. That's kind of the nature of where we live. So I think council, we build in the floodplain. We have the development that's just being finished in Port Dover, and people are moving in, and that too sits in the floodplain, and there's a lot more people that are there. So I think the question is just how do we need to finesse the wording in that motion that if council supports the approval here, that, we're not into the construction of a bridge.
If I can, Madam Mayor, just to supplement that, and it's Brandon here, just wanted to make sure it's clear that I believe the planning staff's positive recommendation hinges on this as a possible solution, and they had identified there was a few other things of steps that could have occurred, but they identified ways to reduce that red tape by building it into the bylaw. So if council should choose something different, then there may be some risk exposure if there is an appeal in terms of a planning staff opinion or support of that. But of course, it is council's decision as to what you want to do. So if you want to remove that portion from the holding provision, then that's something that staff could look at for the
Brandon,
updated
why
bylaw.
is not, if it all it is to build a boardwalk that's 3 feet above elevation, why is in a marina that's full of boats attaching a life raft to the staircase that's there at that elevation and having it sit there? Why is that not the same as a boardwalk? That's what I don't understand. I mean, even the life raft I find ridiculous and excessive, but I can get my head around that if that's what will help, maintain. It would be the exact same thing as opposed to walking on a wooden boardwalk, which wouldn't float and change with the elevation of the water, should the water be even higher than the boardwalk. But the life raft could elevate to whatever.
Yeah, we will. We know that council, you're looking at things from there's the reasonable, practical argument and approach, and then there's kind of what the challenging provincial policy statement about health and safety that our planning folks have, as you can see, come to a different approach than the past. So we've got to this point, but now I guess it's to council if you want to take a step further.
Well, I would support removing it. I think even Dover Wharf is within the floodplain. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Well, still got some connections with Long Point Eco Adventure. We can get a zip line set up, no problem at all. But can we not, if there's a requirement, like we can approve it according to our rules, but they also have to abide by all other levels. So it's a matter of them getting approval from LPRCA, which, we don't have to, they don't have to get permission from LPRCA to build a bridge. They just have to get permission from LPRCA somehow to keep them happy. So
no, that's Councillor Van Passen. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that the planner's approval within the report is hinging on the bridge being built. So this is where my question is simply back to planning. Can we not work on finding a different alternative to the bridge? I'm not convinced as to why the bridge is different than a life raft.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Can we get planner department support on the condition of finding a solution acceptable to LPRCA? Might be a bridge, might be the zip line, it might be the boat idea again, the tunnel, I don't know, but as long as they can work out agreement between the applicant, our planning department, and LPRCA, that keeps everybody happy and not leave it, like I don't want to spend the rest of today debating whether a bridge is a good idea or not, because I think that'd be pretty quick for me, but let's leave it to the powers that be to work something out. So.
Yeah, through the mayor on that accord, if we look at the holding provision and the wording, I know that that Tricia had looked at it before, but if it had the clause that identified about confirmation of safe access with LPRCA approval, and it was kept general like that it could be any means, then I would presume that our folks would be comfortable with that. Without I think that's where the mayor's going, without specifying it has to be the deck or bridge. So if Tricia and Mohammed are amenable to that, similar to what we just did, we could look at that. If that's council's decision on this, we could look at that wording change for the bylaw. I imagine Tricia and Mohammed might be calling up that clause wording to see whether or not we actually specified deck bridge or if just a safe means of access.
So, Madam Chair, I think this is worthy to look at. We'll look at that and we'll get back with similar kind of text to add into the bylaw.
Through the chair, yeah, we can certainly add that broader language. When Mohammed was working through the chair, when Mohammed was working on with the Conservation Authority in finding solutions, this was brought to them as an option. And so we can certainly change the language, but realize that it's still subject to their approval at permitting stage potentially. And also with the applicant, this is new as well. So there was, the applicant was aware of this proposed approach and was agreeable to it as well. So I don't know if anybody's on the line around that, but we would want to make sure that the applicant was aware about this potential change as well.
Well, it could still be the bridge then, but if we put that more broadly, perhaps we can, come to a more reasonable solution. I think sometimes applicants might agree to things because it's been so many years in progress that you're willing to do just about anything. But I'm also, I struggle to put my name to something that says I want somebody to build a bridge out of their house when half of Norfolk County, is sitting in the floodplain. Well, I should say half, but a good portion along the water's edge.
Through the mayor, if it helps, I do have the bylaw up. If council was looking to make a motion to further amend the zoning bylaw that's proposed of the holding revision to remove the components.
Well, let's just see if somebody does want to do that first, Brandon, since I'm in the chair. Councillor Van Passen, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor, because that's one issue that I'm not sure is right. I think Councillor Martin raised some points about the road that is still not clear in anybody's mind, I think, about who's supposed to be looking after it. I'm almost wondering whether we should defer this to, the next meeting, but then we're going to miss the whole cycle. But I did want to ask Councillor Martin, did you get any sort of comfort level with the idea of the road? And because we're going to fix it, put the water line in and the force main for the sewage as part of this application, I'm comfortable with it, but I just didn't like the sort of look you were given once in a while about the roadway. So
no, do I have comfort with it through you, Madam Mayor? Do I have comfort with it? No, because I have been telling constituents something that wasn't accurate for the last 3 years, but that isn't necessarily the land.
I think you were telling them accurate. The county just never sent the bills.
Yeah.
Just remember, we had $8.5 million in drainage bills that we never sent either. So this is not the only time that we didn't send the bills. So,
however, if they're going to upgrade,
follow through. So.
If they're going to upgrade water, so that's a positive. That's a positive, and so then the road, can be upgraded as well if it's going to be torn up and work is going to be done. I just want clarity when my phone starts ringing tomorrow, and I don't know what the answer is for that without discussing that or having some kind of documentation in front. I don't know.
I just want to be clear for council. So the wastewater, the sewage line already runs down Jalen Crescent. So that is already done. That's not to be done. It is done.
It's not connected, correct?
I believe they are connected. I can't speak, but the connection is there. I mean, that was part of the deal that that they would have to be connected to municipal services. That was the basis for the application coming forward again. And I believe the water line is also done on Jalen as well.
Water is.
So I don't, and I think that was just a recent completion, if I'm not mistaken.
429
Is Jason Godby on the
9791.
line? There's Jason Godby's here. Jason, can you speak to the water and wastewater along Jaylen Crescent so we put this to bed?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You are correct. This property is currently serviced with water and wastewater municipal connections. The road is gravel. We are looping a water main through Jaylen Crescent to deal with old infrastructure that we have buried there and to close off and eliminate 2 dead ends. That does not leave a fully serviced road. The road will remain gravel. It is gravel now. It's going to be restored to gravel through that water main connection process. The remaining lots that are not developed do not currently have sanitary sewer connections. They do not currently have water connections, and we do not have a proper legal outlet for any stormwater that we may collect by building a road and installing curb and gutter. So the plan for engineering going forward is simply the completion of this water main. Any further upgrades would either need to be provided to be directed by council for us to investigate or be borne as a cost of those who wish to develop further properties on Jaylen Crescent. Does that help clarify where we stand as far as infrastructure goes?
Stands on the infrastructure. Councilor Martin, did you want to?
I'm at a loss.
So the infrastructure on the road is done.
But there are other homes who are not connected.
But what would that have to do with Van Haltren's home?
No, I'm just confirming that that's the case. And I don't believe, maybe Paula can chime in. This came at like 9 o'clock last night as well, so I've only read it once over quickly, but I'm pretty sure that there is a section that they're not connected, which is a positive. They'll connect. That's not a bad thing.
Through the chair, if I may, there's one other home that does not currently have they're on their own private septic system. The other properties that are vacant do not have services to the property line and will require to install them in order to build.
Here's a question that could put this all to bed. Is Jaylen Crescent not in the capital plan to be repaired presently?
Through the chair to Councilor Martin, no, it is not.
I thought there was discussion about adding it in.
Jaylen Crescent, as far as we are concerned, is still to be maintained by these property owners, not to be funded through the levy rates of everyone else in the county.
Understood. Thank you. I have no further clarity on this, and I don't have enough. I'm not comfortable making a decision on the road aspect right now, but it's relevant.
Jason, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I think maybe the road, the service level that council wants for that road and for the taxpayers that are existing or will be on the road should be something that, can be put forward to council. Because at the end of the day, it becomes a service level matter to the council. If there's 7 more lots that get developed, you got 7 taxpayers who won't have a paved road, and are they going to sit there and go, I don't care what your agreement was or any of this stuff, I'm paying taxes, I've paid development charges, I want a same or similar service level as everybody else in Norfolk County. And that's a decision that can be made in the future outside of this application. I think it's something that you can specifically refer back to council for a later date, especially during the capital budget time, and you can determine service level.
And Jason, maybe if I could I don't know, but Jaylen Crescent, I know you've seen it, is a pretty short little road. So we have, I think it's 7 homes on there that are probably 7-figure homes, if not high 6-figure homes. And we have a marina that is paying 100,000 plus in taxes a year. So on a road, on a on a kilometer basis of road, for the taxes that are generated off of that little piece of road, I think that's what speaks to having consistent service levels for your taxpayers across Norfolk County.
Yeah, and when it gets into multiple taxpayers, when you have an individual use, it makes sense to say, listen, the taxpayers shouldn't be paying for a development that only really helps one person. And I understand why that agreement was done in prior years. It was one business owner who was getting all the benefits of that. So yes, that was like a private driveway for them. And I'm the first guy who'll try to offload costs. But when you start developing and taking development charges and paying and collecting taxes as a municipality, you actually have an obligation to provide services back for those taxes and those development charges. And this street is getting to that point of, is this something that we want to put the proper infrastructure in to make it at the same service level as everybody else? And that should be a decision for this council through the capital budget. I know Mr. Godby has some engineering issues because of stormwater management, like if you went to a curb system and how that is, but are there other alternatives that we can look for to bring the service level up to something that makes sense for future development? And again, if this was all owned by the one taxpayer, then you would treat it like a subdivision and they would be responsible for this stuff, but they're not the ones developing these properties, and that becomes a more complicated challenge on that street. So I think it's possible to defer this portion of it to capital budget and have staff bring back some further options for council to determine service levels for the street part of it, and kind of avoid that issue for this planning application.
I just want to be careful though, because the road portion isn't included actually in this report directly. So I don't want to use the words defer, because we're not deferring this report. We need to handle this matter now. But that, to Councillor Martin's point, then this is included for discussion, would be part of the motion on Jalen Crescent in the capital budget.
That's correct.
Is that correct, Councillor Martin? Yeah. No more dust complaints for you. Councillor, so do we have, I'm willing to pass the chair and move the motion myself unless somebody else is willing with the changes that Brandon was willing to recommend in the motion. And, I think adding Councillor Martin's piece there about Jalen Crescent is certainly reasonable as well. Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
I'm wondering if Teresa had a chance to whip that motion up, because I would be happy to move it.
Through the mayor, I believe Brandon has created that. I was just waiting for him to send it to me, but he might have it faster on his screen. Brandon, if you want to share that.
Sure.
We're just about to send it to you. Just one moment.
Sure. Through the chair, if it helps, I can show it on my screen what I believe council was looking for in terms of the bylaw changes. And so maybe if Teresa helps with typing up the motion, but so it would be basically at the end of the approval motion or recommendation, it would be subject to the following changes, similar to what we just did. And then there would be 3 bullet points for the following 3 clauses. So subject to the following changes with the zoning bylaw. Clause 3C, removing the words connecting deck bridge between the primary structure and a flood safe zone 4. So I've highlighted in red. This is an enabling policy in here. We want to make sure that we still have this in there just in case there's any structure that ends up being needed. Then we don't have to go back to committee of adjustment or zoning against, but it keeps it generic to safe access and egress. The second one would be subject to amending 6II, removing the words in red, connecting deck bridge between the structure and a flood safe zone 4. and adding the words at the end, if necessary. As it turns out, depending on the solution, their permit may not be necessary. And then 6 I, removing the words the connecting deck bridge for.
Okay. And then Jason Burgess, any suggestions just for the wording at the end for Councillor Martin's concerns there? That a future report be brought back, I guess?
I think, yes, I would almost have that as a completely separate motion. I'd look to Teresa for guidance on that, but I would separate that motion from it because it refers to a capital budget item. So I would vote on that and then have a.
Okay, so we'll vote on that. You think of the wording while we move on. Councillor Taylor's moving that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Rabbits, okay. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? And that is carried. Opposed? Okay. Councillor Martin, if you wanted to, sorry, I'm going to get the wording for you.
Yeah, my suggestion, and Teresa, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, that staff bring back to council during the capital budget service level recommendations and capital plan recommendations for Jalen Crescent infrastructure. And I would target that for an October report, if that was a time frame.
Sorry, Jason, did you write that out or did you?
I did not. Sorry, I was just freelancing off the top. You want me to send it to you? I can do that too.
Repeat it and I can retype it.
Who knew approving 8 condominiums on agricultural land would be easier than this?
Madam Mayor, did we miss the one in Long Point, the application?
We did. We're going to go back. I already talked to Teresa. Thank you. Let's not get distracted here.
I just sent it in Teams over to you, Teresa. Please correct any spelling errors, which I'm sure I have 3 of them on. It takes a lot of people to make me look good. That's why we have such a large team.
Does council want to see this motion up on the screen?
You can just read it, short enough.
Or do you just want me to read it?
Just read it.
Okay, that staff be directed to bring a report to council in October for options on infrastructure service levels and capital plan implications for Jalen Crescent. October.
Moved by Councillor Martin. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back. I know you guys probably need a 5-minute break at some point here. Let's go back to the one that I missed, which is staff report CD 2176 post marina. And I think Nicole, that's you as well.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an application proposing to amend the zoning bylaw to create conducive zoning to facilitate a lot line adjustment in favor of the property immediately adjacent to the west of the subject lands. The subject lands currently contain the existing small-scale marina, while the neighboring properties are residential in nature. The applicant currently owns both the subject land and the vacation home property to the west. However, the current parcel fabric does not accurately reflect the existing use and separation of uses on the 2 parcels. In order to facilitate the boundary adjustment in an attempt to rectify this issue, the zoning bylaw amendment is required. In addition to the rezoning of a portion of the subject lands from marine commercial to resort residential, a site-specific special provision is also proposed to amend the existing marine commercial zone to reduce the required minimum lot area and minimum lot frontage, and to recognize the existing deficiencies in the rear yard setback in order to facilitate that boundary adjustment. The application was heard at the public hearing meeting on July 6th, and no public comments have been received. Agency and department comments are provided in Appendix A of the report, but there are none of significance to note. Planning staff support the recommendation of approval for this proposal as it meets the intent and purposes of applicable provincial policy and the official plan.
Okay, any questions from councillors? Okay, Councillor Hopland, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Chop. I was just going to move the recommendation of staff.
Excellent. Seconded by Councillor Van Bassen. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Do you want a break or did you want to power through a couple more? You tell me. Councillor Hopland, it's your decision.
I need a break. My back is very sore.
Okay, so do we want to have like 20 minutes? Does that work? 6:35? Gives everybody a little snack time or something? Okay. We'll see you back at 6:35.
Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, We know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home.
So Post Marine is done, Jalen Crescent's done, so we're on to staff reports. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we're on to staff report CD 2178, Project Microphone and Entrepreneurship Center Resources Budget Amendment. And Zvi, if you are ready, we would love to hear from you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And good evening, Mayor Chop and members of council. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to provide a very brief overview of the staff report. As members of council are aware, the Economic Development Department, we're currently in the process of implementing a number of strategic projects and programs. And those are aimed at driving economic recovery first and foremost, but also economic growth, economic resilience, and economic diversity. And we have a number of projects all aiming towards those various goals. Key amongst those strategic projects and programs right now is first and foremost the Economic Recovery Plan, which, as members of council know, consists of multiple individual projects that were identified by the county's Economic Recovery Task Force and then approved by members of council. And then secondly, we have Project Microphone, which is an innovative, multi-year tourism and live entertainment strategy that's frankly generated a lot of interest in our community. Both of these projects, the Economic Recovery Plan program and the individual projects, as well as Project Microphone, they're high impact, high priority areas of focus for Norfolk County's economy, and we're extremely excited to be moving forward with them, and we've already started making great progress with a lot of them. With that perspective, the purpose of tonight's report is to propose and seek approval from Council for the addition of a single temporary full-time resource that will be responsible for supporting implementation of these strategic projects as well as other strategic projects. This position will be funded through a combination of existing approved county budgets as well as other levels of government for the duration of 1 year. Now, how are we going to achieve this? Well, we're going to combine, or at least we hope to combine, two partial roles that were already envisioned through the Economic Recovery Plan and through Project Microphone and combine them into a single. So we have existing partial or part-time resources that have been envisioned and funded, and what we would like to do is combine them. And in doing so, we believe that we will end up creating multiple financial and operational benefits for the project, certainly, and the outcomes, but also for the county as a whole. Just briefly wanted to mention that as part of this request, staff recently applied for and were awarded a grant for one of the projects within the Economic Recovery Plan, and specifically that's the Entrepreneurship Accelerator Pilot Project. And this grant will pay for 25% of the proposed role, but also this grant will fund other portions of the implementation of the Entrepreneurship Pilot Project, meaning we'll have to draw on fewer resources from that Economic Recovery Plan fund. So we're very excited that we've been able to secure this grant for this Entrepreneurship Center, and that it will be able to fund a portion of this position that we're talking about, as well as other parts of the plan. More details about the funding of the project and then the funding sources for the position can be found in the companion report, which is a closed session report. But I'm happy to provide any answers right now, and I thank you very much.
Thanks, Bea. I'm just quick question. Why does this need to be termed as a management position when it's somebody that's going to help just run Project Microphone and so on for the following year? Like, why are we creating a management level position?
Certainly, to the mayor, I'm not sure that it will be a management position. The term project manager, I think, is managing a project. I don't believe that it's necessarily a management position. However, we went with a worst case scenario. I wanted to provide council with the numbers. This is what the highest possible cost would be. It hasn't been evaluated. It will very likely not reach that level, but I wanted to present the worst case scenario.
So from my perspective, I wouldn't support it at that highest level position of a management level position. I don't think it needs to be that. The other concern I have, I think, this is a great opportunity for Norfolk County and I do support it, but I'm getting really concerned with some of the temporary positions that we're having to come in to do all of these different items. And I just wonder if, Jason, I don't know if he's back in his office or not, how we can create, I want to know of all these temporary positions, and I want a list of them so that, and when they expire, so that we know exactly when these expire and we can check off that they have not been, morphed into longer term positions. Because we went through a lot of layoffs to eliminate positions, but now I'm getting concerned at the number of positions that we're creating on a temporary basis.
Certainly, and at least in terms of this position, we're happily report and progress. And when the position is over, from a broader corporate perspective, I see Jason's back.
Yeah, again, I want, it's not just having isolation though. What I'd like to be provided to council is a full list from corporate services of all of these temporary positions with what is their expiry date on contract. so that it's readily available, so that we know that those, each and every one of those positions at the term of the contract expiry has been eliminated. And for this, I'm going to assume when it's project microphone ends, the position ends.
Yeah, in this case, to the mayor, in this case, it's when the entrepreneurship pilot ends, which is June, July, August of next year. That will end. Project Microphone's a 3-year project, but we'll evaluate kind of whether we go back to a part-time role that would be separate from this and with separate funding. But this would end middle of next year when the entrepreneurship pilot ends.
Additionally, with these positions, because the funding is coming from different sources or prescribed, there is no funding continuing after. So for example, the recreation position, that's why we uploaded all the funding from the reserve or from the surplus, because there is no continuation of funding after that. So if you don't have the funding, you can't have the position. This position is dependent upon certain funding from the province. Once the provincial money goes away, to continue with that position, you'd have to come back to council through the budget to do that. So there is a control mechanism through the budget. We can also provide, we do have some of that information, and we can certainly provide that as part of the budgeting process going forward.
I get that theoretically that's how that should unfold and you need that approval, but we also just came after 2 years ago, we were right sizing the budget where positions were being secretly funded out of reserve accounts to, hide that as having gone on. So, I get it. I just want to make sure there's a mechanism in place that doesn't happen again, that we're able to just see each of those temporary positions.
Yeah, in this case specifically, once the province stops funding it, you're short funding at that point in time. There's no funding source for it. So there's no levy source for that, or at least for a portion of that. So
I get it, but then they come back to council and then you ask for, hey, can we approve this one? We're gonna like to turn this into a full-time position, but it's not putting it in the overall context of we've approved 5 temporary positions. And so I want to have it weighed against all of the other positions in the future so that it's not just each individual budget amendment that's coming forward like this, that we're able to see it in the context of all the temporary positions that have come about. So is it not possible for us to just get a list of all the temporary positions and what their technical expiry date is meant to be based on what we've approved, just compiled into one sort of thing that we can reference in the future?
Yep, we can certainly do that. That's not a problem. And then your other catch is, I just wouldn't rely on a report that comes to you in September of, 2021 and then expect council to remember that come 2022, 23. So that's why it has to be part of the budget process too. The FTE reconciliation is part of the budget process, and that's what, council should also be looking at both those tools. But we'll get
maybe,
that.
Maybe they could add the temporary positions with the expiry dates at the bottom of the variance reporting. So then we are reminded of exactly when those positions are coming offline.
Yeah, or non-levy funded positions would be how it would be described in the budget report. We can have staff do that for the budget process.
On the variance reporting. Okay. Councilor Martin.
Sorry. I don't know what's going on. My mute button is delayed. Thanks, Mayor Chop. You took the words out of my mouth. I would actually go a step further and kind of hijack this report and sent an email to Mr. Burgess and Aaron. I specifically am wondering the same. This month we've looked at positions, and so I'm wondering what we eliminated at budget, who we've added on. Some of those are for succession planning and they will even out, others will not. And I too would be in favor of that list, but I believe that Aaron was having finance crunch some numbers to be prepared for this meeting. So that's my first question. I do have one second follow-up question if Aaron's not prepared.
Yeah, actually it'd be Shelley that can give that information. Finance did provide that. And I just want to be clear that, just so that there isn't no confusion, we can maybe do something on quarterly variance reporting, but the variance reporting is really for variances. But any council approved initiatives are also part of that budget process. So we track it through our CAI reporting to council. So I don't want to make sure that we're just not creating another report, because we're already creating that report through the budget process.
Okay, sorry, to be clear, I don't mean as factoring it in with the variant, I like what, the variance reporting is coming quarterly. So as a Schedule A to the variance reporting, if we could just have the list of those temporary positions, just with the dates that they're meant to expire. Stick it on the back of it, just so it's always at the forefront. Can you provide me, could you go off the top of your head right now and say all the positions that we have approved? Because I can't.
We'll create a report for the variance reporting.
Shelley, are you there to answer Councilor Martin's question?
Thank you through the mayor to Councilor Martin. So we did have some discussion with Aaron Anderson as well. And we did put together a quick summary so we can send that out to council. They are being tracked, as Mr. Burgess said, they will be tracked in the budget document, and we can add that to the variance reporting as well. I think we have a number of reports today that are waiting for final approval by council. But when we look at the allocation, and I don't want to misspeak for Ms. Anderson, but our numbers were 12.67 FTE, but we didn't include this one from Project Microphone. So that would be 13.67 FTE. And of that, 3.17 FTE was approved as permanent. They are funded from a very number of sources, whether it's attrition, 2020 surplus, reserve specifically for property management reserve or the building reserve. And then we have, I think, in total 5 ministry funded positions that went to paramedic services for the community paramedicine program. So we can put that in a summary format and send that to council. But we are tracking those. We, as staff, are cognizant of where we are today, and it will be included in reporting moving forward.
And you know what, Shelley, you just made a great point as well. If it's easy for you to access the funding the way that they're funded, the government funding, the reserve funding, that would be appreciated, because I know there's more than one just in this agenda alone when stuff gets approved. So that would be very appreciated, but 3.17 is permanent, so thank you. My second question through you, Mayor Chop, my second and final question, on page...
Councilor Martin, just if I can though, that 3.17, and Shelley, correct me if I'm wrong, the position as in for real estate, that was considered a permanent position, so that's one of those 3.17s, but that still is going to be eliminated through the attrition. So it's 3.17 as a creation of a permanent full-time, but it's not necessary. That is another position that will eventually disappear as well.
Yeah, all that will be good to know on one piece of paper. Thank you. Okay, through you, Mayor Chop, my final question. On page 353, the report talks about additional funds leveraged through private sponsorship, and I wondered if we had any update on that with the live entertainment strategy.
Through the mayor, there will be a report coming back to council before October. There definitely have been conversations, but nothing finalized that I'm aware of. The mayor may want to contribute to my answer. But as I said, when we come back in our September report, we hope to have some additional. I think we will certainly be able to generate more once we have a better understanding of what that schedule looks like. And even in 2023, once we've pulled off an entire year, we will get even more private sector sponsorship. But yeah, to answer your question, right now there's no confirmed amounts.
I don't think it's at the stage of being able to confirm the donors until we have a little bit of a plan put forward for them to put their name to. So you need to plan for them to be able to commit those kind of dollars, that it's actually moving forward and going to happen. Councilor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you, I did want to concur with your comments earlier, Mayor Chop and Councilor Martin. I would really appreciate identifying those temporary positions, their expiry dates, and the source of their funding. And totally, we've really changed course from the way that some of these positions were funded. And I think we need to increase our ability for some oversight of these positions. This council has openly funded positions from reserves, and this report essentially would affect that same outcome, which leads to my question. I'm on the economic recovery plan. It's page 356 of our original agenda, and the report speaks to the economic recovery task force. It's referred to as NSERT, in-house by staff, and I've had it come up at a number of committee level meetings. And this group, I think we also perhaps need a better line of sight or some oversight on behalf of council. So I understand we have a group of volunteers, and I thank each and every one of them for their service. But my question is, what is their reporting relationship to council? Effectively, they'll be working a lot with these positions that we're funding to effectuate the recovery plan. The report speaks to some grant funding and that this task force has many strategic priorities that I'm sure they're working very hard and diligently to fulfill. Are they to be reporting to the Tourism and Economic Development Advisory Board with the results of their work? Are they coming directly to council once we have some grant funding to propose? I was just hoping for a little bit of an explanation as to how this group will function and how it will report to council moving forward.
Sure, through the mayor to Councillor Rabbit. So first and foremost, we will have a quarterly or a Q4 report this year, providing an update to council about the economic recovery plan, what has been deployed, what is underway, what are some of the outcomes. In terms of NSERT or the Norfolk County Economic Recovery Task Force, they are not directly in contact with the staff. They are an advisory board. They're a group of volunteers that help put together the plan. At this point, they are a group of business and community leaders to whom we report the status on our progress. We meet with them, we report status. They ensure that the plan is progressing properly. After all, they develop that plan after doing consultations. But they aren't directing staff, and they certainly wouldn't be directing the position that you're asking about right now. So we had not envisioned an additional reporting relationship other than the NSERT report from the task force through staff up to council.
Well, thank you for that, Zvi, but I suppose that's perhaps what I'm proposing. I understand they'll be setting strategic direction, but we're using, verbiage they, NSERT, our Economic Recovery Task Force, and I would love to put a name or a face to this group because it's playing a real linchpin role in our economic recovery plan. Perhaps it's worthwhile to see if a spokesperson may like to step forward on behalf of that community, because members of the public would also like to engage with them. And what better way to promote our recovery plan than perhaps one of that citizen body would like to step forward as a spokesperson, or perhaps be included 5-minute deputation in that report to council. Those are just my thoughts on what I would like to see happen.
Yeah, through the mayor, I think that's a fair request, and we're happy to ask the chair to be that public face if he's willing, and he has been willing in the past, and to present to council as well. I see Jason's hands up. I'm not chairing the meeting, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to add to Z. The chair was to present the report that went to council. The NSERT committee is a committee formed by council with terms of reference approved by council. I think the chair was going to present at the when council approved the $250,000 worth of recommendations, but I think because of timing, he wasn't able to make that meeting, and Z presented on behalf. The intent is that the board chair, like many other of our advisory committees, would make a presentation to the board or to the council, so that's not an issue.
So Councillor Rabbits, I don't mean to harp, and I'm not, and maybe I just misunderstand your words. I just wanted to make very clear, though, the comment that you made in terms of openly funding positions out of reserve accounts. that there is a very big distinction between what was going on in the past, which was full-time permanent position was being funded out of the WSIB. That, as an example, that was the complaints position. And so at the end of the day, when your reserve account runs out, now you have to add that onto the levy all of a sudden. So the difference in this case, like with the property management reserve account for the disposal of the surplus lands, was, you know, that first sale of those surplus lands are going to replenish that reserve account, and that position is the one that we've insured, and it will, you know, once that project is done, it will no longer be the case, but it will also be paid back into that reserve account with those initial sale of lands. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure distinct from what was going on before, because we've spoken a lot about it, but there's a really big difference between funding a full-time position that was never accounted for on the levy, and then all of a sudden you have no more funding for it.
My sentiments exactly, Mayor Chop, and thank you for confirming the point. And I just hope that we are not on a slippery slope where perhaps, just as you've indicated, if unchecked, a future council could end up in the same position. Right?
Well, I think in
by creating temporary positions that become full-time, right?
You got it.
Having that line of sight on where those positions are funded from as well, I think that's a real key piece in our role as council, and having that oversight role and that accountability.
I do. I agree with you. I mean, obviously, you know, I think that's great for us to have that oversight. At the same time, you know, I can see where staff's coming from. I mean, these have been pretty significant projects that this council has taken on to try to move the county forward. You know, just the land monetization project, I mean, that is significant, and will bring, you know, significant dollars to the county. But it's not feasible for the staff in the current position to be able to take on that project solely. Same thing for Project Microphone. I mean, has the potential to bring a lot of benefit for the county, but we don't have the staffing resources to be engaged in a special project like that. So, in their defense, I can also see where they're coming from. So did somebody wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative here? Councillor Taylor, and seconded by Councillor Columbus. I think staff have heard us loud and clear in terms of the reporting. With that, all those in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Van Passen, I can't see your hand. I don't know if you were opposed or you're just frozen.
Make sure alive again.
You're alive again, yes.
Okay. I had to move my cardboard cutout and step back and sit in the chair myself now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now moving on. I just lost my pen. Next is staff report C 2180, and that's in regards to OPNPL 2020106 and ZNPL 2020107, and I don't have a further. That's an application that's been received to amend the Norfolk County official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 7-story apartment building with a maximum of 7 dwelling units at the ground floor of the building fronting onto Sydenham Street. Fabian, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Through you, Madam Chair. So there are two main components to this application. First is an official plan amendment, and the second is a zoning bylaw amendment. The subject land is currently designated downtown and hazard land in the official plan and our zone central business district. So the application was brought forward for a public hearing on November 3rd, 2020. And so since the public hearing, we've received some public comments through the BIA as well as council at the public hearing. So the main issues that were identified through council and the BIA were through, in regards to building height and shadow impacts, as well as the overall building design and physical appearance. So staff have met with the developer on 2 separate occasions to discuss the built form and to discuss design issues raised by staff, community input from BIA, as well as input from council. Public concerns were discussed and there were various design options that were reviewed. While meeting with the developer, we had discussions surrounding the site limitations, the built form, the setback, the step back, and the shadow implications were discussed at length. Staff believe that there is a balance of considerations between what can be accommodated on this parcel and that not all elements can be fully adhered to when considering future development opportunities in the surrounding area, as well as for this specific site, and the overall need for rental housing as well. Staff are satisfied based on the site and that there is a commitment to ensure an attractive development that currently meets the Norfolk County design standards. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed application meets the intents of the PPS, the Norfolk County official plan, and the zoning bylaw. And at this time, staff are recommending approval of the subject application. I'm available for any questions that you may have, and I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thanks, Fabian. Questions from council? Councillor Van den Driesche, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is, it's a 7-story building, and I'm not familiar anymore with the fire department. Do we have sufficient equipment in case that there was such as a roof fire?
Through you, Madam Chair. So as part of the application, it was circulated and the fire department provided, they indicated that they had no comments or concerns with this application. So by that front, I would assume that the answer to your question would be that yes, if no concerns were raised at the time of the circulation.
Okay, my question is then, does the fire department have the extension ladder that goes that high? I remember from years ago, we restricted heights of buildings because we didn't have fire equipment. I just want to know if the fire department has sufficient equipment to go that high.
So I'd have to defer to someone from the fire department to answer that question.
I think that's Fabian's point, was that the report has been circulated to Norfolk County Fire, and there have been no concerns that were raised, as it states in the report.
I'd like assurances of that. If no one minds, someone could just call the fire department.
I'll follow up with
appreciate it. Thank you very much. As far as the project goes, I'm on board with it. I just want to make sure that it's safe. Thank you.
Any further questions from councillors? Okay, so I'm going to assume here that the fire department, again, they've had multiple occasions to provide comments. It has been circulated. So if we could go ahead and move forward with the report, and should Mr. Burgess come back and have a different answer from Mr. Stillwell while the meeting is going on, perhaps also can agree that we will revisit this item. So with that, does somebody wish to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Huffman, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. Looks like he has an answer already.
Yeah, Chief Stillwell said no issues with a 7-story building.
Great. Okay, next report is Norfolk County Civil Marriage Ceremony Program, staff report CAO 2155, and that's to you, Teresa.
Thank you, through the mayor. So the report is before you today. This is a follow-up report to the report I previously brought in May, I believe. Just talking about how our civil ceremony program should be proceeding at the county. So I did a scan, or my team did a scan of civil ceremonies being provided around this area as well as up into the GTA area, just to provide some context of how these types of ceremonies are being performed around the province. Pretty much the benchmarking concludes that the majority of ceremonies are being provided by the clerk's office, and many of them are just being provided during business hours at a county facility or a municipal facility. There are some that have established a process for their staff to do the occasional off-site or after-hours event. All of them have fees that are established through their user fee bylaw, and establishes the fees for that service. We did a scan of private ceremonies being provided, private officiants in the county. We found 2 listed. There may be more, but we found 2 that were advertising actively. And a scan of the yellow pages shows we have 109 places of worship in Norfolk County. and 93 churches. A number of them are providing marriage ceremonies, and some of them have no conditions of anybody can get married there. Some you have to be a member of the congregation. Some require that you do some premarital counseling, and some just simply have some COVID restrictions. The places of worship marriages tend to range between $250 to $500, although some say by donation only. So as per my previous report, and I still support my thought pattern on it, is that our civil ceremony program should be provided in-house by our staff as per the defined user fee bylaw. And if council feels that there is a strong need for us to have more flexibility to provide after hours and off-site services to the community, then we could do a bigger dive into that to see what that cost would be and how we could offer those services. At this point, I can't say that I have any conclusive data that says that we need that requirement. But you know, over the next few months, as things start to open up, we may see more requests coming in. This report came because the fact that we did have some unconventional practices of allowing staff to perform ceremonies outside of office hours and offsite locations, outside of our user fee bylaw, as well as individuals who are no longer staff members. And so, you know, if council wants to consider having agents provide this service, it's definitely something we could explore. But the clerk would recommend that we do that through a fair and transparent process, through a proper RFP process, ensuring that the individuals that we contract with are following county policies, you know, mitigating county liability, and making sure we're following the process for which the province delegated us this authority. Finance commented on the report, and my conclusion is before you today. I am aware that the mayor may want to speak to this, but my recommendation is that we continue with the program as the county originally said it to be, and that we approve the clerk, the deputy clerk, and the licensing officer for the county as civil officials.
Thanks, Teresa. So I see Councillor Huffman, you got your hand up. I'll just provide a little bit of background. So one of the individuals that was offering the ceremonies had reached out when this whole, I like how Teresa puts a nicer spin on it with unconventional practices, but perhaps practices that weren't sort of, you know, maybe there were also skeletons in the clerk's department that are now coming out with somebody having a fresh set of eyes on things. My only concern is the August 31st date of just, it just seems that it's in the middle, not that I know a lot about weddings, but it's in the middle of the wedding season. And so, you know, by allowing it to sort of terminate maybe a month or two later to the, let's say the end of October, then that gives those individuals time that are offering those services. They do have the ability to go and get ordained through other avenues to be able to continue to provide those services. I'm just concerned with the August cutoff date. It just, I think I would like to see it move to the end of October. Councillor Martin, if you had a different idea of the end of the fall wedding season, you could chime in. Councillor Huffman.
Or I'm officiant yet, so I think late October would be kind.
What's that?
I said I don't have an officiant yet, so you know, late October might be kind. But no, I think you're right, especially coming out of COVID. There are a lot of people double booked and so on. So I think that's a very reasonable extension, late October.
I didn't mean in terms of you, but I meant in terms of that season of you know, is it the end of October? Is it middle of November? Whenever that high season kind of period ends.
No, all good. I was just joking. I think late October is very reasonable.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So I just wanted to summarize. Currently, then we would have more than just 3 people, and what we're doing is we're allowing to the previous individuals to continue performing wedding ceremonies until the end of October. Sounds reasonable to me. And then going forward, we will have 3 individuals that will provide this service during work hours only. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct. I do just want to
Okay.
clarify, though, that the current individuals who are appointed, who are performing ceremonies outside of our actually council-approved program, are providing the services not on they're using the county's authority, but they're not providing it on behalf of the county. So they're not advertising the services as county services. They are not charging the county's user fee of $297. And they are remitting to the county $25 for every service that they perform. And that fee has never been established by this council. So if I would just suggest that if we're going to go forward with that, that I would be more comfortable if council made a motion to approve that fee for an interim process, which I recognize we wouldn't have time to bring the user fee back, but I'd still prefer a motion on the books to clarify that council is authorizing that process for, you know, the individual or individuals that are authorized to do this until that time period.
And then Councillor Huffman, it would give them time again to go through. By next wedding season, they could go and look at other avenues to be able to provide those services off hours. Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know why my hand popped up there.
I was going to say, I didn't know you're so into weddings.
Right. I was just, I would move the recommendation the staff has printed in the agenda package, though.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Okay, that's not what we're discussing then. You're not allowing it, extending it to October. Just to be clear from what was just discussed, that's not the recommendation. Okay, I see a lot of hands all of a sudden. So Councillor Columbus is moving that. Councillor Taylor, were you seconding that?
I was going to second that if we could include those amendments to extend the season and approve that $25 fee for Teresa there.
So Councillor Columbus, are you okay with that amendment?
I will accept that friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so I think Teresa has a different motion that's been prepared then.
Have you, so I guess the first thing I want to suggest is the motion that I've prepared does list the individual in it. Now, I have not spoken with this individual about this matter. So I'm just, I'm at a little bit of I mean, we're appointing it, so I guess it's transparent enough. I can put it up on the screen if you'd like to see it. Just 1 second. Let me just mix this up.
I want to be clear, like, I don't think what was being done was the correct process in any way. And I think Teresa is absolutely right to clean this matter up. The challenge is to just pull that away in the middle of the wedding season when people have booked that individual. I can see the challenges associated with that. And I think it's fair when it kind of came out of the blue to just give people time to be able to adapt and find a new way of being ordained, or however that works.
So the clauses that I added in was just approving the individual to provide civil efficient services under the clerk's delegation. I put until November 30th. The council waived the user fee of $297 for civil ceremonies performed by this individual. If this individual be authorized to charge their own fee for service and remit back to the county $25 per ceremony, that the marriage registry be returned to the county clerk at the conclusion of November 30th, and then that we amend the bylaw that we're going to approve at the end of the meeting today to include this individual, with the understanding that their appointment will expire on November 30th.
Okay, somebody had said October, but as long as the mover's okay with the end of November.
Yes, that's good. I believe the clerk's right.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Councillor Van Den Rishi, go ahead.
Thank you. Teresa, what is the fee for a marriage license? And this individual was at one particular time designated through the county to be able to provide that service.
So a marriage license is a separate process. A marriage license is $150 that we charge at this county. It's a completely separate process from the civil ceremony process. This individual used to be a county employee and was designated as part of that process.
Yeah.
And the unique thing about the civil marriage ceremony is that it is actually the clerk that is delegated the authority to do ceremonies, not council, nobody else. So the province has delegated that authority to the clerk. So technically, a clerk can delegate their authority to anyone else other than council to perform clerk services. So the process that was previously approved was delegated through the clerk. And so that individual was allowed to keep that delegation after they left the county based on the delegation of the clerk of the day. And when I came in as clerk, I didn't agree with that process. It's well within a clerk's right to do that. It's not a process I supported. So I brought a report to council to say I would like to amend our process and I would do a further review. So I support council doing this openly and transparently. I'm very appreciative of that. And I can support the intent behind the changes that council wanted.
Thank you. I just wanted to make it perfectly clear. Otherwise, we had a lot of people out there married who weren't really married. So as long as that person was designated at that particular time, then that makes it official. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously by council. Thanks, Teresa, for making that small amendment there. Next report then is CAO 2157, vacation balance strategy for non-union management, or non-union employees rather. And Erin, I guess you're going to present that report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chop. So the purpose of this report is to identify to council the ongoing concerns related to vacation balances and vacation carryover for non-union staff, and to resolve the issue moving forward. So as the report outlines, in 2019, the non-union policy was updated to not allow for either vacation carryouts or vacation payouts. So although the policy was changed, it has not been enforced, and it actually had the opposite effect on vacation carryover from year to year, just due to workload and other pressures. So the purpose for changing the report back then was to decrease financial liability for the county. However, due to historic rollovers of vacation, workload pressures, utilization of other time banks, staff vacancies, leaves of absence, and the pandemic, there are many staff at the general manager and director levels with higher than normal vacation balances that need to be addressed. So prior to the policy change in 2019, any non-union vacation balance remaining at the end of the year would be paid out on the first pay in January, while allowing up to 2 weeks of carryover. So for example, if someone had 3 weeks in their bank, 1 week would be paid out and 2 weeks would be carried over for utilization that next year. So in order to address this issue while still ensuring work-life balance, staff are putting forward some recommendations, looking at options 1 and options 4 as outlined in the report. Approving option 1 will ensure consistency for vacation carryover with other groups in the county and still allow flexibility for staff. The impact of option 4 will reduce the overall county's liability over the next 2 years and will result in no budget variance impact. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I have my SLT colleagues on the line as well who can also answer any questions that you may have.
Erin, I just, the staff recommendation, I think it's a bit contradictory, and staff council approve option 1 and option 4. Option 1 says 2 week, up to a maximum 2 week carryover to align with collective agreements. Option 4 says moving forward, no carryover and all entitlements must be used. So I don't know how to reconcile the staff recommendation.
Thank you. So what we're just saying is that, we'll try to have staff use as much vacation entitlement or the entitlements within the year that it's accrued, but knowing that stuff comes up unexpectedly. And so we're asking that the policy reflect what other collective agreements do and allow that 2-week carryover. But knowing that what we're trying to do is reduce what's in the banks now and have people try to use what they can within the year that it's earned.
Okay, but still, I'm still, so option 1 is to carry over each year up to a maximum of 2 weeks. Option 4 says moving forward, all vacation entitlements must be used within the year in which it's accrued.
Yeah, through the chair, maybe I can assist on the question. The intent is, let's say you have an employee today that has 6 weeks accrued vacation. The 2-year, the option 4 gives the person 2 years to get that down to the 2-week level. And then going forward, they would then have the 2 weeks. And the intent is that, during that 2-year period, the staff work together to get down so that they're in compliance with option 1. Because it might be difficult.
Okay, well, I think you need to remove the word all then from that. So it needs to be changed to 2 weeks. Otherwise it doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, or just say for the first 2 years, for the first 2-year period, that's the grandfathering type of clause put in.
My only challenge with that is when you're allowing at this level, when you have 6 weeks in vacation and sometimes even more, and so you're allowing an additional 2-week carryover, how do you, at a certain point, you still have work within the county that all needs to be done, especially at a management level. Like, I'm just not sure that I agree with the 2-week carryover portion.
Well, that's the challenge.
I get right now the challenge because of COVID and so on and so forth. And
I think the 2 weeks, getting staff down to only carrying over 2 weeks would be a massive improvement from what is the current situation. The issue at the management level here is we have a very flat organization. It's very thin. When you have either absenteeism of other partners or a vacancy, a lot of that work flows up to the senior manager to complete the work, and they're just not able to take the vacation. And so therefore getting someone down to the 2 weeks would be a pretty big task. So there are some employees that will require several weeks off over the next 2 years to get down to the 2-week allotment.
Councillor Vanden Riche, go ahead.
I'm a little confused. So I'm concerned with the fact that it could be a large amount of time that a staffer would be away. So, but what we're trying to say here is that you have up to the 2 years to get this gone. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct. And
Okay.
then going forward, they would only ever be allowed to carry forward no more than 2 weeks. So going forward, they would have to, if I'm entitled to 6 weeks going forward, I would have to take a minimum of 4 weeks during the year. I would not be allowed to accrue anything more than 2 weeks in a year, in a year.
Is there any worst case scenario out there? Could you give me an example of, has somebody got 9 weeks vacation entitled to them?
Ms. Anderson might be better positioned to answer what a couple of examples that we have currently.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Vanden Riche. Yeah, in some cases from historic carryovers not being able to take, we do have some staff that would have gotten their 6 weeks entitlement in January, but already had potentially 4 weeks in their bank. And so for a total of, maybe 10 weeks this year, it's not realistic for them to take 10 weeks off. And so this is, historically, prior to the policy change in 2019, staff would have been paid out. We understand that we don't budget for payouts, and we've been accruing that liability. And when when people retire or resign, we do pay out their vacation banks at that point. So, historically what had happened is people would retire from the county and then be on vacation. And then that's when they would take all their vacations. So they were still employed by the county for like 6, 8, 9, 10 weeks, on vacation time and not actually.
No, I agree with you. I think I've seen that scenario happen. I think, well, in the private sector, moved up to use it or lose it theory. So I think we have to clean this up somehow. So I do agree with you. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Anderson, option 1 states up to a maximum of 2 weeks. Are we talking 10 days or 14 days with respect to that 2 weeks? Or should that not be worded days rather than weeks?
We actually calculate our vacation entitlement in hours. So if we wanted to, we could change that to 70 hours, and that would be, so it's 10 days, but we actually calculate it in hours. So if we wanted to be consistent with how we bank them, it would be the 70 hours, which is 2 weeks, 10 days.
Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, anything further? Somebody wish to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Rabbits, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion on that? And Aaron, do you want that changed, or that's sufficient as it is? Okay. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, next report. Integrity Commissioner, investigation, scope of costs, and Teresa, I guess this is to you, that's 21-60.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'll speak to a bit of it, and then perhaps Paul Budis wants to take a crack at it too. We've been working on this together. So back at the June 15th council meeting, council requested an integrity commissioner investigation to be commenced regarding disclosure of closed session information as it relates to the hub land sale, and that we were to provide a preliminary scope of estimated costs related to the investigation. So we initiated conversations with the current IC, Mr. John Mascaron, and he provided us some information and directed us to some information that we could find ourselves, just to kind of see what happens with these types of investigations. So it is our understanding that some of these investigations, depending on the scope, can change the cost significantly. So how many meetings are being investigated, how many people are part of each of those meetings that have to be interviewed. And it's very hard for ICs to provide a true cost scope for these types of matters. Mr. Mascaron did confirm that this matter would be sent out to a third party in IC as the matter pertained to all of council, and indicated we could contact an IC of our choice, as we discussed with him and the county solicitor, to get another opinion if we want. It will probably be very similar based on the investigation Paul and I did of other municipalities going through the same thing. So we just wanted to bring that information to council's attention. But we're still happy to proceed however council would like, but we just wanted council to have an understanding that the cost, in my opinion, and I believe the county solicitor's opinion, is that it will hit probably 40 plus, if not more, depending on how many meetings have to be investigated. We just wanted to know if council wanted us to proceed, or we did provide some options of perhaps having the third party integrity commissioner conduct some, interviews with a specific scope that we provide, to be able to maybe provide us some advice and an assessment on levels of concern council should have related to closed session item. Paula, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that.
I don't.
So,
go ahead, Teresa. Carry on. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, so if there's any questions of council, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, Councillor Huffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place here, because I fully support the investigation, because there's been allegations made, and I'm very comfortable with having the investigation. And I would like not just my name, but our council as a whole, quote unquote, cleared of any wrongdoing, but also being very cognizant of the value of our taxpayers' money. So those are my thoughts. I guess I don't really have a question. But I'm feeling very, very torn on that.
I think that's a fair statement. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Teresa, in addition to this 40,000 plus, how much time will be required of the clerk's department?
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, I'm not sure there's going to be a ton of time specifically from the clerk's department. I wouldn't know. I guess that would depend on what the integrity commissioner that's doing the investigation requires of us to pull for minutes and agendas. I think it's something we could probably manage. I mean, obviously it would add to our workload, but I'm not saying that that should be a reason not to proceed with it. I just, when I read the 2 articles that I provided in the report, and I have experienced myself with 4 different integrity commissioners at my previous employer, and I know the cost of, some of those investigations. I recognize that sometimes those costs get very expensive very fast and we can't control them. And so as long as we're aware of that going into it, that was my important thing, that everybody understood that.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Jason, did you have comments?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I think Councillor Huffman hit it on the head. It's a tough choice. That's why staff have made a suggestion, and I believe you can control cost or and then have council have better input. I believe you can structure this assignment so that there is a phase 1 where an initial review is done, i.e. they conduct a certain amount of interviews, review a certain amount of material, and then the IC can provide a preliminary report. And if council wants to dig into the matter deeper, they can choose to dig into the matter deeper, but you can put in a bit of a fixed scope restriction on the front end. The other suggestion that staff is making is to include in the scope, that there is something, positive that comes out of this, is that if there's any recommendations, if this is deemed to be a concern, if the IC believes it is a concern, that it also provides recommendations for changes in procedures to council and to Norfolk County for in-camera confidential information. So I think that addresses your concern, Councillor Huffman. There would be an investigation. If the integrity commissioner, through their professional judgment, thinks that maybe there should be more investigation after a certain point in time, they can bring that back to council. If they don't think it's warranted, or there's, they don't view it as, they don't want to chase every rabbit down to the last rabbit hole, then that would stop, provide a preliminary report to council, and council then can either direct to move further along or to accept the interim findings and move on.
Did you want to speak? I heard a sigh.
Oh, sorry, I'm not on mute.
But it was an honest sigh. See, that was good. It was.
That was great. Councillor Michelli, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, with respect, I think Councillor Martin was before me. I'll let her go if you don't mind.
Go.
Honestly, by the time I get unmuted, you probably could have finished, Tom. Through you, Mayor Chop, to Teresa or Paula, there's mention about the narrow scope. And the recommendation also says that we're adopting, the investigation and scope. Can we have clarification on the scope? Is that part of the phased approach?
Through the mayor to Councillor Martin. So the discussions that Ms. Budis and I had with the IC was really related specifically to the hub matter, in which we identified, or I identified without full consultation of everyone, that there would be 3 meetings that had to be investigated. And then we would determine that there would have been at least 8 council members at most of those meetings, and probably at least 3 staff, if not more. And so that was kind of the scope that we discussed when we started with the initial talks of what the cost could look like. We didn't get much deeper than that because, I'll be honest, there was a part of me that wasn't really, thinking about the whole cost all of it when we started it, and I just recognized that it, just kind of made me step back and say, we need to talk about this, so you're aware.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. My comments, not questions, to my colleagues would be, I don't think it's an appropriate thing for us to set a scope. Either we do it in full or we do not do it in full. That's my personal position. And I also want to just say that if we're not going ahead with this, I really would like to stop the narrative about leaks because it goes in the media and it undermines the ability for us to do our job and for the public to buy in to what we do. So if council wishes to go ahead, I support that. If we don't, then we don't. But I really don't want to continue to sit around and accuse each other of leaks and not do something about it. Thank you.
Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my comments are going to come on the heels of Councillor Martin's. On June 15th, I did not vote in favor of doing this. I have two reasons. I think I articulated them then. I do not want to spend money on trying to figure out which person on the screen in front of me has been violating a code of conduct. I secondly was opposed to it because I do not want to spend what I anticipated then, which now we've got some confirmation of, that this is going to be a huge amount of money. We have no actual guarantee that this could not go to $100,000, and we may get absolutely no results. And I think that with both of those, I still am not in favor of pursuing this for those reasons. And I think, and I do agree with Councillor Martin, that I think whichever way we go, I think we have to, whatever is the end of it, we have to discontinue the whole leak theme, because I don't think it's putting council in a very good light. Thank you.
Well, I think Councilor Michelli, though, I'm going to have to disagree with that myself. I mean, I think the narrative stops when stuff stops happening. I mean, the fact of the matter is, whether you want to acknowledge it or not, Jason's contract was, the memo to council was the most blatant example. The only people that received the memo was council and a couple staff members, and it ended up on a Facebook site. So it's not a hypothetical that maybe that happened. It is something that happened. So I don't think it's that you just close your eyes when somebody's details about a person's contract that's our employee that we're supposed to protect end up on a Facebook site. And that is not actually from the contract itself even, but was from the closed session memo that only went to council. There is an issue with that. So I don't think it's fair to say, well, we just continue, then from now on we keep our mouth shut when things like that happen, because it is a problem.
Madam Mayor, if I may, that's not my suggestion. My suggestion is that I just find it uncomfortable to look at all of the people who are my colleagues, your colleagues, and acknowledge that one of them is doing something very wrong, and I certainly don't want to ignore that. If there continue to be these problems, I would fully support some kind of very serious investigation. I just am hoping that, I don't want the public to find out that we've cut services here or there, and now we're going to spend a lot of money to figure out, frankly, who the rat is on council. And I just don't think that's helpful. I totally agree that whatever was the cause of that information being put in the public, I'm totally disgusted by it, and I'm very disappointed in whoever or however it occurred. But I don't think that spending a lot of money to try to find out if someone cheated at this juncture is worthwhile. So I would not support it. I will say that Mr. Burgess' suggestion, if we can put some kind of a cap on an initial sort of stage one process, I think that might be at least a way to go. We'd have some idea if there is something really wrong.
Thanks, Councilor Shelley. I wasn't sort of objecting to your viewpoint on the spending and so on. I just, in some of the instances where we say, well, it's not happening. I mean, the fact of the matter is that that's a blatant one that we know it did come from somewhere because it was on the internet. So, Councilor Vanden Rishi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The idea of a counselor doing such a thing, I know it's wrong and it's a violation. What are the consequences to such a violation?
The consequences, Teresa can speak to that, but it's a maximum under the Municipal Act, I believe off the top of my head, up to 90 days of a pay suspension. Up to, that's in a worst case scenario, but that's the maximum consequence.
Mm-hmm.
It can be everything from a reprimand and an apology, or all the way to that. Yeah. Correct, Teresa?
No.
Through the mayor, I was just going to confirm that council can add some additional kind of administrative things, such as I've seen, for example, a recent one I'm aware of where a councillor was only allowed to attend the office for business things and, wasn't allowed to attend certain things on behalf of the municipality. But yeah, from a financial standpoint, it's the 90-day suspension.
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
I mean, you raise a good point. That for me, it's I guess it's not so much about it's not so much about the penalty. It's just more of being able to get back to just doing council business and knowing that. And you have to look at the impact to staff morale and also in some of those cases with some of that information leaking out, especially when it affects an individual's employment.
Absolutely, I totally concur. It's not something becoming that of a counselor for sure. Where I struggle is with the fact that there's a large cost to doing the research to find this out, when it's possible to have some sort of. I'm kind of with Tom here. I look around and I think I can't see, like, I find it difficult to look at people that I'm trying to work with. I'm trying to team with together to try to make the county better. That I could see that, and I'm wondering if instead of spending this kind of money, that we should have some sort of team efforts and things and put people on notice to say, look, enough's enough. We want to work together here. And I totally realize what you're saying, your worship, that it's totally wrong. And I totally get it. And, but at the end of the day, if the consequence isn't enough to equal the amount of money that we're spending on something, I think we've got to find something else to put everybody on notice. It just seems like a lot of money. That's just my opinion because I wasn't here.
Okay, does somebody else wish to speak, or they can take a stab? The motion is leaving it open from staff. So I think that second paragraph, somebody needs to make a decision, and that staff confirm the direction previously provided or to propose an alternative action. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't mind the option that the CAO laid out, where a very limited scope interviews with councillors and senior staff and come back with a preliminary report that can either tell us that it's not worth going any farther, or I need to investigate some other meetings because step one leads to step two, and that should limit the scope and the budget for a preliminary report and see where that goes from there. It's like an hour-long interview, so that's probably 3 hours per person by the time they bill us, because that's how they work. But that would keep it around the $10,000 mark, I would hope, and get a preliminary report from a third-party outside integrity commissioner. And when that report comes in, we decide again whether it's worth another step forward or not.
Well, for the 10,000, hopefully Teresa can find a third party that's charging less than $800 an hour.
Oh, but I thought our integrity commissioner gets to suggest them, and the only condition is that they can't charge any more than he does.
Is our integrity commissioner making the recommendation, Teresa, or are you picking from a pool, was my understanding?
So the integrity commissioner was, sorry, through the mayor, the integrity commissioner was very amicable to working with myself and Paula in finding the right fit. You know, understanding that I do have some experience with some integrity commissioners, and so he was very open to us providing suggestions. So
let me get this straight. If there is we've decided that Mr. Mascaron should not be associated with a file that involves all of council, he still is going to participate in deciding who is going to lead that next investigation. I mean, tell me that that's not that is a continuation of the conflict itself.
That is how our contract is written. So that is how the process will go forward.
If I may, the act requires him to do the delegation, so it's not an option. I anticipate we will be the ones largely doing the choosing, letting him know who we like, and he will say, okay, I am now delegating it to this person. That's my expectation.
I certainly hope that Mr. Mascaron stays hands off and lets yourself, Paula, and Teresa choose and does not make recommendations as to who he believes is the best fit, because that to me that is a conflict in and of itself when you are meant to be removed from the investigation. So, Councillor Van Passen, were you putting that as a motion on the floor?
If I could ask Mr. Burgess to give me the proper wording. You know, I can do the first part, that we received the report as information, but it's the second part I'm a little tough with.
Sure. The only thing I would suggest is if council maybe consider that this is a reconsideration from the original intent, because we were just looking for confirmation, because council had already decided to go forward with this. You know, I think it just makes it cleaner if the reconsideration is done, and then and Teresa can correct me on the procedure, but I think the reconsideration needs to be done to change the original direction of council, and I'll take a few minutes to write something to Teresa for the change in the motion.
Okay, so Councillor Van Passen, do you want to put that, just the initial reconsideration on the floor?
I would request leave of council to put a motion of reconsideration of the original motion from June 15th, I do believe it was. I think we first need two-thirds majority to consider that, and then two-thirds majority to reconsider it, right?
Okay, and you did vote in the affirmative that day, so let's need a seconder for that. So, okay, Councillor Rabbits, thank you, and Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Chop, for recognizing I wasn't seconding that as well. My comments in debate would be that I don't support this. I'm either all in with a full open scope or all out, because for $10,000, what I think is going to happen, or whatever the figure is, I think an integrity commissioner is going to come to every single one of us, and every single one of us is going to say, nope, I didn't do it. And then they're going to put a report together and come to council and say they need to do more, and what do we want to do with it? So if we're going to spend the taxpayers' money, let's not determine a scope and dial it in. Let's go all in. So I won't support the reconsideration or the motion should it be successful.
Okay, does anybody else wish to speak?
If I could, Madam Mayor, I don't think we're allowed to debate, reconsider, are we?
Then that could have been my error, my apologies there. Paula, I don't know. Can I come back to you after this portion, and then we can
absolutely
carry on with the conversation? Thanks. Okay, all those for the motion on the floor for the reconsideration. Okay. And that fails. I think there's perhaps confusion because Tom, I think you wanted the reconsider. I'm not sure you maybe understood what you're voting for. Now you're going to not go ahead with the reconsideration, you're going with the full scope. Or is he frozen?
But
no, I'm just thinking, Madam Mayor, I think that Councillor Van Passen's motion to reconsider, maybe I misunderstood him, but did he then want to do what our CAO was proposing?
Well, so the first step in a motion for reconsideration is just it being open for reconsideration, at which point anything's back on the table then. So either the motion for the full investigation could come forward again, there would be the alternative with Councillor Van Passen, or the motion to move forward and do nothing.
All right, thank you for clearing that up.
Effectively, I'm just based on your comments, that wasn't in line with your comments. So if anybody wishes to call the question again, you can say it again. Otherwise, we can move on. And
Madam Mayor, I can't because I voted in the negative.
no.
Well, respectfully, Councillor Michelli, if you don't support an investigation, why would you support a reconsideration on a different scope of the investigation?
That's why I didn't vote. That's what I thought I was doing.
No, that's not true. He's then, by not supporting the reconsideration, he's supporting the full investigation, which was the original scope. So it goes against what his original support was, because he did not support it to begin with. He would be voting for the reconsideration.
We're not there yet.
Mayor,
I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think after the vote we can sort of call for.
Well, no, I just think that's
So
fine. We'll move on. Somebody could call the question again if there's, but clearly I think there's confusion as to what just happened based on how people, but anyway. Okay, so.
Madam Mayor, I just want to consult with the clerk for 2 minutes, because I do have a question for the clerk and I'd like to go offside with her just for 1 minute. Doesn't matter. Sorry.
Can we just take a 5-minute break then too?
Sure. Come back 5 minutes.
Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road, bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just a place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Up north, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You
IT working in the background.
IT thinks we're unmuted. They don't see any problem, but
hang on, let me see.
Have you had
I guess
confirmation?
I'll stop talking, then there's no way to actually know.
Oh, I just
okay, Geese came up. I think it's back on now.
So if I were to use this as a live example, and I'm not going to put any counselors to it, but if the motion that was approved was reconsidered, then a person with the motion in the opposite direction would have the opportunity to put his position on the his or her position on the table. So generally, if you voted in opposition to the approved motion, you would vote for the reconsideration if you wanted to maintain your position. And that's generally how a reconsideration is used. I might not be explaining it well, but that was the purpose of the reconsideration, so that so that council could reconsider their original motion, not reconsider it as it is, but reconsider it in totality. But I don't want to be, I just want to make sure that, that council was voting the way they intended to vote. So I'm not sure.
I'm fine with moving on as well, Tom. I had to stop as well. It just, that's so contrary to anybody that voted in opposition to the motion to begin with would by nature vote for reconsideration, because they would have the chance to put that motion back on the floor again. Effectively, what you just did was to vote for the full scope of the investigation by not voting for the reconsideration. So are you good?
4:30.
Councilor Martin, I understand, but clearly there's a misunderstanding here. We're just trying, I see the hand, okay. I just want to make sure that Tom, it was so unusual that regardless, I just wanted to make sure we had an understanding of what was happening.
Also, respectfully, we don't usually handhold our colleagues through this much procedure, but I understand that it was.
Okay, Tom, it's to you. You're on mute. Let's move on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry. All right. So then I am basically, I just want to restate and reiterate my position. I am not in favor of an investigation of my colleagues, and I do not want to spend taxpayer money doing it. That's it.
Okay, I understand that's your position. I heard it last week. I heard it again this week. That's why your vote made no sense. That's why the clerk and Jason are trying to explain that to you. So Councillor Vanden Rishi, did you have something? I saw you getting frantic there for a second.
Yeah, I get frantic. My blood pressure. If it were to come up for reconsideration, let me make it simple then. If it comes up for reconsideration, we could try to get rid of this. Tom, I could vote with you and say, you know what, I've had enough of this nonsense. Let's call it quits. So if I understand it, I would like to see a reconsideration, just for the fact that I can say, you know what, I'm voting with Tom this time.
So Councillor Martin, I know it's unusual. I think it's very clear that your colleague didn't understand the situation. You still have the opportunity to come back to move for the full investigation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Teresa, I guess one point of clarification is, if Councillor Van Passen's intent is to drive at some type of narrowed scope investigation, why does that need to be reconsidered? Because the original motion on page 430 notes be requested to complete an investigation. We've already committed to some level of investigation.
You raise a good point. I didn't know why there was a reconsideration there either, but I was just rolling with it.
So I guess through the mayor to council
for the scope.
Through the mayor to Councillor Martin. I guess it's because it is specific to as it relates to a specific transaction and staff reports, which I guess theoretically I could support saying that we're, I guess that's where I was trying to go with the fact that we could say, let's do it to one meeting about the hub lands. These reports, this agenda, this minutes would fit within the scope of that. I still can't tell you what that would cost, but to just say that we're going to just pick and choose an hour for each councillor, I don't know that I can put that into the scope of it because it's specific to a specific matter, and I don't know if an hour per councillor will be sufficient for what is in this motion.
Yeah. And I think changing the cap on it might be like staff would just want it to be very clear that it was we don't believe that was the original intent, so we just want to make sure we weren't adversely affecting the original intent of council's motion.
Okay. So Tom, did you want to change your position or don't you? Because then we'll ask the others that didn't, because Teresa wants unanimous approval. I'm fine. The other motion for the full investigation still come on the floor. I think it's very clear that there's a huge misunderstanding as to what just went on. So
Okay.
if you have, if there was a misunderstanding and now you see it differently.
There was a huge misunderstanding. I will change my position.
Okay, so it's not a matter of taking the vote just yet, but Teresa just whether wants unanimous approval, whether or not we're even going to entertain putting our hands up for the reconsideration again based on her colleague's misunderstanding. So is everybody willing to? You're not willing, Councillor Roberts?
No. I would be voting no.
Okay, well then, let's move on.
So through the mayor, if within the motion for this discussion after receipt for information, if we can just add in and that staff proceed to complete an investigation into the disclosure of closed session information as it relates to the hub land sale and subsequent staff reports could follow, would be appreciated.
Okay, so you just need a mover and a seconder for that? I'm so tired, I'm not even following along now. Okay, mover? Councillor Martin, seconded by? Councillor Taylor? Okay, Councillor Van Passen, I see your hands up.
I just put it down, but could you reread the motion, please, Madam Clerk?
Sure, through the mayor to Councillor Van Passen. That staff report CAO 21-60 regarding integrity commissioner investigation and scope of costs be received as information, and that staff proceed to complete an investigation, proceed to have the integrity commissioner complete an investigation into the disclosure of closed session information as it relates to the hub land sale and subsequent staff reports.
Okay, so there's a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Okay, and that four votes in favor. Now that fails. So you tell me, Teresa, how to handle this at this point. I mean, this is.
If I may have a point of privilege, just a comment, and I hope I'm assisting. It is often difficult when you have a series of votes in the negative, because I think what everyone ultimately is trying to drive at, both council and staff, is a vote in the affirmative, right? We're looking for that direction. I thought that we had already provided it. I honestly thought that would move the meeting along, defeating the reconsideration, but it would appear that now we're back at trying to find a vote in the affirmative. Did we not go back in time and reconsider that motion, or are we now venturing into having, keep putting it to the floor so we can have a motion in the affirmative? Because I don't think that'll move the meeting along.
Through the mayor, I think that we could simply receive this report for information, leave it at that, and the original motion would still stand.
Okay, mover, Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? So the motion fails. So we're not receiving the report as information. I think at the end of the, Councillor Rabbits, I'm just going to throw it out there. I mean, why not give your colleague, he clearly didn't understand. It's very evident that Councillor Michelli did not understand. So even if you don't want to vote for the reconsideration again, just give him the shot to put the motion again for the reconsideration on the table, and you can still put your own motion back on the floor. Again, I just, if it wasn't so glaringly obvious that there was a misunderstanding, I wouldn't go down this road. But I think it's fair to say unanimous. We've all had gaffes over our term in council, so it's clearly a gaffe right now that's happened, and let's pick up the pieces and then move on from it.
I'll concede the point, and I will vote in favor. My intention in seconding Councillor Van Passen's reconsideration was only to defeat it, and perhaps that didn't assist my colleague any in making a decision. So I'll concede the point.
Okay. Councillor Martin, is that okay? We put the reconsideration back on the table again to have it heard again, and then we can have a discussion on it or not discussion on it, and that is as it is. Does that work? So going to get us back to a challenging position. Councillor Van Passen, your hands up. I don't know if that's to talk. Otherwise, it's your motion for reconsideration.
I got to ask the clerk, I had a motion to reconsider, but I was trying to get your attention. I wanted the recorded vote on that, which I could do. So I wonder if I could still do the recorded vote on my motion for reconsideration.
I had a fly in my head.
Council is allowing us to do that reconsideration motion.
Or better yet, Madam Mayor, could I put a motion on the floor that we are able to waive the procedural bylaw and redo the vote on my motion of consideration? Is that what we need?
I'm too tired. You have to ask the clerk.
Yeah, well, okay. Madam Clerk, is that what is required, a motion to waive the procedural bylaw to redo the vote on the motion to reconsider?
Okay, so if I can just explain this to council so you guys hear it. So if Councillor Van Passen puts this on, which is probably the procedural thing to do, we will end up with 3 motions we need to vote on. So I want to be very clear. This would be Councillor Van Passen saying that council is agreeing to waive the procedural bylaws to let us retake that motion. If you guys vote in favor of that, then we will put the reconsideration, which is just saying, let's go back and reconsider the motion. We're not even touching the motion yet. We're just saying we're going to talk about reconsidering the motion. If that gets in the affirmative, so now that's 2 affirmatives, then you guys can put that original motion back on the floor and talk about it or put something else down. So we would need a seconder for this one. We would vote on this one first. Then we would vote, we would have somebody put the reconsideration back on the floor, which we would use the same individuals, I believe. So Mayor Chop, it's to you now. Mayor Chop, you're on mute.
Sorry, Councillor Van Den Rishi seconding that, and as the clerk said, this is effectively what was just about to have with Councillor Rabbits, which is agreeing to waive the rules of procedural order to do it again. So, all those in favor? Okay, that is carried unanimously. Councillor Van Passen, it's to you, sir.
I would like to put forth a motion of reconsideration of the decision of June 15, 2021.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Van Den Rishi. And are you wanting your recorded vote? Is that what you were asking for, or is that on the next one?
No, it's okay.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, that is unanimously carried. Now, any further debate, motion? I don't care.
No, now the motion on the floor is the one that's printed from June 15th. That is on the floor. If somebody wants to move second it and it gets defeated, then you got fair game to do anything new. Correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Councillor Taylor.
And at this point, I'll take away my movement of this motion. So I believe we'd be clear to debate now.
No. So does somebody wish to move the original recommendation? Doesn't matter what you did the first time. Councillor Martin. Is there a seconder? Councillor Rabbits. Any discussion on that? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to my colleagues, I will support this because it specifically investigates without narrow scope. Full investigation. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the matter? Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the idea of how much this potentially cost us without an answer is just not worth it. I think it's time to put this to bed, and I think it's time for us to smarten up at this point. So I will not be supporting my motion.
Councillor Columbus.
I agree. This whole thing should be dropped. We spent too much time on it. We probably spent over $1,000 just discussing it here in the last half hour or so. And that's my opinion.
Councillor Van den Graache.
I totally agree. For what we're going to get out of it, everyone should be put on notice to as Councillor Taylor said, smarten up. And at the end of the day, I'd hate to go back to my district and say I couldn't get a range hood in my community center because I had to spend the money on an investigation. Thank you.
Teresa, go ahead.
So just to be clear, if it's okay if I can read the motion that's on the floor. So moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Rabbits, that the Integrity Commissioner be requested to complete an investigation into the disclosure of closed session information as it relates to the hub land sale and subsequent staff reports, and that under direction of Council, a preliminary scope and estimated cost related to this investigation be requested from the Integrity Commissioner in advance.
Zoning out. All those in favor? Councillor Columbus, you're okay. There's 3 hands up. Okay, so that motion fails. Now there's still the opportunity for somebody to put on for a limited scope, or so the floor is back open again. Councillor Rabbits.
I will make a motion, and we can go back to Mr. Burge's recommendation for a limited scope. And the wording I think we had in draft. I'm not too sure if you could read that back to us, but I'd like to put that to the floor for a seconder.
I'm going to apologize. I did not send it to Teresa, and when I exited screens, I think it wiped it out.
Okay, Paul, I see your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to be clear when it comes to scoping, you have to be very careful about how you do it because you don't want to be seen as interfering with a free and full investigation. So if we're going to do scoping, I would say it's not scoping like 1 hour for up to 12 hours. It should be one meeting. And then as much, so if there are 3 meetings for the hub, pick one meeting, and I frankly perhaps leave that up to the discretion of the clerk and the county solicitor to pick which meeting and go forward that way. I just get a little nervous with scoped meetings. One bothers me less than saying up to X dollars or this many witnesses is what I'm getting at. You want to make sure you don't want to fetter the discretion of somebody to do a full and fair investigation on the thing we are letting them do the investigation on.
Thank you, Ms. Butes. I would be amenable to the suggestion to be more careful with the wording and limit it to a meeting and delegate that to our clerk and solicitor to work on which meeting that is.
Okay, if I can ask a question of Jason or Teresa, that makes it doesn't really make sense to me. Why would it not just be a discussion? I mean, why is it one meeting? So as opposed to here's
I'll apologize. I use that just to, you know, when I would do these budgets for these type of things, that's how in my head, when I'm a consultant, I would budget that out, right? So what you're trying to really do is do a phase one analysis that comes back to council to say, listen, I've done a preliminary review. Here's my preliminary findings. If you want me to do a full review, I can give you a much better idea of what the scope will be and what you may get out of it. So, you know, I would, you know, I think it's more about not asking for a full investigation, but to have that stop block in there, to have a preliminary review undertaken. Then the IC then can say, listen, if you want a full investigation based upon my preliminary analysis, this is what my initial findings are, and this is what it would take to do that. And then council will then have that decision. Okay, I'm into this for 20. Do I want to spend another 50 or 60 or 70? Or you know what? Thanks for the findings at the 20. I don't think it's worth the investment in taxpayers' dollars to move forward with a full investigation. And, you know, that's similar to, you know, a number of investigations that, especially forensic investigations, that's, you know, it's not uncommon to have a preliminary review done first and then scope be directed by council after that.
That I can support. I can't support isolating an entire incident to one. It's not about a meeting, it's about the incident itself.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that approach as well. I just, whatever we were doing, I didn't want to limit the number of witnesses or that kind of thing.
No, just a preliminary review to determine whether or not, and if they say it's too difficult to be able to determine, but here's some suggestions for improving your processes so this is less likely to happen in the future, then fine. And if not, go on. I can support that. Councillor Rabbits, if that's, I'll leave it to you.
I am looking for a staff recommendation in writing, and I think we've had some good discussion between our CAO, solicitor, and clerk to hopefully effectuate that. Because ultimately, the intention of my motion here is to have a meeting with an appropriate scope and a report back to council.
Through the mayor, if I may. So I have a couple different things on the screen, and I just want to capture whichever is Councillor Rabbit's intention.
Sorry, Tracy, I just did text you something also.
Oh. I got too much technology there.
I did it through Teams. I apologize.
Okay. Then let me just stop.
We were doing so well.
I would just like the record to show that no one's going to accuse me of mailing my last meeting in 1,000 pages of documents and, you know.
Is it too late to say I didn't know if we didn't accept the report as information, it never happened? Is it too late to say that?
Stalling, making us do fake reconsideration.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rabbit. So are you okay with that staff be directed to limit the scope for a preliminary investigation and a preliminary report to be provided to council by the IC with the purpose of the preliminary review is to provide initial comments on the issues and provide further options for council to consider?
I would like to be captured and recommendations for improvements to policies and procedures for confidential information. I think that was captured in the CAO's comments, and I'd like that to be included in the motion.
Only other thing I wonder if I need to put in here with respect to disclosure of closed items. So the staff be directed to limit the scope for preliminary investigation related to disclosure of closed session preliminary report to be provided to council by the IC with the purpose of the preliminary review to provide initial comments on the issues and provide further options for council to consider with recommendations for improvement to procedures and policies related to this matter.
And that's the 3 paragraphs are all included, correct, Teresa? Yeah.
I know I was actually going to take them all out. I was going to.
The first 2 you're taking out? I think you need the first 2 in there. You're receiving this information, which is what we had a problem with. And that is to do with the hub report, a preliminary investigation. So I think you want them in there. Okay. Councillor Rabbits, are you good with that? Teresa, you're good?
I'm good, thank you.
Seconder? Tom, I can't see you anymore. There we go. Oh, you're back. Okay, sorry. Okay, so Councillor Rabbits has moved that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Van Passen. Any further discussion on that matter? Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I'll make it brief. I don't support it. I don't think we should tell an integrity commissioner what his scope is. And furthermore, I think the recommendations and what would be at the latter part of that are fully captured in our job description in the oath we took. So not necessary.
Okay, any further discussion on the matter? Teresa, can we do a recorded vote on this?
Through the mayor? Yes. Okay, Councillor Vanden Duchy. Sorry, you're on mute.
No.
We're not in favor? Okay. Councillor Rabbit.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
No.
Councillor Martin.
No.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
No.
Councillor Michelle.
No.
Councillor Taylor.
No.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay, next item on the, Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Can I put forward the motion that CAO 2160 be received as information?
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, next is CAO 2161. Before we do that, is Jim Dover on the line, Teresa?
Can you hear me?
There we go, sir. Okay,
Yes.
Welcome. You have
Okay,
5 minutes.
Okay, I'll get going.
Thanks for
Thank you,
bearing
Mayor
with
Chop.
us, Jim.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Chop. I'm addressing council members today on behalf of the Port Dover Waterfront Preservation Association regarding report CAO 2161, public access to Port Dover Beach. As you know, our association has been advocating for the preservation and enhancement of the public's physical and visual access to Port Dover's waterfront since 2008. Our association has successfully advocated for the Port Dover Harbor Marina to remain a publicly owned and operated facility, the preservation of the Port Dover Lighthouse, and repair of Meisner Dam. More recently, the association announced it will lead phase 1 of the Silver Lake Revitalization Project. The association is also advocating for the creation of a waterfront trail along the Silver Lake and Lynn River waterfronts to connect the Lynn Valley Trail to the Port Dover Pier, and we're currently seeking volunteers for this project. Just last week, association volunteers participated in the engagement sessions hosted by county staff regarding the development of the Port Dover secondary plan. I've been asked by our association to express our association's support for option 2 that is recommended in report CAO 2161. However, the association notes that parts of the report are also being discussed in camera. Our association requests that nothing be decided in camera that would hinder the county's ability to preserve and enhance any Port Dover waterfront access, including those access points in the vicinity of 2 Regent Street. In the Port Dover secondary plan engagement sessions, our association advocated for the county to adopt, as a matter of policy, in the Port Dover secondary plan, a more proactive role in preserving and enhancing all 18 kilometers of Port Dover's waterfront. Option 2 is an example of the proactive role we envision. We are advocating for this approach to be incorporated into the Port Dover secondary plan. To be clear, when our association refers to the waterfront, we're referring not just to the Port Dover beach and harbor. We're referring to the Lynn River up to Meisner Dam and through Silver Lake to Ivy's Dam, as well as up Black Creek from Coleman's Point to Concession 2, Woodhouse, and all the Lake Erie shoreline. Our representatives made this point, I think, strongly during the engagement sessions. Report CAO 2161 mentions, quote, the county's strong record of accomplishment of maintaining public access to waterfronts, end of quote. Unfortunately, the original report, CAO 2140, closure of pathway on 2 Regent Street, Port Dover, has seriously undermined the public's faith in the county's and staff's commitment to protect and enhance the public's access to the waterfront by recommending the closure of one pathway to the Port Dover beach and putting into question a second. Thankfully, that report and its recommendations are now dead, and we understand they're withdrawn. This outcome is thanks to the Simcoe reformer and journalist Monty Sonnenberg, who made the community aware of the recommendations in the original report. Residents like Helen Wagner, who placed a post on social media asking people to indicate whether they agreed the pathway should be kept open, and the over 500 who expressed their agreement in just 4 days. Actually, it was the least controversial post currently in Port Dover that I've ever seen. And the 15 residents who took the time to express their concerns in writing to council that are included in your agenda today. The first report that made its way to council regarding this issue demonstrates the need for continued vigilance by the public. With this in mind, our association will be requesting a meeting with the new CAO to review this issue and to explore ways to avoid a turn of events such as this from happening again. Some suggestions will include ensuring that planning staff have the opportunity to review and comment on reports related to the public's access to the waterfront before they are finalized. Ensuring that reports are presented and fully discussed at council and committee, not council meetings, first, as a matter of practice, including those that are deferred, unless, of course, there's good reason to do otherwise. Our association will continue to advocate for the preservation and enhancement of the public's access to all of Port Dover's 18 kilometers of waterfront. We encourage the public to get involved as well. In particular, we encourage residents to become aware of the Port Dover secondary plan review. Copies of the draft plan are available on the county website. Another round of public consultation is planned for possibly as early as this September. The association has formally requested that the county provide the public sufficient time, at least 30 days, to review the next draft plan,
You have one
ask
minute
questions,
remaining.
and provide their input before it is presented to council. On behalf of the Port Dover Waterfront Preservation Board of Directors, I would like to thank you for permitting our deputation today at such short notice. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. I'm gonna just, as much as I want to give all the credit of this to Monty and the Simcoe Reform article, I can say, based on the report, I wasn't going to support it last week. I think a couple staff members can probably attest to that too. So as much as I want to say thanks to Monty, I think you've also have some council members here when the deputation came forward earlier that night that were asking all the right questions as well. So I appreciate the deputation this evening. Is there any questions for the deputation? No. If I could have a motion to receive the deputation's information. Councillor Martin, thank you, and Councillor Taylor, all those in favor? And that is carried. Staff report now, CAO 2161. Jason, if you would like to go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you. Through the mayor to council. There's a few companion reports in camera that are in camera. Council can choose to go in and ask those questions or not. If they do, just deal with the whole item in open. But there was a reason why staff during the debate deferred the report as the questions were mounted by committee. It led staff to investigate two particular issues, and we requested time for deferral based upon our investigation, both the night of council or committee and subsequent. Staff have developed a potential high-level approach to look for getting more permanent access, more permanent ownership and control of a portion of the beach all the way through Port Dover. We believe from staff's point of view that there would be some investment required to obtain that, and more importantly, investment required to solidify the public access through a public works development on there, such as a boardwalk or something that's permanent. So it's just not an invisible line on the sand. We believe that improvement will make the beach access more usable, more permanent, and will increase connectivity to the rest of the waterfront. So staff at this point in time are recommending option 2, and for staff to be able to go and pursue that and come back to council later this fall with the results of its review and negotiations.
Thanks, Jason. Questions from council? Councillor Van Passen, I don't know if that your hand's still up.
Well, I will make the comment. Sorry, I didn't mean to have my hand up, but this is something that's been talked about my whole life, about the beach in Dover. It's about time we actually did something about it rather than talk. And I fully support the option 2. I'm glad that our staff has come forward this. Sorry we had to upset Dover to they did. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes, as I said in my post, sometimes good things can come out of sort of a bad situation. I don't think the support was there, but I think this has now sort of opened the eyes to a unique opportunity that might be in store. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I just wondered procedurally if council has an appetite to go in closed session or not. Mr. Burgess said we could discuss it in closed or not. I just wondered because that'll make a difference if I stop talking now or not. I don't have any questions per se. I'm okay with what he suggested coming back in the fall, but.
Yeah, like it's up to council. Generally, if you don't have any questions on the in-camera material, then there's no need necessarily to go and close. If council's read the in-camera material and is prepared to make a decision without going in camera, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. I don't need to. I guess my comments would be thanks to staff. I also want to take a moment and thank Ms. Budis because it was an open session report, which has prompted, public consultation and so on. So that's positive. But yeah, I would be interested in definitely seeing more about the closed session information coming back in the fall and following through on Mr. Dover's comments about having some public consultation and input when the timing is right. And I did want to, I shared information with all my colleagues, but did just want to very briefly mention the information with over 500 comments from Ms. Wagner that I did send around to everyone in Port Dover looking at preserving that, that access. So that is all. Thank you.
Anything, Councillor Vanden Rishi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I do appreciate and agree with my colleagues here that preservation of any public access to the beach is extremely important. But don't forget, at the rest of Norfolk, we have a large lakefront, and I would like to make sure that we retain any access that we have now and not to lose any access all along the lakefront, because we have that in Port Rowan as well as we do at Long Point. So thank you.
I'd go one step further, Councillor Vanden Rishi, when the opportunities present themselves to be able to increase access. You know, even that's a you know, a goal for council to pursue. But certainly they have demonstrated up to this point, I think on several occasions. I know you weren't here for them, but that has been a consistent position of council. Councillor Van Passen.
Could I move the staff recommendation emphasizing option 2, please?
Okay, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? That is carried unanimously by council. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. And I guess moving on, next is the information. I guess there's probably no discussion there. Or maybe Kathy, did you wish to make any comments on the Sorry, I'm missing this. There is a staff recommendation. Sorry about that. So next is Kathy with the information memo with the financial management and planning HR strategy update.
Thank you, Mayor Chop.
Sorry, it's getting late.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So it is just an information memo. So there's not really any recommendation, but it is just to provide council with an update on the progress we've had with the human resource strategy approved by council. So basically we've had 9 vacant positions and we have filled 4. There's a number of positions we have reposted 3 times and going for the 4th time. But we are diligently trying to continue recruitment. So some onboarding has started, and that onboarding, just want to be sure council's aware, is a long process. We will be getting staff recruited and we will onboard them, but it'll be everyone's first budget, so it'll take some time down the road. So it was just basically, we promised to provide an update to council on the status of that and wanted to make sure that their approval is working. We believe we've recruited some and retaining some great talent. So thank you.
Thanks. Kathy, any questions of council? Okay, in that case then, I think just the record, I can't find it in front of me here. It was just to receive his information, correct, Teresa?
That's
Mover and a seconder. Councillor Taylor and seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, next is staff report CS 2140, closure and conveyance of Tolman Street and part of Russet Drive, Plan 334 Delphi. And Lydia, I believe that's to you.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I think Lydia has joined, but I'll start, and certainly she's available for any questions. So through the mayor, this report is in follow-up to the report presented at the April 7th public hearing committee meeting. Staff advised that all property owners have consented to proceed with the purchases, which will result in the complete disposition of all of the portions of the unopened streets identified. Staff have advised the property owners that all costs to complete the transactions will be their responsibility. Staff is recommending council declare the land surplus to municipal needs and authorize the closure and conveyance of the lands as per the council approved valuations set out in the report. Staff will work with the property owners and their solicitors to complete the various transactions. The proposed sale represents revenue in the amount of $86,382 that will be contributed to the property management reserve, and the sale will also result in future tax revenue growth. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thanks, Shelley. Councilmember Patterson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is my fault. I said it had to be an all or nothing deal. Staff has put together an all or nothing deal, so I would be happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, seconder. Councilor Taylor, any further discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Opposed? Councilor Huffman. Okay, moving on. Staff report CS 2143 2022 budget timetable and guidance, and I think that's Ms. Fanning. I can't believe she's still here.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I'm going to start with very brief comments, and I'll let Catherine get her presentation started. So the purpose of this report is to seek council's approval of the proposed guidance for the 2022 budgetary process. I'm pleased to advise that staff have continued to recommend that the budget process include public engagement and consultation, and that an overarching principle of the process be that departments include stakeholders wherever possible in the budget preparation process. With that, I will pass it over to Ms. LaPlante for some brief comments, and then Ms. Fanning will present the details of the report.
Thanks, Shelley. I just wanted to emphasize that for the 2022 budget process, staff are proposing a levy increase that knowingly will be challenging considering the items such as contract commitments to date, just general increase in costs due to COVID and just natural CPI increases, plus the $2 million removal of the legacy fund relief strategy. So keeping within this guidance proposal, this will require all responsible for spending to be very strategic in order to stay within budgets. Staff chose this reason for a lower tax rate at this time. The reason behind the proposal is mainly because residents of Norfolk County have seen large tax increases. So it is felt they cannot absorb another large increase along with the increase already required for water and wastewater rates as outlined in the Water and Wastewater Study Council approved last year. In addition, we feel it's imperative to take a break and get caught up and ensure previous service level changes as approved through options over the last 2 budget cycles come to fruition to see these expected savings. With that, I'll turn it over to Catherine for her presentation.
Thank you, Kathy. So this presentation will take you through a snapshot of the information that is presented in report CS 2143, which outlines the recommended 2022 budget timetable and guidance. The presentation has been included as Appendix B or on page 786 in your package. Okay, so let's move in and talk about the budget presentation timetable. For 2022's budget, our internal budget preparation work has already begun in order to meet these timelines. The proposed timing of public presentation is shown on the slide before you, in line with the dates discussed at last week's council and committee meeting. Starting in September, staff will begin to work on public engagement, which will include tasks like an online survey, a presentation, as well as communications. The first budget committee meeting is planned for October the 12th, where the agencies, boards, and commissions will be invited to complete a preliminary budget presentation to the committee on the 2022 budget. As well, a report will be presented on the 2022 user fees for the budget committee's consideration. The user fee report will outline the standard fee increases and recommend new fees identified by the state. Due to the current staffing levels in financial planning and reporting, currently we are not anticipating that full additional comprehensive reviews will be completed prior to the adoption of the 2022 fees. However, if this work is able to be completed, a separate report will be presented outlining additional fee changes for 2022. The capital plan will be presented at the Budget Committee meeting on October the 26th, followed by the rate budget on November the 9th. The presentation of the levy budget on January 12th and 13th will complete the budget presentations to the public and council for the 2022 budgets. This report also outlines the main guidance factors that should be considered when setting the budget, which brings us to our next slide. The overarching principles to be used when developing the 2022 budgets include involving stakeholders where possible, including the completion of online sessions, public presentations, engagement with the Chamber's BIA, as well as the Economic Development Task Force, and the completion of a survey. Some of the sample questions for the survey have been presented in Appendix A of the report. Focus will also be placed on ensuring that services provided to the county are efficient and effective. For the capital budget, the recommended guidance includes selecting projects based on the information gathered for the asset management plan, which includes considering the risks and needs analysis when identifying the projects to be completed in the plan. In addition, it is recommended that project managers review their ongoing projects that have experienced delays, as well as keep in mind their ability to manage the number of projects when recommending which projects should proceed within 2022. Now let's talk about the guidance recommended for the levy budget. Overall, an increase to the net levy at 3.4% or $110 million is being targeted. In order to reduce the median residential impact to a 2.5% increase, or $70 annually, it is recommended that the first $1 million of assessment growth revenue be applied against the tax levy increase. Any growth over that amount is being recommended to be transferred to increase reserves. Initially forecasted during the 2021 budget, it was anticipated that the impact on the average homeowner would be 4.5% for 2022. Due to the surplus that was generated in 2020 and the ability to direct a portion of these funds to the reserves, it is recommended that we lower the reserve transfers that were initially planned to be completed in 2022. This will provide residents and businesses with a lower tax increase to act as relief against significant tax increases over the last 2 years, as well as financial impacts related to the pandemic. In order to meet this target, there will also be limited room to support new initiatives unless a higher tax increase is approved. Other guidance points recommended within the report include the removal of the legacy relief strategy. As discussed earlier today,
Catherine, I'm sorry. I was going to let you finish your presentation, but apparently it's urgent. So can I get a motion to extend past 9 p.m.? Councillor Huffman, thank you. And Councillor McPasson, all those in favor? That is carried. Carry on. Sorry.
That's okay. Other guidance points recommended within the report include the removal of the legacy relief strategy. As discussed earlier today, $2 million of the 2020 surplus will be used to pay back the budgeted use in 2021. However, the $2 million revenue budget from the legacy fund must also be removed from the budget, as this strategy will no longer provide tax relief in 2022, which will result in a tax increase. It is also recommended that strong business cases be presented to support any service level enhancements, including that business cases be presented as reports prior to the budget deliberations to allow for additional public and council consideration. These reports are recommended to include savings initiatives that will offset the additional impacts on the levy. Business cases would then be referred to the Budget Committee for additional consideration during the deliberations. Lastly, staff are also recommending that we focus on the continued implementation of prior approved options to ensure savings targets that were set in the past are realized, as well as maintaining the key financial and budgetary policies that have been established within the last 2 budget cycles. In terms
in the rate budget, it is recommended that we stay the course on the multi-year rate increase strategy, which was adopted during the 2021 budget when the rate study was approved. This multi-year strategy was approved in order to address the significant infrastructure gap while considering financial sustainability of residents and businesses. Another guidance recommendation is that a special charge of 1% be added in addition to the 1% that started to be charged in 2021. When looking at the forecasted impact on the average residential charge, it is anticipated that this will result in a 6% increase, or $5.98 per month. Within the last section of the report, highlights of the 2022 budget were presented, which include additional discussion on the integration of asset management, the proposed introduction of participatory budgeting, enhancements suggested for public consultation, the revised process for service level enhancement requests or new budget initiatives, as well as some information on the recommendations to complete the budget review at a higher level in order to meet the guidance that has been recommended. Overall, approving the budget guidance for 2022 budget process will dictate the financial framework to be used by staff when preparing the 2022 budgets, and will guide the process to ensure the county continues on the path to find long-term financial sustainability. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Questions from council? No questions. Councilor Van Rishi.
Thank you. What does the term budget at a higher level mean? What does that mean?
Through Mayor Chop to Councillor Vanden Driesche. So when we're talking about budgeting at a higher level for 2022, we're going to take a look and step back. Instead of looking at the line-by-line reviews that were completed in the last few years, we're going to be looking at information on our variances, where we've had negative or positive variances in the past at a higher level in order to ensure that we are reducing budgets where possible and having managers more look at their budget on a holistic view. So it will reduce the pressure instead of looking at a line-by-line basis. So we're still going to look. Sorry, go ahead.
There's nothing wrong with looking at a line-by-line basis, but I understand your premise. So if a council would say, okay, go back to managers and remove 1% or something like that, that's the holistic approach that you're talking about?
In a way. Yeah, sorry. What I'm trying to get at is that we're going to kind of speed up the budget process. Usually we do multiple budget scopes. We look line by line, item by item, for many lines within the budget. And this year we're proposing just looking at where we're having the cost pressures and that where we know contracts are increasing. And that will help us not, have the $100 adds here and there within the dollar within each budget line so that we can come in at the guidance that we're recommending.
And your terms about public meetings that they should be had. I mean, going back to what we used to have in the past is that the public was you came out to the public, and then we were able to have discussion. Do you have any thoughts of that coming back in the fall, October, November, December? Or are you thinking because all of this online isn't quite as successful as you think it is?
I'll pass this one off to Shelley and I'll let her speak to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, and through Mayor Chop to Councillor Vanden Driesche. That's an excellent. So certainly that's the goal of staff. And as I mentioned in my introductory comments, one of the overarching philosophies that Catherine has provided in her report is to make sure that departments are including stakeholders wherever possible in the budget preparation process. And I do think that we heard this as part of the budget survey and some comments that came last year and the previous year. So I think we're really trying to put some effort on getting out to stakeholders and getting input as best possible.
Oh, I appreciate that, Shelley. Thank you very much.
Further questions? So looks like you got a 2.5% target.
All right, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much to staff. And I know it's getting late, so I thought there might be a little bit more there, but great report, Shelley and Councillor Hoffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. It just dawned on me, did we ever pick a budget chair and vice chair?
I think we usually did it in the fall, but we could do that at the September meeting. We still have time.
Okay. And I guess just my one comment, I just wanted to make a comment that my recommendation would be is that there's a little bit more involvement from the chair, in particular, and the vice chair. I don't know. I felt that a lot of decisions were already made prior to bringing information forward to the chair and vice chair. So if there was any way to implement them being more involved in the process, maybe that would be of interest to me. Those are just my comments.
I don't, Jason, did you want to speak to that? The purpose is not, though, the chair and the vice chair making decisions. It's still staff's recommendation to come to council. That's not the role of the chair and the vice chair of the budget committee.
Yeah, and I think if we were able to start the budget process earlier, you may have a bit more involvement of the budget committee as a formal standing subcommittee. The challenge, and this is one of the reasons, frankly, why staff is recommending kind of a modified approach this year. As the HR report had said, we've just hired a number of staff to come over to fill positions, and our reporting requirements for COVID are through the roof with the province at this point in time and through all year. So that's why we're trying to, we're behind currently. We haven't got a Q2 report for variance. Finance is buried with work. So we're trying to undertake a budget approach this year that be less demanding on staff. And that's why that modified approach is being taken. So, I don't disagree with you, Councillor Huffman. I think that's a goal that maybe this council can look at in the future for having a bit more of a regular standing committee and or a finance committee to have them involved in the process at the earlier date. But staff's going to be crunched this time. Like, we should be starting the budget process now, and we're just there at this point in time. So
okay, fair enough. Thank you for your comments.
Anything, Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to move the motion, but I was going to drop the third recommendation. I'm just not sure that with the staffing changes, with the tail end of COVID still going on, whether we want to implement a new thing of a participatory budget. And I'm sure that staff might want to comment on that. But I still like the idea. We talked about it last year, but I just don't think it's the right time to start it this year.
I'll start and let staff. I would not disagree with you, Councillor. The participatory budget, we would have had a scaled down version of it this year for sure. But if we were trying to live up to some of the commitments staff had made previously for participatory budgeting, but I don't think staff would be offended if it was deferred for 1 year.
Could you suggest some wording that I could leave it in, that we save it for 2023 or something? Is that, like I said, I don't want to lose it off the table completely, but I just don't think the time is right to add something new to our staff's workload. So
Can't we just change the 2022 to 2023? The date's right in there.
No, or just.
Yep.
Okay, so are you moving that with the change to 2023?
Yes, 2023, and then it'll give some people something to think about for a whole year. So.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Michelle, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, next staff report, CS 2144, proposed closure and conveyance of portions of 4 unopened road allowances and a portion of unopened 10-foot lane. Lydia, I think this is back to you.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I'm not sure if Lydia is on the call. If she is, then I'll just go through this one real quick, and then she's here to assist with any questions. Very similar to the last property report we presented. This particular file was presented in report CS 2123 at the public hearing on April 7th. The property owners are all in agreement to move forward with purchasing the lands outlined in the report and have been advised that all costs to complete the transactions will be their responsibility. No objections were received or brought forward to the public hearing meeting of April 7th. Staff is recommending council declare the land surplus to municipal needs and authorize the closure and conveyance of the lands as per the council approved valuations as report. Staff will work with the property owners and their solicitors to complete the various transactions. And this property, proposed property sale represents revenue in the amount of $105,800 that will be contributed again to the property management reserve, and the sale will also result in future tax revenue growth. And we'll be pleased to answer any questions.
Money aside, like say we're going to, and we start how you're gonna process adopt it and do it, but. And then
I got her. Okay, any questions, Councillor Columbus? Go ahead.
Well, it's a good example of land monetization, and I would move the recommendation as printed.
Thank you, sir. Seconder? Councillor Taylor, and all those in favor? Thanks, Shelley and Lydia. Great work. Staff report CS 2149, replacement of video broadcasting equipment budget amendment. I think Brent.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. I'm going to take this one as well. I think Brent may or may not be on for any additional questions, but through the mayor, the purpose of this report is to request a budget amendment and a single source supply to proceed with the replacement of the video broadcasting equipment, including the cameras that is used to provide quality viewing to the public of council and committee meetings, as well as a number of publicly held meetings, including the Board of Health, Police Services Board, and Committee of Adjustment. The existing equipment is at end of life, and there are currently concerns with the quality of video streaming, limitations and support concerns with updates, Zoom and Teams meeting integration, security concerns, and overall potential failure of the equipment. It is estimated that the timelines associated with the project will be subject to equipment availability and scheduling of the contractor, which could be 3 to 6 months. Staff was originally intending to put this as part of the capital project, capital budget for 2022. However, we have experienced a number of complaints relating to the technology for the viewing public and are bringing this forward for consideration by council. And we would be pleased to answer any questions that council may have.
Thanks, Shelley. Questions? Councillor Vanden Riche, go ahead.
I was just going to move it because I just think any access to better quality access for the public is wonderful.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Martin, thank you. Further discussion on that? Yep, go ahead.
Just a quick question through you to Shelley. I'm sure it will, but will this technology have brain dead right now, drawing a blank, put the closed captioning on the bottom? I know YouTube has that function, but a lot of constituents have a hard time finding it and working it.
Through the mayor to Councillor Martin, that's an excellent question. I do not believe closed is in the scope of this project, but that's something that we can certainly follow up with the IT department and Brent Wallace in particular. And then perhaps we can bring back some strategies through our accessibility advisory committee and the IT department for council to consider.
Great, thank you. I will second it, Mayor Tom.
Okay, all those in favor? It's carried. Next report is CS 2142, investment update December 31st.
Hi, you get me one more time for that one. So through Mayor Chop to the rest of council, I just wanted to note that Duncan McCulley, another staff here in the Financial Operations and Systems Department, helped me to write that one, and he's actually drafted these opening comments for me as well, and I wanted to thank him for all his work on this report. So through Mayor Chop and to the rest of council, the report in front of you is a high-level summary of the investment results for 2020. The report breaks down our investments into 3 categories: short-term, medium-term, and long-term.
Short-term investments are typically GICs and high-interest savings accounts with maturity dates of less than 1 year. In 2020, we had an average of just over 47 million invested in short-term with a return of 1.14%, and that compares with a return of 2.46% in the same category in 2019. While investment returns in 2020 were less than 2019, the main driver of that was COVID-19 and its effect on market interest rates across the board. Medium-term investments are used when cash flow is in excess of paying current year expenses. So these are generally government or financial institution bonds and have maturity dates greater than 1 year. Medium-term investments performed well for Norfolk County in 2020. We had an average of just over 2.4 million invested in a return of 4.17%, which was just a bit higher than our 2019 return of 3.72%. The only long-term investment that Norfolk County has is the Legacy Fund. So the Legacy Fund is invested in the One Investment Program through an agreement with County has with the Local Authority Services Limited and the Chums Financing Corporation. With the One Investing Program acting as our agent, we're able to have investments in equities and corporate bonds. In 2019, the Legacy Fund had a return of 10.27%, or just about 6.9 million. In 2020, the Legacy Fund had a return of 7.75%. Or about 5.5 million. And in 2021, as of May 31st, on the year so far to date, we're looking at a return of 5.5%. So the strong performance of the Legacy Fund from 2019 through to today can be attributed to the strong performance of the stock market over that same time frame. In 2021, the Financial Operations and Systems Department has implemented a more robust investment strategy aimed at allowing us to be a little bit more in control of our cash flows and more efficient at using some excess cash to see if we can get an increase in those returns and to do a little bit better at that. So we're able to expand now and build a better short and medium term investment portfolio. And with that, I'll take any questions that council may have.
Thanks, Amy. Questions from council? No questions. They must be satisfied with the performance. Thank you very much, Ms. Manning. Mover and a seconder for staff's recommendation. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All those in favor? That is carried. Next is, it's in your the additional package today, staff report CS 2150. The amendment to staff direction previously provided in regards to the legal infrastructure matter with the security water supply for Simcoe.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I'll start and pass it over to Mr. Burgess towards the end. Staff provided council with a verbal update at a special council meeting held on March 2nd in closed session with respect to a legal infrastructure matter relating to the security of water supply for the community of Simcoe and next steps being undertaken. At this time, council directed the CEO to proceed with the recruitment of a temporary full-time position to address the procurement-related requirements required to address these water infrastructure matters. Staff completed the necessary staffing requisitions and proceeded with the recruitment process in accordance with county procedures. Staff have been unable to recruit the temporary position directed by council. Purchasing has also had ongoing recruitment issues for other temporary positions. In consulting with the county clerk during the preparation of this report, the clerk requested that council ensure its direction provided at the March 2nd special council meeting is adequately recorded. Further, staff is proposing a change in temporary staff status directed by council to permanent status to provide a more realistic chance to gain a quality candidate. Council did have a number of questions regarding FTE allocation earlier this evening. That number of this report was also included in the number that was provided to council should council approve this request. The change in temporary status will also assist with a longer-term strategy as it relates to assisting departments, managing contracts, and most importantly, vendor performance. With that, I will pass it over to the CEO for further comment and then to council if you have any questions.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief, Madam Chair, through council. the water project is or water projects, I should say, it's just not related to Simcoe, but also the interurban water strategy is probably the highest priority project for capital over the next few years. That's why council had originally said, yes, hire someone in procurement so that we could move. This council has expressed, starting off with lines, even before we maybe get the solution, because we know it's going to be required anyways. But one of the bottlenecks is procurement. We don't have sufficient staff. That's why council gave approval to, the intent was to do it temporary for a few years to get through the project. What we found out is no one's really responding to temporary positions. So we'll do it as full time. As I noted in the report, FTEs get reviewed each year, and every year that there is a turnover of staff or retirement of staff, we review or approve whether that, whether we move a temporary to that full time to fill that in. So that's really the intent here is really we tried to get a temporary for the water project. It did not work. And we believe if we move it to a full-time position, it will work. And on a 3-year project, there's a lot that will change between now and 3 years. So I always say a full-time job between a temporary job, there's really not much difference. But the intent is to get a council approval for that change so that we can move forward with that water project more speedily.
Questions from council? Councilor Taylor?
Less a question, more just it's certainly an integral position to get these projects underway, so I'm going to move staff's recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Seconder? Councilor Van Passen, further discussion? All those in favor? It is carried. Next is staff report OPS 2110, engineering services request for purchasing exemption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief as well. And yes, OPS 2110 is staff are asking for a couple things. I think to start with, it is a good news story. Facility staff along with finance staff were successful in getting grant money for the BAS system at the Norview Lodge, as well as the HVAC center at the Simcoe Rec Center. So that's the good news. The bad news is we are about $41,000 short of the grant money to do both projects. So staff are asking for a budget amendment of $41,000. And we're also asking to go aside of the Norfolk County purchasing policy and go single source with a engineer. This is the same engineer that worked with staff to put the two applications in for the grant, so they have experience with the job. They know. Also saves staff. There's quite a tight timeline, and the staff were quite alarmed when they learned that a lot of this work has to be done by the end of the year. And if we have to go through basically do everything proper, we'll be 2 to 3 months probably getting this engineer. So we're asking a single source, Calidus Engineering from London, who are familiar with. So with that budget amendment and the single source for an engineer, I'll turn it over to County Council for any questions they may have.
Any questions from County Council? Okay, mover and seconder. Councilor Roberts, seconded by Councilor Huffman. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? It's carried. I can't believe we're at this point. We're at the bylaws. So I have a revision to the bylaw wording from Teresa. That's bylaws 3 OP 2021 and 4 OP 2021 bylaw. Sorry, did I screw that up? I'm sorry, so I should have just followed.
Through the mayor, it's the one I emailed you. Do you want me to read it?
No, I have it. That was what I started reading. Sorry. That bylaws 3 OP 2021 and 4 OP 2021, bylaws 9 Z 2021, bylaws 12 Z 2021 to 16 Z 2021 inclusive, bylaws 17 Z 2021 and 18 Z 2021 as amended, Bylaws 2021-90 to 2021-92 inclusive, bylaw 2021-93 is amended, bylaws 2021-94 to 2021 to 108 inclusive be approved, signed by the mayor and clerk and affixed with the corporate seal. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Rabbit, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That is carried. So I need.
Your worship, just a question with respect to bylaw 2190. There might be an error on page 541 of the agenda package. It talks about firefighters line, and I think that should be firefighters lane. I think that's the way it should be. I'm not 100% sure. It's in the
Teresa
chart.
will look at, she'll look into that correction.
I believe Councillor Columbus is correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Teresa will look into that.
Somebody might be able to beat their speeding ticket that way.
Yeah. I can't
We'll
believe
get
both
the
Councillor
clerical,
Michelle and I
we'll get the
missed
clerical
that.
matter corrected.
Okay, so now if I'm following this correctly, then I have a motion to provide first and second reading to bylaw 2021-106 regarding the Highway 6 drain.
That is correct.
Mover and a seconder. Councillor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. And a motion to provide first and second reading to bylaw 2021-107 regarding the pod drain. Mover and seconder. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? That is carried. Two motions on the agenda today submitted by members of council. The potential draft motions for council consideration are presented on pages 8 to 56 and 8 to 57 of the agenda. First notice of motion is from Councillor Michelle in regards to the Indigenous acknowledgement and staff direction. So Councillor Michelle, I will let you take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As council can see on the motion, it is connected to securing an Indigenous acknowledgement, land acknowledgement, and I think that, I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo. Okay, sorry. Anyway, the purpose of this motion is to direct staff to be able to come back to our CIC meeting in September with some details that they'll research about when to use such an acknowledgement, the length of the statement, perhaps different versions for different occasions or uses. These acknowledgements in general have been used by numerous organizations for many years now. And I think it's time that Norfolk County made this gesture of reconciliation and acknowledgement to our Indigenous peoples. The complexities of these acknowledgements are basically, as I have learned, are many and varied. Therefore, I really appreciate the direction that I have received from so many of our staff in the process of beginning this journey and this gesture. I also am very much looking forward to their findings and their recommendations that they're going to bring back to us in September, at which time then council will have a good amount of time for a very thorough and knowledgeable discussion. I do think that we, as a council, do have an obligation, I think, to acknowledge those people who have gone on before us, and I will certainly do my best to assist staff in their research. I have reached out to several Indigenous organizations to assist and provide me with a little bit of guidance in this process as well. So I am very hopeful that once we get the information back from staff, assuming that council supports me in this, I do have a seconder in Councillor Martin, as you can see, but I will certainly appreciate and value your support. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's seconded by Councillor Martin. Any further discussion on that? Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
I just want to make, oh, thank you, and through you, I just want to make sure the timeline of the September 14th meeting is enough time for staff. Just, I know things are hectic right now, and just want to make sure we're setting goals.
Through the chair, I believe the timeline's realistic. Staff have done some previous research on this matter, and we'll be able to bring back the motion for 14th for options for council to consider.
Thank you.
Further discussion on that? All those in favor?
Through the mayor, I think Councillor Columbus has his hand up.
Sorry, I forgot to put it down last time.
Been it for a while. Okay, next motion, Councillor Huffman. I believe this is in regards to, is your motion in regards to Waterford Ice?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to my colleagues. Yes, last week I brought forward a notice of motion that was granted with 2/3 support to bring it forward due to the timeliness of this motion. I have been representing 3 residences here in Waterford who have had longstanding issues regarding the sound from the Waterford Arena where the condenser is. I know that we've all received a lot of information, and I know that we received a package from the individuals involved. Where we're at is that the request was made, and I do want to clarify this for the public who are watching tonight. There was never any request at all for the fall ice to be affected. That is a misnomer. It was strictly the summer ice in Waterford. I've had some discussions with staff as well. Is this okay, or am I going off too far on topic? Okay.
No, you're fine. Here I am.
Okay. I've had some discussions with staff, and we did meet with a couple of the property owners yesterday. We did basically, there's some not discrepancies, but the issue at hand is the length of time that that this has taken, and the property owners feel that there's a due diligence from Norfolk County to ensure that they're operating within compliance. And again, it's not 2 decibels, it's 7 decibels. So I know that through all of the social media and things like that, there's been some mistakes with some of the information. So just to give a short, a brief history, March 2019, the condenser unit was replaced. When it was replaced, it was louder than the previous unit, and complaints were directed to the staff. In January 2020, summer ice was confirmed in Waterford. Another proactive letter was sent by the to ensure funds for the sound abatement are not lost in the budget, as no improvements had been noticed to date. Until the summer of 2020, this facility, Waterford, historically only operated 8 months of the year. The summer ice was historically located at the rec center. The rec center was, a decision was to close the rec center was made in July 2020. In early March 2020, with no progress of the sound issue, one of the neighbors was able to get the equipment necessary, because there was some issue regarding the equipment not being available to Norfolk County staff to measure the decibels. They had to purchase a handheld reader. Sorry, I'm just gonna go ahead. So during the summer of 20, changes were made to the condenser unit. Staff were again notified that the changes were not noticeable, and a site meeting was held October 2020. An engineer was finally brought in on February 26, 2021, and the findings of the review were set out in the report dated March 15th, 2021. So we have a long history of this issue, and I do want to make sure that it is well known that the residents are very clear that they encourage and support youth sports and like to see our facilities used to the fullest extent possible. And however, it is Norfolk County's responsibility to ensure their arenas operate in compliance with noise regulations. With the number of arenas in Norfolk, there must be other options. Unfortunately, at this point in time, there are no other options. The only other facility that has the capability of producing summer ice is the Delhi Arena. The Delhi Arena is currently being used as a very successful vaccination clinic for the COVID-19 vaccines. So at this point in time, we are down to the Waterford Arena being the only one available for the summer ice. So the request before us last week, before my colleagues, was that we suspend the summer ice in Waterford and we move forward with just the fall installation of the ice in Waterford. And that's my presentation.
Okay, so is your motion still on the table?
My motion is still on the table.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Okay, I'm not seeing a seconder. Councillor Huffman, did you want to read?
Yeah, I'll read the motion. That whereas section 10, 2, 5, and 6 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended allows for municipalities to pass bylaws for economic, social, and environmental well-being of the municipality and for the health, safety of persons. And whereas Norfolk County Council believes these principles apply to services provided by the municipality. Be it resolved that staff provide noise abatement processes for the generators at the Waterford Arena prior to any ice being installed for the 2021-20. Actually, I'm gonna reword that. I'd like to make an amendment to my own motion. Is it be installed before the 2021 summer ice would really be the one, or other alternative measures as suggested by staff and approved by council. That is the motion on the floor.
Councillor Huffman, I'm just wondering, could you speak to, you mentioned 7 decibels. Could you speak to what that means?
I would like to defer that over to Mr. Cridlin. He is more of an expert in that area than I am, and I don't want to misspeak.
Through Madam Mayor to County Council, Todd Shoemaker is also on as well, so I may defer to him. But what we need is the sound needs to be at the neighbor's property at 50 decibels or lower, and presently we are at 57. So we have to drop the 7 decibels. As Councillor Huffman had clarified, there was some confusion in my memo about the on-site measurements, and that's where folks picked up on the 2, and I have apologized for that to the neighbors. And again, I think the other thing maybe to stress with decibels is it's not a straight linear measurement where over 50. It's more of an logarithmic type of reading, so it grows exponentially as you go up. So I hope I've answered your question, Mayor Chop.
Kind of. I just a couple more questions, Bill, just on the decibel piece. So I'm just curious. So what's the number we need to achieve again?
We need to be a 50 or below.
And do you know what the decibel readings are on a normal conversation?
That I'm not sure of. To give council some, it depends on the neighborhood, but part of the study, I think council has got that information. Background noise in that area is about 46 decibels.
Okay. Jason, I see your hands up.
Todd had his hand up as well.
Yeah, I didn't. I'll plead. I had some ignorance on what what decibels were, and I did pull up the American audiology chart just to understand what some of this meant. So according to their chart, and because it said background noise was 46 in the report. So if you're in a quiet library, that's about 40 decibels. Moderate rainfall is about 50 decibels. Normal conversation or dishwashers operating is 60 decibels. Vacuums are 70 decibels. Alarm clocks are 80 decibels. To put it in context, because I didn't, I saw the stats. I wanted to put that into some context. So, staff have been trying to, and we've approved a lot of things to work with it, and we know that we're going to have some more solutions to drop it below the requirements in October. But it's, if it's at 60, that's a normal conversation or a dishwasher running, which I'm not saying that should be minimized or not. That's just to put it in context, and we are trying to get it down to kind of the moderate rainfall level. Is what staff is trying to do. And Mr. Shoemaker's on. He can also explain we're switching the technology at that arena so the condenser won't run constantly. There's new technology that's there, so then it'll be just intermittent at that point in time also.
I think it is clear that staff is working on a plan here as well to, provide those modifications. So Todd, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Otherwise, we'll go back to looking for a seconder.
Yes, Mayor. Just to make it really clear, the 50 decibels is the decibel level that we have to meet during the daytime. During the night, overnight, between 11 o'clock at night and 7 a.m. in the morning, we have to be at 45 decibels at a window ledge on the second floor of the home. So we have to get it down to the 45, which is actually 12 decibels that we have to drop. But again, their backyard normal reading is 46 decibels. And I'm thinking we're pretty close to the 45 on the second floor anyway. So I don't think it'll be a huge issue. Yes, and the other thing, we're putting in a compressor control system that's going to monitor the compressors so they're not running at 100% all the time. And if we can keep them down, 3 compressors from running at 100% and get them down to 1 compressor at 100 and 1 at 65%, the condenser will be coming on less time during the day or overnight. So there are other things that we are working on as well as just the wall. And I know that one of the questions that they had asked on the information they sent in was the design of the wall. The wall that we are currently looking at is designed to lower the noise a minimum of 7 decibels. So that'll be 7 or more decibels that wall will lower the decibel level. So it should put us at the 50 or less.
Okay, Councillor Vanden Rishi, and then Councillor Columbus and Councillor Huffman.
Great, thank you. It was replaced in 2020. Does the manufacturer of that particular compressor have any responsibility here for the sound? Hello?
No, through the chair. Equipment is spec'd a different way, and it's performing to the level it was because there needs, it would depend on location and a whole bunch of other areas to undertake that kind of warranty call. So I believe the machine is operating as it is. That's why we added some of those other parts.
So can I ask to staff then, what type of wall are you talking about? Are you talking about replacing a wall? Are you talking about insulating a wall? Are you talking about clothing a wall or carpeting a wall?
It's a construction of a new wall on our property. That it would be, I believe it's 30 feet long by 18 feet high. It's similar to what you'd see next to highways that blocks the sound from the highway going into a subdivision. I think that's the simplest way to explain it. It's a significant structure that we would be constructing.
Okay. Councillor Columbus?
It sounds like no quick fix, but I'm just wondering, is there any chance with the COVID shots coming to an end in the Delhi Arena, is there any chance that we could accommodate hockey players at the Delhi Arena if we move the COVID procedures over to Victoria Community Center?
We are exiting from that clinic. It would not be quick enough to put the ice in and deal with the summer ice. Staff have, I don't want to interfere with this motion. Staff also have a consideration of maybe a temporary solution prior to the final solution coming on board, if that's something council would want to consider. No guarantees on the temporary solution, but that's something that staff would consider also.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to my colleagues, I guess. I didn't step out of my role here as councillor. Someone provided me with some contact information that I think I would like to share with you all. I did receive an email today from Christopher O'Connor from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, who has officially said, that the work plan has been reviewed and they accept what Norfolk County's abatement plans are moving forward, and they have not ordered any equipment or facilities to be shut down. So given that Councillor Huffman's in a really terrible spot here, is there any motion that could be tabled that would allow us to give direction to staff to work on something quickly, something makeshift to get the best of both worlds, keep the ice in and the kids in, and help?
I might have happened to be present while Councillor Taylor worked on one with the clerk at the break.
Oh.
So I think we're
done speaking then. Thank you.
Looking for a seconder first for Councillor Huffman again. If there's a seconder for that motion, if not, I'll go over to Councillor Taylor. And I can read it out for you if you like, if you've got it. You want me to read it out? Okay. Yep. So the motion would read as follows: that staff be directed to install the ice in the Waterford Arena and restart programming for summer and fall ice, and that staff install some temporary noise reduction measures until such time as the permanent solution is installed. And further, that staff work with the adjacent impacted property owners to minimize their negative impacts. I believe Councillor Van Passen was going to second that. Any further discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor?
Absolutely.
And that is carried. Thanks, Councillor Huffman. Okay, so that concludes that. That is good news. Summer ice will be going back into Waterford, and Councillor Huffman, hopefully you can reassure the property owners there that staff are going to try to build a temporary solution. While it might not solve the problem, hopefully it will help reduce some of that negative impact over the summer.
Okay, and can I just add a little piece here?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
I just want to say that I know this was a difficult position for everyone, and I certainly do want to take a moment to just kind of let everyone know that in the future, when we come across these types of things, it's best for all of us to, not council, but our community, to stick together and try and work out a solution. And we're all in this community together, and we all need to live with each other. And coming up with solutions is the way to go. And thank you to my colleagues for stepping forward with a solution. Thank you very much for all your support.
Okay, so now turning back to council for general announcements.
Yes.
Any general announcements from council?
Oh, I just done.
What's that? I am also happy to do general announcements when we come back out. We could do it really quick. I want to make some comments, obviously, about Jason, but I don't know, maybe we should just go into closed session. We'll have a number of motions to come back out of closed session, so we can come back to general announcements at that time if you'd like. Okay, so let's do that. So if we can have a motion then to move into closed session at 9:51 p.m. to discuss the following matters. Sorry. I choked on a grape. Memo Robinson Administration Building. Memo regarding the independent contractor agreement. Staff report CS 2151, the employee matter. D staff report CAO 2154, Shore Developments Incorporated appeal road closure. Memo E, I was actually going to move have this heard in open session, but we can discuss that in closed session and then bring it out. Memo regarding Integrity Commissioner indemnity provision ombudsman complaint. F, information memo regarding CAO. I'm sorry. Something went down the wrong hole. Information memo regarding CAO 2161, attachment regarding public access to Port Dover Beach, option 1. G, information memo regarding CAO 2161, attachment C, public access to Port Dover Beach, option 2. H, staff report CD 2179. Regarding grant funding and purchasing exemption for entrepreneurship center project budget amendment. I, memo regarding the appointment of an acting CAO. And we will be relying on sections 239, 2B, C, E, F, H, I, and K of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or crown agency of any of them, trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. If I could have a motion to move into closed session at 9. Yes, Teresa, sorry.
Just before we do that, we also need to add the item from Resolution 6 from the committee, council and committee meeting minutes that we will need to discuss that Councillor Martin pulled.
Okay,
and
well,
so
we'll
that's
do that
under,
as soon as we come back out.
That's under section 2C. So under 2C, pursuant to section 239 2C, because
Okay.
that item has some closed implications.
Correct, thank you. If I could have a mover and seconder to move into closed session at 9:55 p.m. Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That is carried.
Madam Mayor, can we have 5 minutes while we get into the breakout room?
Councillor Adams. Yep, 5 minutes. Sounds good.
In the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and found to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and found to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies the county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Up north, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of North, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Up north, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, on a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Up north, on a strip of sandy soil, lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario, south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a Southern County home.
About that, okay?
He was just testing it. He found out we were talking and he couldn't hear anything in there, so So we can say a bunch of bad things about Kevin now if we want. I just think there's going to be a noticeable decrease in revenue at Bar Burrito, Subway, the Fork and Pierogi, you know, the F Shack, 211. There's a few restaurants that are going to notice that they're like Subway. You would get a couple of breakfasts and a couple of lunches out of me, and then Bar Burrito.
We're live, Mayor Chop.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. So if I could have a motion to move into open session, please, at 11:10. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So first item, Teresa, go ahead.
Okay, so during closed session with respect to the following 4 items, information memo Robinson Administration Building, staff report CAO 2154 regarding shore development Zinc appeal, road closure application ICBL appeal, staff report CAO 2161 attachment B, and staff report CAO 2161 attachment C were received for information. Regarding the information memo regarding independent contractor agreement, staff was provided direction. Regarding staff report CS 2151 employee matter, I will need a mover and a seconder for that report CS 2151 employee matter be received as information, and that the short-term strategy to address county employees redeployed to the county's inventory control group as part of the COVID-19 response and recovery be approved, and that council approve a budget amendment to revise the approved staffing report levels by one temporary 6-month position within corporate services as outlined in this report to be funded from 2020 surplus commitments or additional COVID provincial funding, and further that staff be directed to prepare a business case as part of the 2022 budget process for council to consider a centralized approach to inventory management practices as a permanent cost control measure. I need a
mover and seconder, Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Van Dries. All those in favor? And that is carried. Next.
With respect to, I'll do this one first. With respect to CD 2179 grant funding and purchasing exemption for entrepreneurship center, I will need a mover and a seconder. That CD 2179 grant funding and purchasing exemption for entrepreneurship center project be received as information, and that council authorizes an exemption to the purchasing methods for the entrepreneurship center project as outlined in this report in accordance with Norfolk County purchasing policy ECS 02 section 13, and that council authorizes a single source supply as outlined in Norfolk County purchasing policy ECS 02 section 4.8.4 for the purchase of services to implement an entrepreneurship center pilot project as identified in the economic recovery plan and supporting grant program application for a 1-year term for the period August 2021 to June 2022, and that the manager community development be authorized to enter into a contract for up to 1-year term for the period of August 2021 to June 2021 with Innovation Factory in the amount of $24,200 excluding HST, Food Venture Program in the amount of $12,500 excluding HST, and e-commerce Rockstars in the amount of $19,150 excluding HST for the services related to the Entrepreneurship Center pilot project at a total upset limit of $65,000 excluding HST, and that the general manager community development be authorized to enter into an agreement with other Entrepreneurship Center service content and program providers for the service related to the Entrepreneurship Center pilot project should one of the vendors no longer be able to provide the service due to timing requirement of the 1-year pilot at a total upset limit of $65,000, excluding HST, and further that the 2021 levy supported operating budget be amended as outlined in Table 1 of this report. I need a mover and a seconder.
Mover and seconder, Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Van Dries. Is that what I'm seeing?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I think there is an error in the 4th paragraph that the 1-year term runs August 2021 to June 2022.
Oh. Thank you.
And sorry, Teresa, did you add that last line there as well in that staff report back in 2022 with options for
sorry,
transferring?
No, sorry, just give me a second. I have it here just. And that staff report back in 2022 as to the performance of the pilot project and for future options for the program. Sorry. Do you want me to read it all over again?
Sorry, it was just, no, it was that in staff report back in 2022 with options for transferring the project to another partner.
So the motion that I got out of, if you want me to amend that, I can put that, the one that I was given was in that staff report back in 2022 as to the performance of the pilot project and for future options for the program. But I can change it to transfer.
For future options.
Yeah, future options for transfer of the program, of the program.
Sure. Transfer. Okay. And
Okay,
sorry, so Councillor Van Passen moved it. Was there a seconder?
Councillor Van Andriessen, all those in favor? That is carried. Tom, are you opposed or are you frozen? Carried. Opposed? I was going to say the school teacher. My God. No learning.
I'm in favor, Mayor Chop. I'm not sure why that looked like that.
It just looked like his hand was off screen. You just kept his shoulder moved, but his hand was
Oh,
not.
that's what it was. You know what? I moved my screen over, so my hand's over here now. Okay, here. All right.
So regarding the memo regarding appointing of acting CAO, staff was provided direction with respect to the resolution 6 of the July 13th CIC meetings with respect to staff report CS 21-46 was received as information. And I have a motion from Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Van Dendriesche, that the information memo regarding Integrity Commissioner Indemnity Provision Ombudsman complaint be discussed and voted on in open session.
Okay, so a mover and a seconder, and I call the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is carried. Opposed? Okay. So that has been moved to open session, and then the balance, Teresa, did you want the motion for receiving the report as information?
Yes, please.
Okay, so mover and a seconder to receive the report as information. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Van Dendriesche. And all those in favor? That is carried. And I want to thank Council for moving that to open session. I think it's important that the Integrity Commissioner's fees are fully transparent to the public that is funding those fees.
We have one more motion, I think, that needs to be, so it's just the open motion regarding the resolution 6.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so resolution 6 from the July 13th CIC meeting minutes are before us today to be approved. That report CS 2146 land monetization